What's the point of cultivating immortality if you don't have money? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376 throws Zhang Yu over. After all, the number of soul cultivators is still increasing every year, and soul cultivators will definitely become cheaper in the future. If the university war begins, soul cultivators will usher in an explosive growth. Wouldn't it be your loss to sign a formal job now? And these soul cultivators are the most serious when they compete with each other as temporary workers. Su Yanniang is very rich, but he has never been a generous person. Because he thinks that the richer a person is, the more he should save money. Wealth is like the cultivation of the immortal way. The higher the cultivation, the more serious the daily consumption. Wealth and power will continue to radiate to the poor with their own actions and gradually disappear, only by reducing the loss of money and the loss of cultivation, and not losing it to the poor. Can we go further on the immortal road? Even immortals who have escaped the 3 loans and 5 insurances must pay attention to being a leak-free true immortal. What qualifications do I have to spend money indiscriminately? At the same time, an increasingly fierce wind rose outside the field, spinning at high speed like a tornado. At the center of the tornado, Zhang Yu was entangled in the storm, and his whole body kept spinning and accelerating. The gravity field is unpredictable. It is unwise to use force to resist it. The most effective way should be to use speed to resist it, no matter how complicated the changes in the gravity field are. As long as I can pass through it at high speed in a short period of time, the force will act on me for a very short time, and there will be no time to change my movement trend. Bang! 1 times the speed of sound, 2 times the speed of sound, 3 times the speed of sound. As Zhang Yu accelerated violently, his figure became faster and faster, more and more blurred, and every change in his movements brought a series of thunderstorm-like loud noises. Almost, feeling that his body had accelerated to the limit, Zhang Yu's figure flashed and rushed into the gravity field. The soul-chasing eye instantly marked the figure in front of him, and transmitted the information to the impermanence wind low-altitude flight component in his legs through the neural network. With a slight adjustment of the storm around him, Zhang Yu passed through the figures of many students like a flash of lightning, and arrived at the finish line. And one of the figures that was passed was Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's heart moved slightly, and the next moment he no longer paid attention. My real opponent is not him. Although Zhang Yu was very fast and surpassed many seniors, there were always people who were faster than him and surpassed him. He didn't care about this. After all, many of the contestants this time were richer than him and had practiced longer than him. It was normal for them to be faster than him. Who said that speed has never been his strong point? When I have time in the future, I will consider increasing my speed. I don't have time for this now. After arriving at the finish line and meeting up with Bai and others, everyone looked at the time statistics ranking together. Seeing that their team finally stabilized in the 15th place, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Che Yufei said, "Now we are in the top 20 and can enter the next round." At the same time, everyone also understood that this ranking also means that in terms of speed and resistance to gravity, the average level of their team is about 15th. Bai thought to himself, in terms of overall strength, we are indeed a little weaker, but judging from the training during this period, we are not weak in terms of construction and combat. The chances of being in the top 10 are still not small. As this round of eliminations came to an end, the top 20 teams remained, and the rest of the players were eliminated and left the battlefield. Above the stadium, Tulishan looked at the data of the 20 teams and thought to himself, 40% are peace factions, 30% are war factions, and 30% are neutral factions. The number of people slightly behind, there is nothing we can do about it. The finance department has approved a lot of loans for them. Tulishan knew that where the money is, there is the luck. With a big sponsor like the finance department behind him, he was not surprised by the situation in front of him. But loans must be repaid eventually, and although we earn more slowly by working on the projects, it will last longer. Tulishan thought to himself, it depends on the changes in the number of people who enter the next round of 20 into 10, at least in terms of top-level strength, we should be stronger. At this moment, the geology teacher Wei Wei showed the results of Zhang Yu and Zhang Yu, and said with a smile, it seems that working hard is not as good as working for money. Tulishan said lightly, Zhang Yu borrowed so many spirit coins, Doesn't he have to pay them back? Wei Wai said, who doesn't borrow money when starting out? As long as the development is fast enough, the initial borrowing is just a small amount of money, Tulishan said. I'm afraid that if the development is not fast enough, he will work for the loan platform and eventually end up in a dead end. On the contrary, Zhang Yu has a strong physique, and working hard is the path that suits him. As his income increases, he will become stronger and stronger, and the future is promising. Watching the two sides talking tit for tat, both Director Gao and Director Lin remained silent, as if they didn't hear it. But the other teachers all knew that Tulishan and Wei Hui represented Director Gao and Director Lin. On the surface, they were talking about the two sophomores, but in fact, they were talking about the different directions chosen by the two factions. At this time, the old director Bai Zhenzhen laughed and said, those with strong potential for immortality should borrow money, and those with weak potential should fight hard. Under the rule of the 10 major sects, everyone has immortal cultivation, and every student has the immortal path under his feet. There is no dead end. Teacher 2, you are joking. Hearing Bai Zhenzhen's words, Tulishan and Wei Hui immediately stopped arguing. Bai Zhenzhen continued, whether it is spiritual coins or lifespan, they are both immortal resources. Whichever one is more should be used. If you lack lifespan, use spiritual coins to make up for it, and if you lack spiritual coins, use lifespan to earn it. The two complement each other and cannot be neglected. Do you agree, teachers? Tulishan and Wei Hui bowed and said yes. Tulishan thought to himself, this old man, he will support whoever gives him the most benefits, and he is trying to balance the two factions. Now he wants money, life, and the position of director. Let's see how long it will take you to kill yourself. Bai Zhenzhen continued, the schedule for the second round of eliminations has been drawn up. Do you have any opinions? Tulishan looked at the list of 20 to 10 duels and thought to himself, almost all the students on both sides of the duel list are from the war faction and the peace faction, while the neutral faction is mixed in, on both sides. The next elimination match will be a head-on confrontation between the students of the two factions. He subconsciously glanced at Director Gao and Director Lin, thinking that the two sides might have reached some kind of tacit understanding in secret, so they made such an arrangement. On the field below, Zhang Yu's eyes showed the information of Yu Xinghan and others. He looked up and found that Ying Xin, Yu Xinghan, and Guang Shujin were all standing in the audience, waving at him. In addition to them, there were substitutes from other teams in the audience. In the first round of eliminations, the substitutes did not have to participate, so they all waited in the audience to watch the game. With the end of the first round of eliminations, the substitutes gathered at their own teams. Yu Xinghan asked curiously, how will the second round be played? Shi Huiyu said, if it's 20 to 10, it should be a random draw, and two teams will be in a group to decide the winner. Not long after she finished speaking, the schedule notice appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the duel list above, Zhang Yu found that the battle locations of each team were arranged on different levels of the simulated battlefield. The next moment, his eyes focused slightly, and he saw that his team was about to face Ma Zhuan and Ji Yuanchu's team. The second round of eliminations will officially begin in 10 minutes. All teams are requested to arrive at the designated venue on time. On the other side, Su Yanniang looked at Ma Zhuan and said, oh? You played against Shi Huiyu's team. Ma Zhuan smiled slightly and said, senior brother, it seems that I am lucky. This time it is more secure to enter the top 10. Su Yanniang thought for a while and said, you can definitely suppress Shi Huiyu. Among the remaining 5 people, except for Zhao Qingxun, the other 3 are old wastes, and one is only a sophomore. There is no need to worry about them, Ma Zhuan thought to himself. In fact, that sophomore Zhang Yu is still a bit troublesome. However, he thought he knew Zhang Yu quite well and had some targeted methods, so he did not mention them separately at this moment. Ma Zhuan asked curiously, I've heard the rumors about Zhao Qingxun. Normally, I'm too lazy to provoke him, but I don't have to pay for competitions, and I can pay for maintenance and medical expenses myself. What else can be a problem? Su Yanniang thought for a while and said, I heard a story, but I don't know if it's true or not. It is said that the Zhindans Henren from ancient times who took over Zhao Qingxun's body was not scared away by the debt, but disguised himself as Zhao Qingxun. As for the real Zhao Qingxun, he has been sold out by him. Ah, Ma Zhuan was surprised. Is there such a thing? But, after the Zhindans Henren took over the body, he is now a 9th-year student and only ranked 40th in the department? And how could he hide it from several Zhenzhen in the department? According to the rules, The soul of illegal possession should be punished and the body should be sealed. This is what it should mean, Su Yanniang said lightly. I don't know whether this story is true or not. But you can think about it. Why can Xiao Qingxun survive in Kungsa with such a heavy debt? According to the rules, any penny he has would be deducted immediately, and he should be unable to move. Seeing Ma Zhuan's thoughtful look, Su Yanniang said, it's good that you have a good idea. The key to this game is not winning or losing, but winning beautifully. Don't let Shi Huaiyu and Xiao Qingxun consume too much energy and affect the subsequent games. You should lead the team quickly. Outside the simulated battlefield covering an area of 1 square kilometer, the two competition teams of Zhang Yu and Ji Yuanshu stood opposite each other. However, compared with Shi Huaiyu's team who were full of fighting spirit, Ma Zhuan's side seemed relatively calm, but whether it was Kong Na or Ji Yuanshu, each of them couldn't help but look at Xiao Qingxun a few more times. Then Kong Na looked at Zhang Yu again, thinking to herself, Alice, Zhang Yu might as well stay in our team, at least he can get a comprehensive score. As the rules of the game were displayed in front of everyone entered the venue according to the instructions. Then the two sides randomly drew lots to decide the order of attack and defense. Shi Huaiyu took a look and said, we will attack first. Everyone, don't be nervous, just do it according to the training, it's okay. As the battle officially began, Shi Huaiyu and the other 6 rushed to the opponent's position one after another. But the next moment, accompanied by a tremor in the earth, with a loud rumbling sound, countless mud and sand rushed into the sky. Ma Zhuan pushed forward with one palm and said lightly, let's eliminate 4 first. The next moment, the mud and sands in the sky engulfed Zhang Yu and others like a tsunami. Ma Zhuan knew very well that the opponent's strength was not as good as his own, but he would not underestimate the opponent because of this. He would only take advantage of the difference in strength to eliminate the opponent and not give the opponent any chance. But in the next moment, a figure was seen smashing out like a cannonball. Under the push of a powerful force, it directly broke through the mud and sands in the sky and attacked like a meteor. Is that Zhang Yu? Ma Zhuan was slightly stunned, and the next moment he reacted, his eyes narrowed slightly. Shi Huaiyu and the others joined forces to throw Zhang Yu here first. Chapter 377 Another Level 20 Technique? When the competition started, the first thing Ma Zhuan did was to arrange the actions of the team members, especially the arrangements for the construction workers. After all, as the defending side, the higher the completion of a building after 1 hour, the higher the score. The building stipulated in this competition is a bunker, and the construction materials have been placed next to the construction site before the start of the competition. Bu Ziren, Ji Su, you two are responsible for the construction. Ma Zhuan considered it for a while and finally decided to leave 2 people to do the construction. If it was according to his original plan, he should leave 3 people to do the construction, and he would take the other 2 team members to stop the other 6 people. After all, in Ma Zhuan's view, their team strength is far superior to the opponent, and they can completely fight with fewer people, leave more people to do the construction, and score higher. But Su Yanniang's reminder emerged in his mind, so he finally decided to play it safe and leave only Bu Ziren and Ji Susa to do the construction. Bu Ziren is a tall young man. If Zhang Yu is here, he will recognize that he is the guy who ignored him when he just joined the group and showed off his lungs in the competition group. Ji Susu is a tall, physically strong woman. Zhang Yu doesn't know her well because she doesn't talk much in the group. Then Ma Zhuan said, Ji Yuanshu, you are responsible for the peripheral support. Ji Yuanshu's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace with gusts of wind. While Ma Zhuan was making arrangements, Shi Huaiyu and his 6 companions on the other side had already shot over. Looking at the opponent who was shooting over like 6 lightning bolts, Ma Zhuan directly launched the power of the small 3 combination. Amid the roar of the earth, the mud and sands in the sky engulfed Shi Huaiyu and others who were rushing over like a tsunami. Shi Huaiyu also launched the small 3 combination to resist, but Ma Zhuan could feel that his schoolmate's cultivation in the small 3 combination was obviously not as good as his. If they continued to compete, Ma Zhuan would be able to gain the upper hands in the bombardment of the mud and sands in the sky. However, in the next moment, when Zhang Yu's figure broke through the smoke and dust and smashed towards their heads, Ma Zhuan's eyes also condensed slightly. As for Zhang Yu, as the captain who once recruited him into the team, Ma Zhuan felt that he knew him very well. Strong physique, extremely high resistance to attack, and the use of the 9 sky cloud power to fight back. This represents a long battle process and serious wear and tear on the Dharma body. This is enough to make Zhang Yu an opponent that many people don't want to meet. Ma Zhuan also understood the other party's thoughts at the first time. You want to disrupt our formation by throwing Zhang Yu here alone, then you seem to be a little overestimating him. At the same time, Zhang Yu in mid-air folded his hands on his chest, stepped on the air, and fell towards them at supersonic speed like a meteor falling to the ground, breaking through layers of airwaves. Zhang Yu looked at Ma Zhuan and others coldly, and his mouth moved slightly, as if he was saying something. Of course, in the state of supersonic combat, it is difficult for both sides to communicate through the sound of their mouths. But what Zhang Yu said has been sent through the message and directly appeared in everyone's eyes. This is also a common communication method in high-speed battles, and it is a necessary skill for every student in the security department. Zhang Yu, not trying to keep me will be the thing you regret most today. While learning the provocative knowledge about the security department sent by Shi Huaiyu, Zhang Yu also understood a lot of truths. For example, simple insults are difficult to work in more serious and important battles, and both sides of the battle will not be easily provoked. It is necessary to combine the situation and say words that are in line with the situation on the scene, naturally triggering the anger, unwillingness, and fighting spirit in the opponent's heart. The most conventional, most versatile, and most successful way is to pretend. When you pretend to be successful, natural, and outstanding enough, you can naturally arouse the opponent's emotions, and even make the opponent feel that you are not provoking at all, and just want to go all out. This is the highest realm of provocation. At this moment, as Zhang Yu spoke, the eyes of both sides collided in the atmosphere, as if two invisible fighting intentions were squeezing each other. But Ma Zhuan's movements did not change at all, and he still firmly controlled the mud and sands in the sky, sweeping towards Shi Huaiyu and others like a tsunami. At the same time, his voice rang through his eyes and rang in all the team members. He is provoking, don't be affected, Kong Na, you go and repel him. Others continue with the original arrangement, don't give him the opportunity to use his strength to fight back. Kong Na raised her head and looked at Zhang Yu who fell from the sky. She grinned and said, quitting the team will be the thing you regret most today. The next moment, she squatted down with both legs, and with a violent expansion of her thigh muscles, amazing power burst out in an instant. Boom! A big pit suddenly appeared on the ground under her feet, and Kong Na's figure suddenly disappeared, smashing the atmosphere all the way and rushing towards Zhang Yu. She said coldly in her heart, you are in mid-air, with nowhere to use your strength, and now you are a living target. I know you want to fall down, relying on your super strong physique and your own skills of using your strength to fight back, to disrupt opposition, but I won't give you this opportunity. She saw that her right palm was extremely condensed, and her muscles all over her body rumbled. Then she slapped out with all her strength, and blasted towards Zhang Yu with overwhelming force. Kong Na wanted to take advantage of the opponent's position in mid-air, where there was nowhere to exert force, to knock him away in one breath. This is the best way to deal with Zhang Yu. Use the advantage of strength to suppress the opponent and drive him out of the battlefield, and don't give him a chance to entangle. Facing Kong Na's palm, Zhang Yu said lightly, do you want to knock me away? That's what I thought. Zhang Yu also slapped out a palm. But between these palms, there were dragon roars. Roar. 10 dragon roars in a row seemed to shake the sky and split the earth, reflecting 10 dragon-shaped auras surging out. It was Xiao Kingxuan's 9-dragon sky palm. Just before they threw Zhang Yu out, Xiao Kingxuan blasted out 20 palms in a row, all of which hit Zhang Yu's aura. And Zhang Yu temporarily survived by relying on the empty hole of the 9 sky cloud power. At this moment, 10 blows suddenly broke out in an instant, and the violent aura instantly tore Kong Na's palm power apart in front of him, and completely engulfed her figure. Be quiet for a while, Kong Na. Boom. There was an explosion in the air, and with a spread of waves of air, Kong Na's figure flew out with a whoosh. After knocking Kong Na away with one move, Zhang Yu continued to accelerate his descent, looking at the people below with cold eyes, and his violent fighting spirit pressed towards everyone. Come on, Zhang Yu slapped out from the sky, and dragon-shaped energy accompanied by a whistling sound, like a meteor, bombarded the position. 10 strikes in an instant. This time Zhang Yu released all the 20 strikes that Xiao Kingxuan had in succession. And this also showed a message to all those who knew the characteristics of Zhuxia Yunquangjin inside and outside the field. 20 strikes. Zhang Yu's Zhuxia Yunquangjin has reached a full level of 20. This is the second 20-level skill that Zhang Yu intends to expose in the competition, in addition to the War Demon Meteorite longevity skill. He thought to himself, After all, on the first day I learned 9 skies cloud power in my senior year of high school, I showed amazing talent, pushed my level on the spot, and finally defeated Wang Yin. Now that I'm a sophomore, I've pushed this skill to level 20, which is reasonable. Just as everyone below was resisting Xiao Qingxuan's dragon-shaped energy, Zhang Yu finally landed on the ground with a bang. With a violent collision of his feet and the ground, a wave of visible ripples exploded from the ground, carrying layers of airwaves and mud and sand in all directions. Ma Zhuan still maintained the state of Xiao Sen, cooperating with Ji Yuanshu to attack Shi Huaiyu and others in the distance, blocking the approach of the opponent's large forces. At the same time, he calmly arranged each team member, and a message had emerged in the team members' law skeletons. Ignore Zhang Yu, the power he borrowed has been exhausted. Bu Ziren, Ji Su, you two continue to be responsible for the construction. Ji Yuanshu, follow my mark to attack Shi Huaiyu. Kong Na, there is no need to rush over, just cooperate with me to stop the others. Yang Yan, you go to suppress Zhang Yu alone, others should not act recklessly, he will use his power to fight against them. A series of orders were arranged in an instant, and appeared in everyone's eyes. Yang Yan is a man with a strong figure and wearing alloy armor. Zhang Yu's memory of him is that he ignored himself and discussed the law with Bu Ziren after joining the group. He is also the most welcome guy after Ji Yuanshu joined the team. Yang Yan took a step forward, accompanied by a slight vibration of the ground, and he, wearing alloy armor, rushed towards the place where Zhang Yu landed like a tank. But at the same time that Ma Zhuan gave the order, Zhang Yu suddenly burst out with a sky-high cloud of formless clouds, swallowing everyone like a rolling sea of clouds. In the rolling clouds, Yang Yan looked at the figure attacking him and thought to himself, did you come to me first? At the same time, beside almost everyone present, there was a blurry figure emerging from the sea of clouds and rushing towards them. Faced with this situation, almost everyone subconsciously reacted in the same way. Is Zhang Yu targeting me? Yang Yan punched out without thinking, and the surging fist force instantly tore the figure in front of him. As Zhang Yu's Wuxiang Lishi was smashed to pieces, Yang Yan secretly said in his heart that it was not good, and shouted, don't do it, but his shouting was too late. With loud noises exploding in the rolling sea of clouds, everyone present had already smashed the attacking Wuxiang Lishi. And this also meant that Zhang Yu had borrowed the power of one move from everyone present. So the next moment, more Wuxiang Lishi emerged and fought towards everyone on the scene. Yang Yan. Why are you hitting so hard, Ji Su? Stop, Bu Ziren. Don't use that trick. The surging ki fluctuated and vibrated violently under the impact of the power, transmitting waves of power overload. The moves of each opponent were learned and imitated under the gaze of the three-eyed supernatural power. The fourfold thinking calculated the fighting rhythm of everyone present. Zhang Yu's body, magic power, brain power, martial arts, Tao seeds, were all brought to the extreme at this moment, showing his characteristics of being good at group battles. He actually relied on his own strength to stir up chaos at the scene. Everyone only felt that the power of teammates was constantly bombarding them. Faced with such a situation, they could not let the other party attack, so they could only fight back, and then Zhang Yu borrowed more moves and power with the 9 sky clouds. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 379, Hidden Health Bar of the Competition. When Zhang Yu was buried in the cavity underground by Ma Zhuan, he knew that he had to hurry up and get out. It was because during the time he was buried underground, there was one less person on the field. If Ma Zhuan and the others seize this time and eliminate one of us, that would be troublesome. Zhang Yu knew that although it was rare for students to be beaten to death in civil engineering competitions, it was not uncommon for students to surrender and temporarily leave the competition. After all, medical expenses, repair costs of the Dharma body, and maintenance costs of magic weapons, all need to be borne by the contestants themselves. Once the contestants are constantly injured and the medical and repair costs gradually exceed their own tolerance, surrendering and temporarily leaving the field becomes a very natural choice. The overall strength of our team is not as good as Ma Zhuan and the others. If I am missing one more person, Che Yufei, Shi Yangxiang and the others will face greater pressure. If the flesh body and the Dharma body are constantly damaged, Zhang Yu felt that if he were them, it would be normal to choose to surrender. Otherwise, even if he won the game, he would not have enough money to treat injuries or repair, which would be meaningless. In the competition, in addition to the health bar on the surface, there is actually a hidden health bar behind each contestant, that is, his own financial resources. The stronger the financial resources, the higher the loss that can be borne, and the more likely you are to fight to the end in the arena, and the weaker and poorer the financial resources, the lower the loss that can be borne, and the easier it is to surrender in the arena. So Zhang Yu knew very well that during the time he was buried underground, the savings of his teammates were constantly evaporating. He must hurry back and return to the battlefield before someone on his side is eliminated. As Zhang Yu's thoughts surged in his mind, a figure of Genki emerged behind him, emitting a chill. In these waves of chill, the skeletons of the human-shaped Genki condensed one by one, and finally turned into Zhang Yu's deep cold warrior in just a few seconds. Boom! As the deep cold warrior punched heavily on the mud and sand above his head, a large amount of mud and sand was shaken off. Then another deep cold warrior punched out, shaking the ground above Zhang Yu's head fiercely. One after another, the deep frost warriors emerged under the infusion of Zhang Yu's ki, raising fist shadows all over the sky. Boom! 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 After summoning a full 9 deep frost warriors, Zhang Yu himself used the Xingxiao Chongmei Defa, punching upwards with the power of a shock spiral. Under the earth, it was as if a small engineering team suddenly appeared. As Zhang Yu led the deep frost warriors to raise fist shadows all over the sky, large pieces of mud and sand were constantly knocked down, and Zhang Yu opened a path. The vibration of the earth continued to be transmitted upwards as Zhang Yu moved forward, and the movement on the ground became louder and louder. Until Ma Zhuan also noticed the tremor coming from the ground. With a loud bang, he saw Zhang Yu and 9 deep frost warriors breaking out of the ground and returning to the battlefield. Zhang Yu, sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time. At this moment on the battlefield, Kong Na and Yang Yan rushed to the front line. Ji Yuanshu was roaming and firing from a distance. Only Ma Zhuan, who was supporting with a small 3-combination control, and Bu Ziren and Ji Su, who were working on the construction site, were left on the construction site. Seeing Zhang Yu suddenly break out of the ground, the 3 people present were shocked. Ma Zhuan knew very well how he buried Zhang Yu. He had calculated that with Zhang Yu's cultivation level, even if he could crawl out, it would take at least 20 minutes, enough for them to defeat 1 or 2 people on the opposite side. By that time, even if Zhang Yu returned to the battlefield, he could not change the overall situation. Ma Zhuan had plenty of time to slowly deal with the opponent. His eyes swept over the 9 deep cold warriors, and Ma Zhuan thought to himself, is this what speeds up the efficiency? Then his mana consumption should be extremely great. At the same time, Zhang Yu's eyes full of fighting spirit swept across the entire site. Now, let's continue the battle just now. The 9 deep cold warriors flashed slightly, and brought a gust of cold wind, rushing towards Bu Ziren and Ji Susu who were working on the other side. Bu Ziren shouted and took the initiative to block in front. I'll do it. At the same time, what he wanted to say had already appeared in the eyes of his teammates. Bu Ziren, this kid has been fighting until now, and he has dug up quickly from the ground with such a huge amount of Genki. The Genki is consumed drastically, and the mana in his body must be weak. There should not be much combat power left. He is bluffing now, trying to affect our construction and affect you, Ma Zhuan, from supporting the front. Don't fall for his provocation. I'll take care of him. Bu Ziren's lung-la skeleton shook, and a stream of lung gold sword energy had penetrated his body and gathered at the fingertips of his right hand. The sword energy accompanied his fingertips lightly, and the Zhuanjin free sword had already slashed towards the deep cold warrior in front of him. Bu Ziren's lung-la skeleton can continuously condense and accumulate lung gold sword energy when he breathes on weekdays. And the Zhuanjin free sword he practiced has the ability to break the Genki. At this moment, he used the lung gold sword energy to unleash his Zhuanjin free sword, pushing this expert level skill to a point far beyond its normal power. With a continuous sword energy strike, Bu Ziren instantly tore a deep cold warrior into pieces. But before Bu Ziren could smile inside that Zhang Yu was indeed bluffing, the terrifying cold current had already erupted from the deep cold warrior's body. Waves of cold poison flowed into Bu Ziren's body along with the violent energy, making his face turn purple in an instant, and his body temperature dropped sharply. Zhang Yu actually still has such magic power. Looking at the remaining 8 deep cold warriors who continued to rush over, Bu Ziren was shocked, and feeling the temperature in his body still dropping, he immediately retreated. At the same time, Bu Ziren also realized the dilemma of the situation in front of him. If you blow this thing up, you will be attacked by the cold poison, but if you don't blow this thing up, will you let them destroy the project? At this moment, Bu Ziren deeply felt that not only was Zhang Yu's main body disgusting, but this humanoid energy also made him want to vomit. He could only remind Ji Susu. First use your power to increase your body temperature, and then blow these things up. In a blink of an eye, Bu Ziren and Ji Susu had to stop their work, use their power to increase their body temperature, and dodge the siege of 8 deep cold warriors. While Zhang Yu was temporarily holding the two of them with the deep cold warriors, his main body's muscles swelled up, and he had pushed the war demon meteor life power to the limit. Then he took a step forward, and brought a gust of wind, rushing towards Ma Zhuan. Ma Zhuan's eyes swept over Bu Ziren and Ji Susu who were not far away, and finally looked at Zhang Yu who was rushing towards him, thinking to himself, when you are dealing with Bu Ziren and Ji Susu, you actually want to fight me, how arrogant. But Ma Zhuan did not untie the small 3 combination to deal with Zhang Yu in front of him. He thought to himself, if I untie the small 3 combination now, Shi Huaiyu and others will be able to rush in immediately. Once so many people start fighting on the construction site, this game will enter the worst situation. In comparison, Zhang Yu in front of me, what if I take a few moves from him? While Ma Zhuan was thinking, Zhang Yu had already arrived, and the war demon meteoric life power pushed the Bai Zhenzhen, tearing the sky with coldness, and punched towards Ma Zhuan's head. Bang! The surging body protecting aura rose from Ma Zhuan's body and directly blocked Zhang Yu's punch. But feeling the deep chill in Zhang Yu's punch, Ma Zhuan couldn't help but frown. Zhang Yu smiled and looked at Ma Zhuan in front of him, and said frankly, what do you want to choose? Will you be beaten into popsicle by me, or let Shi Huaiyu and the others in to make a big fuss? Ma Zhuan, it's your turn to choose now. Looking at Zhang Yu in front of him, Ma Zhuan said lightly, Zhang Yu, the 9 sky cloud power has given you more confidence than you should have. I won't let Shi Huaiyu and the others in, and you can't hurt me either. As he spoke, a golden spot bloomed from the center of Ma Zhuan's eyebrows, and the next moment it quickly spread, expanding to his entire body, and emitting a halo that wrapped him up. Looking at the spells that kept emerging and swimming under Ma Zhuan's golden skin, Zhang Yu's eyes condensed, and he thought to himself, Skin Dharma body. He sent the screenshot to the competition group and immediately got Tian Yang's answer. Tian Yang, it is a Vajra mantra skin made by Vajra Zhuan. Once it is opened, it can activate the Vajra body protection mantra. It has extremely high resistance to attacks and mana, and ordinary methods cannot break it. Zhang Yu's heart moved. Is it a Taoist Dharma skeleton? Zhang Yu punched out again, and the energy was completely blocked by the golden halo. Ma Zhuan's body was motionless, as if it was not affected by Zhang Yu's power at all. Looking at this scene, Ma Zhuan smiled confidently, feeling that the situation was in his hands again. But in the next moment, in the cave dug by Zhang Yu, another figure suddenly rushed out. Xiao Qingxun. Seeing Xiao Qingxun, who was wrapped in dragon-shaped energy, emerging from the cave, Ma Zhuan's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. But the next moment he immediately understood, no wonder he didn't do much on the front battlefield. This guy has been building tunnels? No, even Shi Huaiyu should be helping him on the front battlefield, plus Zhang Yu was also digging a way up. So he simply dug to Zhang Yu's position, saving a lot of time and mana. Ma Zhuan's mind immediately emerged with a process of Shi Huaiyu controlling the mud and sand to assist, Xiao Qingxun digging the first half of the tunnel, and Zhang Yu digging the second half of the tunnel, and finally the two sides connecting. Looking at the dragon-shaped aura on the other party, Ma Zhuan also understood why the other party was able to take action from time to time on the battlefield just now. His body is underground, using the aura with a transmission distance of nearly 100 meters to support the battlefield through the tunnel, creating the illusion that he is still there. Seeing Zhang Yu and Xiao Qingxun smiling at each other, Ma Zhuan understood that the two sides must have contacted each other just now. This is trouble. Seeing Xiao Qingxun appear, he blasted out with a palm, and 9 dragon-shaped key over 100 meters long crashed into the half-built bunker. Ma Zhuan immediately realized that there was no time for him to choose or hesitate. Chapter 380, The Fierce Fight in the Second Half. I never thought that a sophomore would mess things up like this. Looking at the situation that was out of control, Ma Zhuan knew that he had reached the worst situation. Xiao Qingxun and Zhang Yu in front of him were enough to turn the construction site upside down. If he tried to stop the two, Shi Huaiyu on the other side would be able to lead the team in without his restraint. Once the melee broke out on the construction site without any cover, I'm afraid that the bunker would not be built in the end. But there is no other choice. Ma Zhuan retracted the small 3-in-1 that was suppressing Shi Huaiyu in the distance, and then pushed with his palm. The mud and sand under his feet rushed up into the sky, like a mountain torrent, rushing towards Zhang Yu and Xiao Qingsun in front of him, and instantly blasted the two out. At the same time, Shi Huaiyu had seized the opportunity and led his teammates to sweep over with huge mud waves. Kuang Na and Yang Yan had also withdrawn and blocked the bunker. The entire construction site was instantly divided into two by both sides. The two groups stood facing each other, their eyes full of fighting intent colliding in the air. Ma Zhuan sighed and said lightly, Bu Ziren, you also come out and defend with us. Ji Su Su, you build as much as you can. He put his palms together, and the mud waves turned into barriers, which had already wrapped up the entire bunker behind him. The next moment, the battle suddenly broke out in front of the bunker. Che Yufei and Shi Yangxiang rushed to the front and collided directly with Kong Na and Bu Ziren, erupting with waves of surging air. Shi Huaiyu controlled the mud and sand to crash into the bunker, but heard a loud noise like the sound of metal clashing. Shi Huaiyu explained, the finger to the ground turned steel move is one of the 7 unique moves that Ma Zhuan has learned more than me. After using the finger to the ground turned steel move, you can temporarily give up the flexible control of the earth and switch to rigid protection. Ma Zhuan stepped lightly, and the rock pillars in the earth shot towards everyone like steel spears. At the same time, Ji Yuanshu in the distance shot out a group of thunder and fire energy. Zhang Yu's mind moved, and several Wuxiang Lishi suddenly appeared, blocking all the thunder and fire energy. Then he punched out, and the surging energy had already hit the barrier in front of the bunker. Bu Ziren came to block with his Lung Gold Sword energy, but saw Tian Yang coming again with the wind and sand. On the other side, Xiao Qingsun was full of dragon-shaped energy roaring violently, and he madly hit the barrier set up by Ma Zhuan. In the series of fierce battles, the entire construction site shook back and forth, as if it had experienced one earthquake after another. Although Ma Zhuan and his men had tried their best to resist, the battlefield was too close to the building, so they dared not let go. On the other hand, Zhang Yu's side attacked without any scruples, and for a time, Ma Zhuan and his men could not raise their heads. The barrier set up by Ma Zhuan gradually broke, and in the process of repair and reconstruction, the bunker behind it was constantly exposed. The battle broke out in the construction site. This is the worst result. Although Ma Zhuan thought so in his heart, he also understood that at this point, he was powerless to change the situation, and could only try his best to hold on and try to improve the score of this round. When this round was over, the completion rate of Ma Zhuan and his team's bunker was rated as 42%. Seeing this result, Bu Ziren looked at Ji Susu in annoyance and said, "What's the matter with you? We blocked so many attacks, and you only built it to 42%. Ji Susu said lightly, "The foundation is about to be shaken to pieces. 42% is already good." Ji Yuanshu said, "It's because we let them break in. I don't understand, with so many of you at the time, why were you beaten into that situation by Zhang Yu?" Bu Ziren frowned, glanced at Ji Yuanshu and said, "What is your department ranking? Do you understand the competition?" Ji Yuanshu opened his mouth, but felt that he had nothing to say. Ma Zhuan on the side sighed and said, "The attacking side naturally has the advantage. There is nothing we can do about it. The next round is our home court. As the attacking side, our advantage in comprehensive strength will be continuously magnified." Ma Zhuan looked at the direction where Zhang Yu and others were, and said coldly, "In the next round, I will reduce their completion rate to 0%, don't leave them even a brick." On the other side, Shi Huaiyu laughed and said, "This round was played beautifully." She looked at Zhang Yu, especially Zhang Yu, "If you hadn't disrupted their formation alone, our attack would not have been so smooth." Zhang Yu smiled slightly and said, "I can only harass them by myself. Thank you for your support behind me." Che Yufei on the side looked at Shi Yangxiang and asked, "How are you?" Shi Yangxiang looked at the brand new hand skeleton with some heartache, but now it was covered with potholes and scars. Shi Yangxiang, Yang Yan, that guy, is targeting a novice like me. Is that intentional? Che Yufei sighed, "He did it on purpose. He wants you to be unable to bear it, so when I was in the lower grades, I didn't participate in the competition at all. It was a waste of money and I couldn't get a ranking." Xiao Qingsun interrupted the people who were talking and asked, "It's not easy to resist Ma Zhuan's attack in the next game." Shi Huaiyu nodded, We must stop them outside the construction site. Once we enter the construction site and let them do whatever they want, I'm afraid we won't even reach 10% of the completion rate. After a while, as the break ended, the second half of the battle officially began. Ma Zhuan looked in the direction of the construction site and said lightly, "Destroy them all, relying on the advantages of the number of attackers and comprehensive strength. Destroy the opponents one by one, and then crush all the construction materials into powder." This is the tactic that Ma Zhuan decided. In his opinion, when the strength exceeds that of the opponent, it is also the most stable, convenient, and difficult to be reversed tactic. "Come with me and run over it." A moment later, mud and sand rose up on both sides of the battlefield, like two tsunamis in opposite directions, colliding violently. In this mud and sand, the players on both sides have been fighting fiercely. Ma Zhuan clearly controlled the movements of the whole field, through the vision shared by each team member's eyes. He could see Zhang Yu, who was wrapped in cloud and mist, rushing towards Kong Na. He could see Xiao Qingxuan controlling 9 dragon-shaped ki, constantly tearing apart the mud and sand and attacking him. He could also see Shi Huaiyu launching a small 3-in-1, constantly competing with him and supporting his teammates. And his final gaze was locked on Che Yufei. Putting aside Shi Yongxiang, who is still under construction, "You are the weakest among these people, then let's start with you." So under Ma Zhuan's command, Kong Na and others began to gather together to train Yufei, wanting to eliminate Che Yufei first. And Shi Huaiyu and others also responded immediately. Ma Zhuan looked at the other side's movements and murmured, "Do you want to support Che Yufei? It's useless. We are at a disadvantage in strength and numbers. If you continue to support like this, you will only be defeated one by one." But soon Ma Zhuan saw the other side's movements change, and raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Oh? Are you going to surround Kong Na? Do you want to attack the enemy and rescue them, and turn the passive into the active? Do you think that if we repel Che Yufei, you will also repel Kong Na? Force us to return to support?" Looking at Shi Huaiyu's arrangement, Ma Zhuan sneered, and calmly stirred up the mud and sands in the sky, commanding the team members to continue to pull the battle line. As the two sides fought and attacked each other, and as the battle line was constantly pulled, Ma Zhuan's eyes suddenly focused. "It's here." He suddenly lifted up the heavy mud and sand, like a bowl turned upside down, and then activated the finger to the ground steel to continuously harden and reinforce it. In the bowl that Ma Zhuan turned over, besides Che Yufei, there were Ma Zhuan, Yang Yan, Bu Ziren and Ji Susu. In the process of constantly pulling the battle line just now, Ma Zhuan had been looking for an opportunity to temporarily divide the battlefield with his finger to the ground into steel, so that the opponent could be isolated and helpless. At this moment, inside the barrier, he, Yang Yan, Bu Ziren and Ji Susu were besieging Che Yufei together. Outside the barrier, Ji Yuanshu would evacuate with Kong Na at high speed, not giving Shi Huaiyu and the other 4 outside a chance to besiege. As for breaking the barrier, even if Shi Huaiyu and the other 4 go all out, it will take at least 20 seconds to break the barrier I'm supporting, and 20 seconds. Looking at Che Yufei in front of him, Ma Zhuan thought to himself, "It's enough for us to defeat this poor guy countless times," but Ma Zhuan knew that he couldn't kill the opponent in the competition. So Ma Zhuan just said, "Crush his hands and feet." At the same time, he looked at Che Yufei and said, "If you don't want to be beaten to pieces, just surrender." If the other party surrendered directly, they could save some time and mana. But facing Ma Zhuan's threat, Che Yufei in front of him just smiled faintly and rushed up on his own initiative. Bu Ziren, who was watching this scene, snorted coldly, rushed up first, opened his mouth and spit out a stream of lung gold sword energy. A poor guy who is about to die, is he worthy of participating in the competition? At the same time, the other 3 also attacked Che Yufei together. But the next moment, with a collision of sword energy and Genki, Bu Ziren felt a strange sense of familiarity coming from the opponent's Genki. "It's you." Under the siege of the crowd, Che Yufei's body in front of him was squeezed by huge forces, twisted and deformed, revealing Zhang Yu's appearance. Zhang Yu looked at the 4 people in front of him and said lightly, "It's so obvious, do you think we can't see it?" Ma Zhuan frowned and thought, "After knowing my goal, did Shi Huaiyu deliberately pull out the position of Che Yufei and deliberately create the current situation? It should be that the figures of Zhang Yu and Che Yufei were covered with mud and sand, allowing Zhang Yu to transform into the other party." On the other side, when the barrier rose and separated the inside and the outside, Zhang Yu standing outside saw that the Wuxian Yun gang wrapped around him suddenly collapsed, revealing the appearance of Che Yu Fei. As for the ranking and foundation building field above the head, in order to hide their tracks in the battle, both sides closed them long before the battle. After thinking, Ma Zhuan looked at Zhang Yu in front of him, and ideas flashed in his mind. In the first half, I had to maintain the small 3 combination in the distance, and it was difficult to attack Zhang Yu who was nearby with all my strength, but now, I use the small 3 combination to control the ground under my feet. I can maintain the barrier and attack Zhang Yu in front of me without hesitation, and Zhang Yu's current state is definitely not at his best. With limited rest time, how much of his mana and damaged body has he recovered from the first half? So, should we make the best of a bad situation and take advantage of this opportunity for the 4 of us to attack with all our strength and see if we can beat Zhang Yu? Chapter 381. What's the point of competing without money? Ma Zhuan's mind raced, and he quickly made a decision. Well, let's take this opportunity to directly blow up Zhang Yu and make him leave the field, so he directly ordered through the competition group, go. Use the method we discussed before to knock him out. After the first half of the competition, Ma Zhuan and his team naturally summed up their combat experience, especially the experience of fighting with Zhang Yu, and updated new combat methods. At this moment, Ma Zhuan's mind flashed with relevant thoughts. Compared to his performance in the first training half a year ago, Zhang Yu has made great progress now, whether it is basic physical strength, mana capacity, combat skills, or the level of Jiuxia or Yunquangjin, all are far beyond the past. The previous plan of hitting far away or suppressing alone has been proven to be inappropriate in combat, especially the 20th level Jiuxia or Yunquangjin, which can be used to borrow 20 strikes. After the first half of the battle, Ma Zhuan and his team have completely taken Zhang Yu seriously. Under such circumstances, Ma Zhuan decided on a combat strategy. First, reduce the power of the attack and increase the number of attacks. Instead of heavy attacks, more combos will be launched in a unit of time. In this way, the power of each attack will be much weaker, so even if you are attacked by someone else's force, you don't have to worry, and the continuous offensive like a downpour can quickly consume Zhang Yu. Secondly, it is best to attack from a distance, which can further reduce the risk of being rebounded. In order to implement this new combat strategy, Ma Zhuan and others ordered takeout and changed or added their equipment before the start of the second half. Also, the medium of attack is also very important. Ma Zhuan opened his mouth and spit out a stream of silver particles, which gushed out and poured towards the ground under his feet. It was the sand silver he ordered during his break. After mixing with mud and sand, this thing can greatly increase the strength and toughness of mud and sand. Combined with his small 3-in-1 and finger to the ground steel, it can greatly increase the destructive power of Zhang Yu's ki. Although the effect is powerful, the price is also quite high. Originally, Ma Zhuan had never thought of using this kind of thing in the competition with Shihua Iyu and his team. He thought to himself, I wonder how much I can get back after this game is over. While thinking in his mind, he had already turned on the recording function of the eye shell, and made up his mind to recycle the sand silver after the battle. As the sand silver was infused, the ground under his feet was rapidly spreading with a position where Ma Zhuan was standing as the center. The next moment, Ma Zhuan's magic power was running, and silver arms rose from the ground under his feet. Xiao San controlled the mud and sand and shaped it, pointing to the ground to increase strength, and the sand silver further increased strength and toughness. After the silver arms rose, they grew like branches, and then slapped Zhang Yu fiercely. In the rumbling sound of air bursts, each palm hit like a battering ram. At first, there were more than 10, but soon it soared to dozens. Hundreds of silver arms, fists, palms, or fingers, attacked Zhang Yu like a storm. It was Ma Zhuan who used the finger to ground to steel technique, the small 3 combination technique, and the silver sand technique to promote the 20th level martial arts Wuxiang Qian Shao. Facing this overwhelming attack, Zhang Yu shouted and immediately launched the Wuxiang Yungan to resist. With the sound of bangs, he saw the aura around Zhang Yu surging and shaking violently like the waves of the sea of clouds. Feeling this continuous attack, Zhang Yu thought to himself, HMPH. Have you found a tactic to deal with the Juxia or Yunquangjin? And just when Ma Zhuan took action, the other 3 also took action. During the break just now, Yang Yan changed into the newly rented heart and hand skeletons. With a violent beating of the heart skeleton, streams of mana were poured into it, and then turned into streams of electric charges and rushed out, instantly covering his blood flow all over his body. At the same time, he tapped his fingertips, and the blood flow was accelerated by the electromagnetic field of the hand skeleton, activating the built-in 20th level martial arts fingertip blood. The next moment, blood shadows with electric light broke out of the body and shot towards Zhang Yu with a technique of raining flowers all over the sky. Each blood thunder consumes mana, and after being strengthened and accelerated by the heart law skeleton and hand law skeleton, it is finally pushed by the 20-level finger-flicking blood. However, because the law skeletons are all rented, they are priced according to the number of blood thunders, and each one is 0.02 spirit coins. Looking at the rising number of bills in the eye skeleton, Yang Yan's eyes are full of fighting spirit, and he roared in his heart, "Zhang Yu, you are so fucking defeated." With a surge of fighting spirit, Yang Yan only felt that his heart law skeleton was beating faster, and the number of bills in the eye skeleton was rising faster. Then, as the heart method was running, it brought him a more turbulent fighting spirit. And all this was within Yang Yan's expectations, because the law skeletons he had been using were mainly rented. Doing so can not only show off his wealth and show his financial resources to everyone, but also stimulate his fighting spirit through the constantly refreshing bills. Because when using the rented Dharmakaya, it is necessary to operate the Dharmakaya more efficiently and quickly to save rent. And completing the same task but paying less rent, isn't this a way to make money? Every time he thought of this, he felt that the mental method in his mind was running more and more fiercely, stimulating him to burst out with stronger fighting spirit, stronger power, and faster thinking. At the same time, Ji Susu on the other side also took action. In order to better deal with Zhang Yu, it is necessary to change the means of fighting. But for this competition, Ji Susu, a senior, had spent all her savings 1 month before the war to improve her strength. But seeing Ma Zhuan, Yang Yan and others placing orders without hesitation, Ji Susu could only borrow a sum of spirit coins, rent a hand Dharmakaya, and replace her original hand Dharmakaya with it. After the hand Dharmakaya, named the Sky Roar Sword, is infused with mana, it can absorb air and compress it into a series of air thunder. Then wrap the air thunder with Gaiki and shoot out a series of air explosion swords. Because it was a temporary rental, the rent was extremely high, and knowing that she was going to use it to participate in the competition, she was directly refused insurance. So since the start of the war, Ji Susu has been carefully protecting her hand skeleton, and from time to time she looked at the durability display reported by the hand skeleton self-check. The durability of the hand skeleton has also dropped from 95% at the beginning of the war to 94% now. The so-called durability is an estimated value after combining the various rare values of the hand skeleton. Generally, when the durability drops below 20%, serious faults will occur. When it drops below 10%, it will not be able to operate normally, and when it reaches 0%, it will be completely scrapped. And Ji Susu knows that this rented Sky Roar Sword, every time the durability drops by more than 10%, there will be a sharp increase in additional maintenance costs. She made up her mind, and this battle before the durability drops to 85%. At this moment, Ji Susu was seen running her magic power, using her hard-trained 15th level red fire energy, pouring the energy into the hand skeleton, and shooting a series of flame gas explosion swords towards Zhang Yu. Amid the bangs. When he realized this, Bu Ziren frowned slightly and thought, it doesn't matter. This battle shouldn't wear out too much durability. I'll find time to repair it after the battle. At this moment, Bu Ziren used his lungs to push the Zhengzhen Niumeo sword energy into the sword in his right hand, and then used the 15th level martial arts Xianpu sword. In an instant, golden sword energy poured down like a river in the sky, with overlapping and interlaced golden threads, pouring towards Zhang Yu. At this moment, Zhang Yu was in the biggest crisis of the battle today. Whether it was Ma Zhuan's Wuxian Kai and Shao, Yang Yan's finger-flicking blood, Ji Susu's gas explosion sword, or Bu Ziren's Xianpu sword, all of them were enhanced by various materials, law bones, and skills, and in the push, they burst out with power far beyond the original skills. What's worse is that in the face of this continuous and quantitative attack, Jiuxia or Yongquangjin seemed to have lost its place all of a sudden. Along with a violent shock and consumption of the Gang Qi, from time to time, sword Qi, flames, blood thunder, and silver palms tore through the Wuxiang Yun Gang and hit Zhang Yu fiercely. In a blink of an eye, his skin and flesh had more than 10 scars all over his body, and he looked covered in blood. If I had Xiao Kingsun's 20 Strike 9 Dragon's Heavenly Palm in this state, it would be great, but Zhang Yu knew that although his 9 Sky Clouds Air Force could use force to fight force, The borrowed force could only be stored briefly in the void, and at this moment, there was no power of the 9 dragons' heavenly palm in the void. However, Zhang Yu, who continued to observe the whole scene with his 3-eye supernatural power, remained calm. He thought to himself, it's not okay to be beaten passively like this, I must find a breakthrough, ha! Zhang Yu shouted, and the Wuxiang Yun gang in his body suddenly expanded and spread out in all directions. At the same time, human figures emerged in the sea of clouds and rushed in all directions. Bang 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 bang, one after another, the human figures were blown up under the siege of the 4 people. But Zhang Yu's main body also took the opportunity of the offensive being dispersed and rushed towards Bu Ziren, who was closest to him. Ranged attacks do restrain my style of play, but long-range attacks also have a flaw. When I fight with your teammates in close combat, your offensive will inevitably be weakened, and even attack your teammates. If you want to be beaten, then find someone to beat with you. Looking at Bu Ziren, who is retreating quickly in front of him, Zhang Yu rushed forward with a grim smile. As for why he chose this target, it was naturally because Zhang Yu still remembered how the other party showed off his wealth in the competition group. Fuji secretly said, Zhang Yu has always been very hostile to the rich. Chapter 382. Vote now. When you use the terrain to surround me, you also use the terrain to surround yourselves. Looking at Bu Ziren, who retreated all the way to the barrier, Zhang Yu sneered and had transformed into 4 Wuxiang Lishi, blocking the opponent on the left and right. Looking at Zhang Yu, who rushed over, Bu Ziren really wanted to yell, don't come over. He was not afraid of Zhang Yu, he was afraid of his teammates. Especially looking at Zhang Yu's body that was constantly being bombarded by large amounts of blood thunder, gas explosions, and silver palms like taking a bath. Bu Ziren, did not have the ability to resist like Zhang Yu. But Ma Zhuan comforted him in the competition group in time, don't worry, we have opened the shared attack intention and marked each other's attack targets. We won't hit you easily. At this moment, in the eyes of Ma Zhuan and the other 4, there were 4 kinds of marks jumping around, namely palms, blood drops, airflow, and small swords, representing the attacks of the 4 people. And each time the mark was marked, it represented the direction of the 4 people's attack. Through such marking, their attacks can be coordinated more closely, and they can also better avoid hitting Bu Ziren. But no matter how they avoid it, in such a fierce fight, collisions are inevitable. With a sword sweeping away the blood thunder, Bu Ziren looked at the 32% durability of the hand skeleton self-checked, and suddenly felt a pain in his heart. Be careful. Don't hit me. But the next moment, Zhang Yu had attacked again, and the Wuxian Yun gang pulled the bursts of air and slapped Bu Ziren fiercely. The sword energy and the energy collided and stirred. After fighting with Bu Ziren, Zhang Yu took back all the human-shaped energy. On the one hand, it can reduce the consumption of mana, and on the other hand, without the cover of the human-shaped energy, it can also make Bu Ziren further exposed to the attack. Sure enough, after fighting with this guy in close combat, Ma Zhuan and his men's offensive inevitably weakened by several points. At this moment, Zhang Yu did not use the Zhuxiao Yunquang Jin, but only used the Wuxian Yun gang to continuously pull the attacking moves and blasted towards Bu Ziren again and again. In this fierce fight of just a few seconds, Zhang Yu was already covered in blood, and his aura was stained with large patches of red, like flames entwining his body. Maybe I can take this opportunity to replenish it. With the blood thunder shooting out one after another, the Wuxian Yun gang was broken into big holes, but it was also slowed down. Zhang Yu slapped out with one palm, and the vortex formed by the clouds and mist led a piece of blood thunder to gather together, colliding with each other in high-speed rotation, and turned into a ball of blood, and then swallowed by Zhang Yu. The next moment, Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly glared, and he couldn't help but say, how much medicine did you take? It's very powerful. Feeling the power of the medicine being continuously absorbed in the body, stimulating the rapid recovery of physical strength and magic power, Zhang Yu laughed, and suddenly rolled up the sand silver on the ground with another palm, and then swallowed it in one gulp. Zhang Yu tilted his head and grinned, although it's not very nutritious, it's good for strengthening the body. Seeing that his sand silver was swallowed by Zhang Yu, Ma Zhuan was furious for a moment and shouted, keep attacking. He can't hold on any longer. Although Zhang Yu in front of him kept eating and drinking, absorbing the medicinal properties of the sheep's blood and digesting the sand silver to strengthen his body, the Wuxian Yun gang around him was still being torn apart, and the scars on his body were increasing, looking bloody. The originally cloud-like white Genki gradually turned into light red, then dark red, until now it had shown a dark red color, accompanied by the constantly surging Yang Qi, burning violently like a gloomy flame. Compared with Zhang Yu's seemingly serious injury, Bu Ziren's heart was bleeding. Zhang Yu, who was fighting with him, kept pulling the blood thunder, gas explosion, and silver arm towards him. In addition, Ma Zhuan and others accidentally hit Bu Ziren's attack. Although he and his teammates were besieging Zhang Yu, Bu Ziren felt like he was being besieged by Zhang Yu and his teammates. In such a fierce fight, the Dharmakaya all over his body kept reporting self-inspection messages of reduced durability, which made Bu Ziren feel even colder than the chill contained in Zhang Yu's aura. Fuck, Bu Ziren angrily swung his sword energy, looking at the bloody and shaky Zhang Yu in front of him, and angrily said in his heart, "Why? Why don't you fall down? Why don't you surrender?" The same question also appeared in Yang Yan's mind. While shooting out blood thunders, he looked at the billing bill of the Dharmakaya, and he couldn't help but slow down his attack. Yang Yan looked at Zhang Yu, who was wrapped in blood mist, and thought to himself, this guy should not be able to hold on. I should spend less spirit coins to continue attacking. Besides, Ji Susu on the other side thought to herself, this guy has been so unwilling to surrender, what if he is beaten to death? You can't kill him. It will cost too much money to kill him. Zhang Yu in front of him looked seriously injured, but he persisted in the siege. The more they saw Zhang Yu's shaky appearance, the more they slowed down their offensive, fearing that they would accidentally kill him. Ma Zhuan couldn't help but yelled, Zhang Yu, if you don't surrender, do you really want to go bankrupt in this competition? Look at your own injuries. Do you have money to treat them? Zhang Yu grinned, waved at them, and said, hurry up, you don't have much time left. Although Zhang Yu looked scarred and battered, under the blessing of the holy body of earth and wood, he could feel that his resistances were skyrocketing, and the opponent's offensive was getting weaker and weaker in his perception. Not only did his physical injuries not continue to worsen, but they were still healing under the activation of the Kanyushi Mind and Body Sutra. Another round of fierce fighting, accompanied by waves of supersonic air waves, the five people's ki and mana completed hundreds of collisions in an instant. The bill continued to rise, the durability continued to decrease, and the sand silver was eaten again. At this moment, Ma Zhuan and the other four felt that Zhang Yu in front of them was like a black hole. He kept throwing money into it, but he could never completely solve the opponent, which made them more and more painful. It was during this process that Ma Zhuan and the other three saw that Zhang Yu was still standing, so they gradually let go and intensified their attacks. But they soon discovered that even though they kept intensifying their attacks, and even used all their strength, Zhang Yu still didn't fall down, although he had more scars on his body. At the same time, Bu Ziren finally couldn't stand it anymore when he saw that the durability of the Dharmakaya had reached 21%. His Dharmakaya, which was specially used to perform high-speed sword skills, was not good at fighting hard with others. Now under the siege of the four people, and in the repeated collisions with Zhang Yu, the durability of the Dharmakaya has dropped rapidly, and it is about to have a serious malfunction. At that time, it will cost a huge amount of money to repair it. Bu Ziren, enough. Who of you will replace me? Otherwise, share the repair cost of the Dharmakaya with me. Faced with Bu Ziren's question, Ma Zhuan and the other two pretended not to hear it. Bu Ziren was instantly furious, and stepped aside, but was entangled by Zhang Yu who was chasing him. In a blink of an eye, his durability dropped to 20%. Seeing Zhang Yu who was still fighting, Bu Ziren really wanted to say to him, what are you playing with? But the next moment, Zhang Yu's figure suddenly swelled up, and he had activated the War Demon Meteoric Life skill and the Spring in Autumn Endless Zen, pushing his physical fitness to the limit in one breath. And with the negative effects of the War Demon Meteoric Life skill, his injuries were aggravated again, causing the Earth and Wood Saint body to rise again, and various resistances soared violently. Then, under the fourth level of thinking, Zhang Yu activated all the body protection skills he had practiced at this moment, raising his ability to resist attacks to an extreme. Bang! He let Bu Ziren's sword energy caress his body, and let Ma Zhuan and others' attacks hit his back, lower back, and hind legs fiercely. Zhang Yu rushed forward and smashed Bu Ziren's sword energy, then pressed the opponent's head and smashed him to the ground. Seeing Zhang Yu and Bu Ziren fighting fiercely on the ground, Ma Zhuan and the other two hesitated for a while, fearing that they would hurt Bu Ziren. But in the next moment, with a slight click, Bu Ziren's hand was twisted, and a serious malfunction occurred when the durability reached 19%. Bu Ziren only felt the mana in his hand surge back, and the whole person had fallen into temporary stiffness. With a scream, Zhang Yu tore off Bu Ziren's hand, and then hit the opponent's stanchion with a heavy blow. The cold poison that had been bombarded from front and back suddenly broke out at this moment, freezing Bu Ziren's whole body stiff. After temporarily suppressing Bu Ziren, Zhang Yu turned to look at Ma Zhuan and the other two, grinning on his blood-stained face and said, "Who's next?" Looking at Bu Ziren's torn hand and the severe frostbite on his body, Ma Zhuan and the other two seemed to have seen a large bill, and they only felt a chill in their hearts. However, the fierce gaze of Zhang Yu, who was red all over, made them have an illusion at this moment, as if it was not Zhang Yu but them who were surrounded. Shaking his head to get rid of this illusion, Ma Zhuan suddenly frowned slightly. Huh? The shock from the outside world is gone. It turned out that during the fierce fight between the two sides just now, Ma Zhuan could feel that the barriers around him were shaking slightly, and they had been bearing the attacks from the outside world. But after the shock at this moment, he felt it a little, but was stunned. Shihuaiyu, isn't he attacking the barrier? He's reinforcing it. She made my barrier thicker by many layers. What do you mean? Are you going to lock us up here with Zhang Yu? Are you just ignoring your teammates? Do you still have any competitive spirit? Just as Ma Zhuan was stunned, the mud and sand beside Zhang Yu rushed up into the sky, and Xiao Qingxun had already crawled out of it. Ma Zhuan was moved when he saw this scene. Did he dig it in? Xiao Qingxun looked at Zhang Yu's serious injury, and then looked at Bu Ziren who was pressed under him, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Putting a palm on Zhang Yu's shoulder, Xiao Qingxun said privately with his eyes, "I will heal you, but remember, this is only limited to the competition arena. Don't let others know." Heal. Zhang Yu also privately asked, "Have you studied medical courses? Are you a doctor?" Xiao Qingxun said lightly, "My parents are not doctors. How can I be a doctor? It's just that the ancient Jinden who took over my body before, in the era when he was asleep, the cultivators learned a lot of things. It is said that every cultivator knows how to heal injuries. 99% of the immortal techniques mastered by the ancient Jinden have been eliminated now. It's just that his ancient medical skills are still somewhat useful." Ancient medical skills? Zhang Yu couldn't help but reply, "We said in history class that these are all scams. They are unreliable and have no standards. If used indiscriminately, they will aggravate the injury." Zhang Yu was really worried that this guy would use some ancient medical skills to treat himself badly. Xiao Qingxun responded calmly, "That's the ancient medical technique that pharmaceutical companies now use to find trolls to blacken their medicine in order to monopolize medical resources. Don't worry, I will use the 5 elements of true Qi to activate the power of your internal organs, which will nourish your body, repair your wounds, and prevent your internal injuries from getting worse." You have such a strong physique. You are actually trying to heal yourself? That's even better. The treatment will be faster. Zhang Yu felt that his heart, liver, kidney, spleen, and lungs were gradually healing under the operation of the opponent's magic power. He was surprised and asked, "What is the principle?" Xiao Qingxun replied, "The principle of the growth and restraint of internal organs. Don't ask me why. I understand the growth and restraint of internal organs, and I also understand cells and bacteria, but I don't understand the relationship between the two, and I can't explain it to you. I can only tell you that the ancient medical technique and the medical technology of the modern immortal system are completely different." Xiao Qingxun just pressed Zhang Yu's shoulder, and the communication between the two sides was completed in an instant. At the moment when Xiao Qingxun and Zhang Yu were communicating, Ma Zhuan also completed the communication with Ji Yuanshu and Kong Na in the outside world. "Ji Yuanshu, what's going on inside?" "Ma Zhuan, Bu Ziren was knocked down." Ji Yuanshu, "What about Zhang Yu?" "Ma Zhuan, still fighting with us." Ji Yuanshu? Seeing Ma Zhuan's answer, Ji Yuanshu was shocked. You 4 surrounded Zhang Yu for more than 20 seconds. 4 middle and high school students surrounded and beat up a sophomore, but one of them was killed by the other side. Did you guys fake the match? Ji Yuanshu wanted to ask Ma Zhuan and the other for this question, but he knew that he couldn't say these words that were not conducive to unity. He could only say, "Shihuai was leading people to chase Kong Na and me. Kong Na's speed is too slow and she is about to be caught up. What should we do now?" Ma Zhuan didn't expect that in just 20 seconds, the situation inside and outside changed suddenly. Zhang Yu and Xiao Qingxun in front of him had already killed them. A melee broke out again in the layers of barriers. Dragon-shaped energy surged out of Xiao Qingxun's body and swept towards the people in front of him. Zhang Yu wandered around Xiao Qingxun, constantly blocking his attacks. And as Xiao Qingxun occasionally injected a stream of 5 elements Qi into Zhang Yu to heal his injuries, Combined with Zhang Yu's Kenyish mind and body art and Tumu Shangti, his injuries gradually stabilized within a certain range. While maintaining a very high defense, he was able to burst out with extremely strong combat power. With Xiao Qingxun and Zhang Yu's attack and defense, Ma Zhuan and the other two only felt that the bills were constantly skyrocketing, but the two people in front of them were always vigorous, without any signs of decline. After Kong Na outside was also taken down by Shi Huiyu, Bu Ziren said directly in the group, "Just surrender, don't waste money." Bu Ziren, 4 against 6, there is no way to fight anymore. Yang Yan, just surrender Ji Su Su, I surrendered Ji Yuanshu. There is an Easter egg chapter video of a song written by fans after this chapter. Chapter 383 Zhang Yu, the best contributor. Since Zhang Yu showed his 20th level 9 Skies Cloud power, his duel with Ma Zhuan and others has attracted many teachers to watch. Especially after taking the lead in the first half, many teachers were curious about what tactics Ma Zhuan would use in the second half and how Zhang Yu would respond. Before the second half of the game officially started, another figure appeared in the spirit world space, and it seemed that he was also here to watch this civil engineering competition. It was a vertical text box with only 4 big characters written in it, Magnetic Pole True Lord. Director Gao's eyes moved when he saw this scene, and he chatted privately, "You are finally here." Director Gao has long been accustomed to the image of Magnetic Pole True Lord in the spirit world network. This guy is so rich, but he won't spend a dime more on anything he thinks is unnecessary. What spirit world image, Yuanying realm, projection special effects, all as cheap as possible. The body of the law is also repaired and updated by myself, and it has been used for decades. Director Gao knew that Magnetic Pole True Lord was such a stingy guy most of the time. Sometimes he really doubted whether the other party went to gamble, otherwise why would he be so frugal? I really don't know where all the money this guy has accumulated has been spent. It's not like he's going to make a magic weapon. Fortunately, although Master CG is stingy and difficult to get along with, in Director Gao's eyes, he is at least one of his few friends, and he can help him stand up today. Director Gao glanced at the teachers who were in the peace faction at the scene, and thought to himself, the finance department is rich enough, but can you get the director of the finance department to watch the competition together and stand up for you? If we completely surrender to the finance department, we will only become a bloodbag of the finance department in the end, and maybe we will blow up the entire civil engineering department. With the arrival of Master CG, the expressions of many teachers at the scene were slightly moved. Wei Wai, the geology teacher of the peace faction, thought to himself, the relationship between Director Gao and True Lord CG is really special. True Lord Jiaolei, who also belongs to the peace faction and is the head teacher of Zhang Yu's foundation building class, thought to himself, True Lord CG is here in person? The refining department really values the civil engineering department and is very sincere about the cooperation. Many other teachers felt that the war faction had now won over the refining department and had established a relationship with the god of transformation of Xianjian University. Would there be too many projects in the future? For a moment, the teachers of the war faction present all felt that they had become more confident. With the arrival of True Lord CG, Director Gao, Director Lin, and the old director True Lord Ling Yu came to greet him at the same time. Ling Bai Zhenzhen said with a smile, "Welcome to the guidance of the Master of Magnetic Pole. Our civil engineering department is very proud today, Master of Magnetic Pole." Old Gao said that the civil engineering department will gather today, and the competition will decide the top 10. So he asked me to come and take a look. I think there will be several soulless production plants sent by the higher authorities to be built next year. So it's a good opportunity to come and inspect the current construction level of the civil engineering department. Hearing the big project in the hands of Master of Magnetic Pole, the eyes of the civil engineering teachers around him immediately lit up, like a pack of wolves seeing fresh meat. After a round of greetings, the two sides continued to watch the game. Master of Magnetic Pole chatted privately with Director Gao. Are you satisfied, Director Gao? Okay. Thumbs up. Master of Magnetic Pole, send me the money. Director Gao, transfer. Director Gao, this is the deposit. I will send you the rest after I finish watching Master of Magnetic Pole. Where is the trust? Director Gao did not answer. He only knew that based on his experience of getting along with the other party for hundreds of years, if he paid the full amount now, the other party would dare to run away after watching for 5 minutes. After all, each of the other party's time, thinking, and ideas are really valuable. Secondly, He also knew that although the refining department had teachers who studied refining and civil engineering related fields, Master CG himself was really not interested in civil engineering. As the second half of the competition began, the teams fought fiercely again. Director Gao pulled Master CG and introduced Mo Engine. As the strongest student of the war faction and the only student who has mastered the power of Yuan Kunlun to move mountains, Mo Engine can be said to be the signature student of the war faction and the most suitable student to demonstrate his abilities. Director Lin on the side also interjected from time to time and introduced Zhuan Liangshan, who mastered the power of moving mountains in the peace faction. Master Lin Yu stood aside with a smile, as if he was happy for the talents of the civil engineering department. But after listening for a while, Master Magnetic Pole suddenly asked, "Who is that student?" Director Gao glanced at Zhang Yu, who was surrounded by Ma Zhuan and his 4 companions, and frowned and said, "Zhang Yu." Although Ma Zhuan and Zhang Yu were surrounded by mud and sand, each contestant shared his or her own eye lens with the referees and teachers, so they could always see the situation of the competition. Master Magnetic Pole said in surprise, "He is the Zhang Yu you mentioned to me? This is the first time I have seen him." Director Gao did not answer, because no matter how he looked at Zhang Yu who was besieged in front of him, he looked like he was about to be eliminated. So Director Gao said in private, "Stop talking, don't talk about Zhang Yu." But Director Lin at the side had a flash of eyes and smiled slightly. This Zhang Yu is Director Gao's favorite disciple, a beloved general he has trained with all his efforts. Seeing Director Lin speak, Wei Wai of the peace faction immediately followed suit and said, "Indeed, this Zhang Yu has cost Director Gao a lot of effort, right? But it seems the situation is dangerous now." Just as Director Gao frowned slightly and watched the peace faction led the topic to Zhang Yu who was about to be eliminated, he saw Zhang Yu fighting hard, fighting 1 against 4, and never stopping even though he was covered in blood, and finally subdued 1 person. Master CG nodded and said, "This student is quite interesting. Old Gao, you have found a good disciple." Director Gao, who was watching this scene, immediately changed his frown to pout at this moment, and smiled slightly, saying, "I gave this student some pointers, but it was mainly because of his own hard work." A teacher said, "He has mastered the 20th level 9 Skies Cloud Sky power and the 20th level War Demon Meteorite Longevity power in his sophomore year. Not to mention his talent in martial arts, he can still fight bravely without fear of loss. Whether it is physique or fighting spirit, he is first class." Tulishan quickly stepped forward and added, "If you, Director Gao, had not discovered Zhang Yu's potential when he was a freshman last year and recruited him to the construction site for training, how could he have made such a big improvement?" Lang Yaogong on the other side also said, "I am the physical training teacher of their class. I know their progress. Since going to the construction site, Zhang Yu's progress has indeed been rapid. This shows that the way out for our civil engineering department is still on the construction site after all." Director Lin watched this scene calmly. When he saw Ma Zhuan's team surrender one after another, and finally Ji Yuanshu surrendered, his eyes became colder. "Ji Yuanshu, teacher, I lost." "Ji Yuanshu, it's mainly because Ma Zhuan and his team are too bad. I suspect that they accepted the benefits of the war faction and deliberately played a fake game. It was the war faction who wanted to suppress me." Director Lin did not answer immediately, but looked at the post-match statistics, intercepted some of the data and sent it to Ji Yuanshu. One is the statistics of combat time, from Zhang Yu, who had the highest combat time, to Shi Yangxiang, who had 0 combat time, and Ji Yuanshu, who was second to last. There is also a damage estimate. The first place is still Zhang Yu, who caused the most damage, accounting for 78% of the team. The last one is still Shi Yangxiang, who has been busy building, accounting for 0% of the team. And Ji Yuanshu, who is second to last, accounts for 1.5% of the team. Director Lin found this data funny. "Even with this, you still think others are cheating?" Director Lin thought to himself, "Ji Yuanshu, this kid, wears a lot of brand name magic corpses, but he has the worst time in the battle and the worst damage. What a jerk." At the same time, other teachers also looked at the post-match statistics. The most eye-catching one was of course Zhang Yu, especially because he accounted for 89% of the team's damage, ranked first in physical injuries, and ranked first in estimated losses. These data made Zhang Yu's name deeply engraved in the hearts of many teachers present. Tulishan sighed. Zhang Yu made the biggest contribution in this game. He was able to hold on for so long. His physique, body protection skills, force releasing techniques, fighting will, and fighting strategy are all indispensable. Speaking of which, after defeating Ma Zhenzhen and the others in this round, Zhang Yu's team must have made it into the top 10, right? To get into the top 10 in his sophomore year is a rare and excellent result, Lucian suggested. It just so happens that there are lone rewards for outstanding players in this department competition. I think Zhang Yu should be given one. The peace-loving way. Why? Said indifferently, Zhang Yu's style of play is simply not feasible in reality. It's only for fun in competitions. In a real war, there won't be any rule that you can't kill your opponent. If Ma Zhenzhen and the others hadn't deliberately held back for fear of killing the other side, Zhang Yu would have been eliminated long ago. Since you like fighting so much, I think you might as well go to the security department. After all, there are stand-in simulation battles there, you can fight as you like, and you don't have to pay for killing someone. Lucian snorted coldly and said, rules are rules. Isn't it the job of engineering to learn to work within the rules? Zhang Yu can use the competition rules to win, which is a manifestation of ability. The rules are there. Why doesn't Ma Zhenzhen use them? Why doesn't Bu Ziren fight hard? Isn't it because he doesn't have the ability? Some people are used to fighting for money and don't fight hard anymore. Looking at the dispute between the two sides, Bai Zhenzhen nodded slightly and said, the civil engineering competition has set a rule that you have to pay for killing someone, which is to discourage pure fighting. Zhang Yu's fighting spirit is commendable, but it is indeed not the style of our civil engineering department and is not worth encouraging. Lucian's eyes moved, and he thought to himself, seeing that we have the upper hand, are you going to take sides? However, Lucian glanced at Director Gao, and when he saw that the other party didn't say anything, he didn't say anything either. And with Bai Zhenzhen's evaluation, it seemed that Zhang Yu's performance had been finalized. The teachers on the scene stopped talking one after another, and after a while, they commented on other competitions. At the same time, Director Gao, who didn't say anything, was contacting Zhang Yu. Director Gao, how is your injury? Is there money to cure it? Zhang Yu took a look at Director Gao's question, and felt warm in his heart. Do I need to transfer money? At this moment, Zhang Yu received another message, but it was from the Magnetic Pole Master. The Magnetic Pole Master, guess who I am with? The Magnetic Pole Master, a photo of the Magnetic Pole Master and Director Gao watching the game together. Image file. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned, and then saw that Director Gao sent another message, 10 spirit coins. Director Gao, use them to make up for it. Director Gao, you are already in the top 10, you don't have to fight so hard in the next game. The Magnetic Pole Master, you don't want Director Gao to know that you secretly worshipped me as your master, right? The Magnetic Pole Master, how is the equipment refining course going? Finish the first 3 years before the end of the sophomore year. The Magnetic Pole Master, I will reward you if you do it. Chapter 384, Secret Guidance from the Magnetic Master. Outside the stadium, Shi Huaiyu, Che Yufei and others walked out together, with smiles on their faces. Che Yufei thought to himself, we've made it into the top 10, so it's worth paying a little more for maintenance. Then he couldn't help but look at Zhang Yu, his eyes full of shock. Che Yufei thought to himself, he has been fighting against Ma Zhenzhen and the others for so long. This guy can already fight against middle and high school students head-on, right? He's only a sophomore. Che Yufei felt that he had seen the rise of a new civil engineering star, just like Mo Engine he had seen back then. Shi Yongxiang, Shi Huaiyu and others on the side were also shocked and admired when they looked at Zhang Yu. Shi Huaiyu asked with concern, are you okay with your injuries? Zhang Yu nodded slightly, no, I'm fine. After responding to his teammates, Zhang Yu walked out of the crowd alone and looked at the message sent by the Magnetic Pole Master. He thought to himself, Fuji, what do you think the Magnetic Pole Master means? Fuji said, needless to say, it is obvious that he and Director Gao watched your performance in the competition and became interested in you. Now that he is asking you for something, it is obvious that he is more interested in recruiting you as a disciple. After all, based on my many years of experience in Kung Fu, Fuji thought for a while and said, the potential you have shown now, even if you don't have the talent for refining weapons in the future, at least you have the talent to become a master and be refined. The moment Zhang Yu heard this, he calculated in his mind how much his flesh and blood could be sold for. Then his heart sank, thinking that he was too deeply influenced by Kung Fu. How could he have such an idea? Zhang Yu denied it. No, since we want to work in the equipment refining industry, why export raw materials? I'd rather do high-end manufacturing, which is the real way out, Fuji said. Then you should perform well, learn more equipment refining courses, and get the reward from the magnetic pole master as soon as possible. No, you should do it earlier than the other party requires. The other party now wants you to complete the 3-year course of the equipment refining department before the end of your sophomore year. You'd better complete it 3 months or even half a year in advance. Like a peacock spreading its tail, you should show your talents to the other party and pave the way for your transfer to the equipment refining department in the future. Director Gao, I'll have someone send you some more medicine later. Director Gao, if you can't heal your injury before the next competition, then don't participate. Looking at the message sent by Director Gao, Zhang Yu hesitated and said, I have been secretly contacting the magnetic pole master for so long, and finally defected to the equipment refining department. Would it be a bit sorry for Director Gao? Fuji, you mean that while you were taking the benefits of Director Gao and enjoying the training of the civil engineering department, you finally became a civil traitor and defected to the ACE department? Shouldn't this be the path that every civil engineering student strives for? You are making progress and moving towards the equipment refining department. And what about Director Gao? Do you still want to stay with him and sink into the civil engineering department? Zhang Yu said. I'm not saying that I shouldn't do this, but I'm too good and have used too many resources from the civil engineering department. Will they not let me go? Will they retaliate against me if I leave? Thinking that he might be remembered by such a Yuanying Zhenzhen, Zhang Yu felt nervous. Fuji, when you go to the equipment refining department, you will be protected by the Siji Zhenzhen. Theoretically, there should be no problem. If you are worried, ask the Siji Zhenzhen again and test him. Zhang Yu thought about it and sent a message to the Siji Zhenzhen. Zhenzhen, are you familiar with Director Gao? Lord Magnetic Pole, we have been friends for many years. Seeing the other party replying in seconds, Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After winning the competition, the teacher's reply speed has become faster. Lord Magnetic Pole, I know what you are worried about. Lord Magnetic Pole, Lao Gao is indeed not generous in personnel matters. Lord Magnetic Pole, but I am not as fussy as him. Lord Magnetic Pole, as long as you are good enough and can meet my requirements, I don't need the title of master and apprentice. Lord Magnetic Pole, I can always teach you secretly and let you study for a degree in the Department of Refining. Seeing Lord Magnetic Pole's reply, Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Lord Magnetic Pole seems to be quite easy to talk to. Fuji thought to herself, why do I feel that this guy wants to use the resources of the civil engineering department to train his own students? After all, Zhang Yu will definitely take the postgraduate entrance examination to enter the Department of Refining, and in the end he will still fall into the hands of Lord Magnetic Pole. Director Gao, where is he? Why don't you reply? Zhang Yu quickly replied, I was not feeling well just now, so I didn't have time to reply. Director Gao, then you should have a good rest. After finishing the conversation with Master Siji and Director Gao, Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, it's really worth it to be in the top 10 of this competition. Although the real rewards for the top 10 have not been announced yet, Zhang Yu has already felt the benefits. Now I am one step closer to the weapon refining department. Right, at this moment, Zhang Yu heard a quarrel not far away. He turned his head and found that a conflict had broken out on Mazhuan's side. Ji Yuanshu, there are 4 of you. 4 of you. Thinking of his impending backlash, Ji Yuanshu could not help but yell, 1 senior, 1 junior, and 2 seniors, in a small, enclosed space. The 4 of you can't subdue a sophomore student for such a long time. Bu Ziran snorted coldly. What's your ranking in the department? What's your ranking in the percentage of destruction in this competition? What's your ranking in the length of the battle? You know shit, Ji Yuanshu said angrily. You can't just look at the data in this game. It's because you wanted to use that tactic to isolate me. I have been helping Kong Na avoid the pursuit of Shihua Iu and others. At this time, the substitutes in the team also came up and asked Mazhuan and others to refund. Yang Yan and Ji Susu looked gloomy and were looking at the billing list sent by the Fathe Leasing Company. Mazhuan was absent-minded and looked towards the direction of the arena from time to time. In the end, after a big quarrel, the whole team dispersed. Mazhuan returned to the arena and began to collect the silver sand. Ji Yuanshu turned his head and looked at Zhang Yu with hatred, and left the competition venue without looking back. He was extremely angry at the moment. War faction, you won. At the same time, feeling the surging luck in his mind, Ji Yuanshu knew that because he failed to enter the top 10 of the department competition, a more terrifying backlash was coming. This was the result of another backlash of luck after he had not completely offset the backlash of luck last time. He had to send a message to Director Lin Ji Yuanshu, Master, I urgently need some money. Ji Yuanshu, who had not waited for a long time without a response, sent messages to many of his senior brothers, but no one replied to him. In the end, he sent a message to the evil god who helped him complete the ritual. Evil god, buy another credit card. Ji Yuanshu, dual cards? Evil god, dual card circulation, using luck to suppress luck, can delay the backlash on you again. Ji Yuanshu, but I have no money anymore. Evil god, don't you still have the newly bought Dharma body? Zhang Yu withdrew his gaze from Ji Yuanshu's departing back, and turned around to see Yu Xinghan, Yingzhen, and Guang Shujin all running over from the bench. Yingzhen called out big brother and waited obediently by the side, looking at Zhang Yu as if he were a senior student. She thought to herself, if I can get a place on the bench every year in the future, won't I get extra points every year? But the competition will definitely be more intense next year, right? No, I have to go back and burn some of my grandfather's ashes to send to big brother. Gong Shujin felt very complicated, thinking, now I will never be able to get the first place in the class, thinking that he would have to live under the shadow of Zhang Yu throughout his future college life. Gong Shujin felt gloomy. Yu Xinghan looked at Zhang Yu's blood-stained appearance. Although he knew that the other party had an amazing physique, he couldn't help but ask at this moment, how is your current condition? Is the medical expenses enough for treatment? Everyone looked over when they heard the words. Xiao Kingsun on the side said lightly, I will accompany him to the medical room to check and see the situation. Zhang Yu said, okay, Xiao Kingsun and I will go together. Director Gao may send someone to deliver some medicine for injuries in a while. You can help me get it. Zhang Yu followed behind Xiao Kingsun and asked curiously, do you want to help me heal my injuries? Xiao Kingsun snorted coldly and said, what? Aren't you worried that the ancient medical skills will make you worse? Zhang Yu smiled awkwardly. Although he looked seriously injured now, relying on Xiao Kingsun's treatment on the field and his own body activation, his internal injuries have basically healed by half, and many of the external wounds have just healed. It can be said that his injuries have stabilized. Xiao Kingsun said calmly, the injury was treated in time and your physique is very strong. It doesn't seem to be a big problem at the moment. Next, just rest well, take more medicine, and stop strenuous exercise. You will be completely recovered in 1 or 2 days at most. Zhang Yu asked, can't you help me treat it? I still have to play next time. Xiao Kingsun glanced and said, next time? Isn't it enough to enter the top 10? Do you still want to win next time? Zhang Yu asked back, no. After a moment of silence, Xiao Kingsun slowly said, I don't have the qualifications to practice medicine and cannot provide paid treatment. Zhang Yu said, then you can treat it for free. Xiao Kingsun laughed angrily. As far as I know, those who dare to blatantly provide free treatment have been killed by pharmaceutical companies. But Xiao Kingsun looked at the message sent by Director Gao, and finally said, forget it, I'll help you treat it again, but you have to remember that my treatment ability is also recorded in the database of the pharmaceutical company. It's okay to secretly treat you alone like today, but if I dare to treat more than one person, I'm looking for death. So after the competition, don't come to me again, let alone introduce other people to me. Also, you have to understand that there are no weaklings among the top 10 teams in the competition. If you encounter a team that is much stronger than us in the next game, you have to learn to give up and don't kill yourself. Director Gao, just deal with him, I'll take care of the rest. On the other side, while Ma Zhuan was cleaning up Shane, he received a message from Su Yanniang. Su Yanniang, I watched your game, and that's not how civil engineering competitions are played. Su Yanniang, civil engineering is all about construction. If you keep fighting like that, you might as well join the war faction. Ma Zhuan, I thought we could crush them in one go. Su Yanniang, you just rely too much on combat power to crush them, and you've lost the true meaning of civil engineering competitions. Su Yanniang, you should settle down for another year, learn more about construction technology, and don't always rely on violence to solve problems. Ma Zhuan, yeah, I understand. Just when Ma Zhuan thought the exchange was over, a moment later, Su Yanniang sent another message, tournament arrangement. Image file. Ma Zhuan looked at the team assignments in the picture and found that the next game Su Yanniang was going to deal with was Zhang Yu's team. Su Yanniang, watch carefully and learn how I play the civil engineering competition. Chapter 385 Duel with Su Yanniang. Before the next competition officially begins, there are about 3 hours for students to rest and receive treatment. Che Yufei didn't suffer much loss in the last battle. After maintaining his body and taking some common medicines, He looked at the information emerging in his eyes. Since he posted on WeChat moments after the competition, he gradually began to receive messages. He smiled and clicked on the messages under his WeChat moments, watching his high school and college classmates, who were surprised that he broke into the top 10 of the competition. At the same time, the internship resume that was originally sent out quietly also received feedback without knowing it. On the other side, Shi Yongxian couldn't wait to show his top 10 ranking in this competition. He showed the news of his top 10 in various groups. This kind of thing seemed natural to Shi Yongxian. If I don't show off my ranking in the competition, isn't it a waste? If you have achievements, you must show off hard and let everyone who knows you know. This is the survival rule of college students. After receiving a message from his mentor after a long time, he was replying to the message excitedly. Among the demons of Wanfa University, some demon students came to him to inquire about the situation and asked you if he needed a loan from the Demon Student Aid Fund. Looking at the replies in his eyes, Shi Yongxian once again sighed at the value of the top 10 in the civil engineering competition. Ying's Ancestral Hall Group Yingzin, I got the top 10 in the civil engineering competition. Yingzin, ranking screenshot. Image file. The screenshot of Yingzin's ranking immediately blew up many dead people in the group. The first generation of the family head, good, I got this in my sophomore year, the future is promising. The fourth generation of the family head, Yingzin, you got this ranking as a substitute, right? The second generation of the family head, good, this is a good thigh, and you must hold on to it tightly from now on. The fifth generation of the family head, in comparison, the ranking is not important. When you are in senior year, you will know that ranking is more important than strength, but standing in a team is more important than ranking, and background is the key among the keys. The first generation of the family head, did you give a gift? Take my ashes and send them to the other party. The third generation family head, Grandpa, have you forgotten that you have already sent me most of your ashes? How can there be any left? The third generation family head, burn mine, there should be a lot left. Looking at the responses of her father, grandfather, great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather, and heavenly ancestor, Yingzin felt a warm feeling in her heart. This was the support given to her by the family heritage and blood ties. At the same time, Yuzinghan was lying next to the construction site, breathing in and out while manipulating the Dharma body to chat. In the Songyang hometown group, Wanfa University Foundation Building Class 5th, Civil Engineering Competition Top 10, Engineering Health Management Specialist Yuzinghan, at Song Heilong, this video you sent is interesting. Xianbing University Foundation Building Class 3rd Song Heilong, this is what I sent last week, right? Why are you replying now? Fengdu University Zhao Xiangxing, top up traffic to find me, top 10, omitted, Yuzinghan. You mean the top 10 in the civil engineering competition? Yuzinghan, I participated in the civil engineering competition with Zhang Yu, defeated several senior students, and luckily got into the top 10. Yuzinghan, it is quite rare for a sophomore to get this ranking. I can only say that Zhang Yu and I have indeed surpassed the average level of the civil engineering department of all generations. Looking at the responses of various people who looked up to the big guys in the group, Yuzinghan then asked them to support his videos. At the same time, Lian Xianji's avatar also flashed. Lian Xianji, brother Xinghan, your assistant forgot to tell me the message you sent last time. Lian Xianji, which video do you want me to recommend and forward? Looking at Lian Xianji's reply, Yuzinghan was shocked and quickly communicated with the other party. Finally, they agreed that when Yuzinghan went to Haohong University to do a project, the two sides must shoot a video together. Haohong University, Yuzinghan's eyes became firm. I'll go and book it. At this moment, Yuzinghan saw Zhang Yu and Xiao Qingxun coming back, and hurriedly greeted them and asked, how is it? Xiao Qingxun said lightly, his injuries were relatively stable. The doctor treated him briefly and used the medicine sent by Director Gao. He should be able to recover after resting for an hour. Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. Zhang Yu performed amazingly in the last game against Ma Zhuan. Unknowingly, he has been regarded as the main force of the team and is also an indispensable existence in the next game. But not long after, with the release of the next round of schedules, everyone in the team looked solemn. In the new round, the remaining top 10 teams will compete in pairs. In the end, a preliminary top 10 ranking will be made according to the completion degree of their respective buildings. and the winner of this round of 2-on-2 duels will have one challenge opportunity in the next round. For example, if the challenge to the third place is successful, you can become the third place, Zhang Yu said thoughtfully. In other words, this round determines the preliminary top 10 ranking, and the next round will determine the final ranking. Che Yufei frowned and said, "We are playing against Su Yanniang's team in this round?" He looked at Shi Huaiyu on the side and asked, "You were on their team before. How big is the gap between us and them?" Shi Huaiyu touched his waist and said with a somewhat unsightly expression, "The gap is huge, not to mention Su Yanniang's own strength. As far as I know, his iron coffin alone contains 9 sets of commonly used Dharma bones, covering various aspects of expertise, which can perfectly adapt to his various skills and give full play to his cultivation, whether it's frontal combat, reconnaissance and roaming, changing terrain, arranging formations, large-scale construction. It can be said that his abilities in all aspects are far superior to ours, and he has no weaknesses at all, and the other members of his team are also the top 40 students in the department. The various equipment such as the magic bones and magic weapons on each of them are all valuable, especially these people are rich in assets, and they will never be afraid of consumption and subsequent medical treatment and maintenance in the competition." At this point, Shi Huaiyu sighed. "I guess Su Yanniang should have received the news a long time ago. He formed such a team, probably just to compete for the top 7, and this person is extremely cautious. No matter what kind of opponent he faces, he will not be careless." Listening to Shi Huaiyu's words about the various strengths of Su Yanniang and his teammates, the surrounding players gradually fell silent. Che Yufei shook his head. "Anyway, we have already made it to the top 10. If the situation is unfavorable in the next round, we should surrender as soon as possible to avoid too much loss." Xiao Kingsun observed the changes in the expressions of the people around him, and he could feel that a trace of relaxation appeared on everyone's face. He could see clearly that entering the top 10 had already satisfied the expectations of most people in the team, and the next opponent was so strong that it made people feel invincible, so naturally they would want to give up. Shi Huaiyu showed a trace of unwillingness on her face when she heard this, but she did not deny what Che Yufei said, because she did not have the confidence to encourage everyone to fight against Su Yanniang. It was just because the risks and possible losses were too great. Xiao Kingsun looked at Zhang Yu, who was thinking, and thought to himself, "The whole team has no fighting spirit anymore. Do you still want to win under such circumstances?" As the break ended, everyone prepared to enter the stadium again. In front of the entrance of the stadium, the two teams stood opposite each other. Su Yanniang leaned on the floating iron coffin behind him, looked at Shi Huaiyu and said, "Junior sister Huaiyu, have you decided to fight to the end or surrender in advance? You should be very clear about the gap between us. If we can surrender earlier, we can reduce the losses on both sides. I think it is a good strategy. We are all students of the civil engineering department, so why should we consume each other? You know me, what I hate most is unnecessary spending." Shi Huaiyu gritted his teeth and said, "You win first and then we'll talk." Su Yanniang shook his head helplessly. "Junior sister, you are still so irrational. The road to cultivation is to avoid acting on impulse." He looked at Shi Huaiyu's other teammates and warned, "Shi Huaiyu and I have some conflicts, and the choices she made are inevitably emotional. You should persuade her well. Isn't it better to save the money for cultivation? Why waste it here? Don't you think?" Just when Che Yufei and Shi Yongxiang's eyes flickered, Zhang Yu suddenly walked in front of Su Yanniang, looked at him and said, "Are you alienating us?" "Oh," Su Yanniang smiled, "what gave you this illusion? Isn't it obvious?" Zhang Yu looked at Su Yanniang without giving in, and said, "Before the war, you actually have to rely on trash talk and alienation to deal with us. You are not confident, are you not so sure that you can beat us?" Haha. The smile on Su Yanniang's face became brighter and brighter. "Interesting sophomore, it seems that your confidence has swelled a lot after winning against Ma Zhuan. Okay, I wanted to give you some advice from my senior, but now it seems that you can only listen to it after you lie down." Waving his hand, Su Yanniang has already retreated, and at the same time, the iron coffin next to him suddenly opened, and several streams of light flew out of it, shooting towards Su Yanniang. I saw that his whole body changed, and the law skeleton on his body had switched to a new set. At this moment, Su Yanniang's arms were composed of crystals, and the electric light flashed in them, emitting a heart-pounding fluctuation. His legs also turned into something similarly crystalline, with an anti-gravity that made him float in the air. His chest and torso seemed to have turned into blue gem, and the crystal-like substances on his back looked extremely hideous. Zhang Yu and others stared at this scene, and Shi Huaiyu's introduction appeared in their eyes. Shi Huaiyu, Su Yanniang's Dharmakaya are all complete sets and systems, and you can buy a set at a time. Shi Huaiyu, not only can it enhance his cultivation, but it also has a linkage effect with each other, and can be systematically strengthened and used for combat. Shi Huaiyu, this set of Dharmakaya is the Earth Demon God of the One-Day-O Craftsman sect, which is specially used to strengthen the manipulation of the Earth Demon's gravity. Shi Huaiyu, if it is used to enhance the 7 absolutes of civil engineering, it can greatly increase the power and casting range of the 7 absolutes. Che Yufei and others listened to Shi Huaiyu's introduction and looked at Su Yanniang floating in the air. The fighting spirit in their hearts seemed to be wiped out a lot. As the competition officially began, everyone entered the venue one after another, and the two sides also decided the attack and defense order by random drawing. Shi Huaiyu murmured, "Were we on the defensive in the first half?" Che Yufei looked into the distance and said, "Are we going out to fight them like last time and keep the enemy out of the construction site?" But to everyone's surprise, unlike Ma Zhuan who launched a large-scale attack right away, Su Yanniang and his gang did not launch any offensive. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 386, The Two Worlds Divided, The Sky Surveying Flying Sword. Che Yufei had not participated in many competitions, so he did not understand Su Yanniang's actions. He was puzzled and asked, "What's going on? Aren't they going to attack us? Shouldn't the attackers attack us at all costs?" Shi Huaiyu exhaled and explained slowly, "Direct attack is a method used when the gap between the two sides is extremely large. Most of the top 10 competitions will not be played like this. Since the civil engineering competition is a civil engineering competition, the primary goal is naturally civil engineering ability, and fighting is just the environment of the competition. Otherwise, there would be no rule that people cannot be killed. Su Yanniang is too cautious, so he doesn't give us a chance to fight head-on, and he will directly use their best ability to crush us to death. The first thing they should do next is to cover the armor layer." Just as Shi Huaiyu was speaking, everyone felt the ground under their feet shaking violently. At the same time, the ground in the distance was undulating back and forth, and layers of black barriers had risen up, as if they had turned into layers of city walls, spreading rapidly in everyone's sight. Shi Huaiyu murmured, "It was enhanced by the earthly evil god, and then matched with a small 3 combinations to turn the ground into steel, and then with a twisting of soil into gold, first moving the mud and sand, then shaping and strengthening, and finally refining the metal elements to further increase the strength. The next step should be the formation." The next moment, everyone felt that the spiritual power in the air had changed in some way, and their faces changed slightly. Then, various vibrations continued to come from the ground, more and more, farther and farther away, as if the entire stadium had become a huge construction site. Shi Huaiyu said, "The armor layer is to protect the formation. After the formation is arranged, it will begin to devour the spiritual veins, stir the foundation, and change the terrain. After the spiritual veins are devoured, it will be difficult for us to recover our mana. After the terrain is mastered, they will change the geological structure to a situation that is not suitable for construction, causing our bunkers to deform and collapse directly." Che Yufei said helplessly, "The opponent's ability is too strong. I'm afraid we don't have much chance." Faced with such a big scene in front of them, everyone present wanted to retreat. Zhang Yu frowned as he watched this scene. He knew that he couldn't let his teammates' morale continue to fall. So he moved his eyes and said, "Everyone, do you know how many teachers are watching us now? Most of the teachers in the department, the 3 deans, are all watching our competition, just surrendering in front of all the teachers. Do you think you can still hold your head up in the civil engineering department in the future?" Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Che Yufei and others who had just wanted to quit were shocked. Zhang Yu continued, "And have you ever thought about it? How rare is this opportunity to show off? How difficult was it for you to want such an opportunity to show your abilities to so many teachers? Whether you win or not, at least give it a try and show your best self." Listening to what Zhang Yu said, Che Yufei had to admit that what he said made sense. especially thinking back to the changes after he entered the top 10 of the competition. If he surrendered at this moment, he would probably leave a bad impression in the eyes of many leaders of the civil engineering department. On the other hand, if he showed his abilities in this game, even if he lost in the end, it would probably be more useful than submitting a stack of resumes. Zhang Yu in front of them was Director Gao's registered disciple, which made Che Yufei, Shi Yongxiang and others trust his words even more. Ha ha ha, Che Yufei laughed and said, Zhang Yu, you are right. This is a great opportunity for us to show our skills. How can we retreat so easily? He roared like a tiger, and his muscles trembled violently. He aged a bit in the white air, and the wrinkles on his face deepened unconsciously. Che Yufei grinned and said, let's give it another try, but as he aged, his aura surged again and again, leaving a trace of afterimage, and he instantly came to the building materials. As his body kept flashing back and forth, the foundation of the bunker changed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Yu, who was watching this scene, opened his mouth and looked at the aging Che Yufei, and couldn't help saying, you don't have to fight so hard, Shi Yongxiang said on the side, don't worry, it's just a loss of life. Old Che knows his limits, and you're right. It's not easy to get to the leaders. We can't come here in vain. How can we show our civil engineering spirit if we don't fight to lose some life? Shi Yongxiang shouted loudly, and also promoted a certain explosive technique, and then launched the hand-law skeleton, and a few palms made a deep pit. The abilities shown by the two at this moment are not only powerful in building foundations, making cement and other construction capabilities, but also familiar with the arrangement of formations, as if they have done it countless times. It's just because they are used to arranging formations by themselves when they usually participate in construction, just to earn more formation installation fees, and they are already familiar with various basic formations taught by the civil engineering department. Seeing this scene, a team of Wuxiang strongmen appeared behind Zhang Yu. Xiao Qingxun's body was roaring with dragon-shaped aura. Everyone tried their best and rushed forward to help, further speeding up the construction progress of the bunker. Looking at the people working hard, Shi Huaiyu touched his waist and said to the talisman in the ghost kidney, help me calculate how much time we have. The soul cultivator in the kidney replied, I am here to help you suppress the ghost kidney, and I am not responsible for other business. Shi Huaiyu, I ordered the ghost kidney suppression and portable calculation package, which said that it also provides calculation services for the ghost kidney. Shi Huaiyu, I know you can call on the calculation pool of the spiritual world, don't play dumb with me. The soul cultivator agreed reluctantly, and gave the result after a moment. According to your current progress, the bunker and formation will be completed in about 40 minutes. Shi Huaiyu asked again, what about the other side? The soul cultivator said, based on the current data, in about 20 minutes, their spiritual veins will account for more than 50%. Shi Huaiyu's eyes condensed when he heard this, so fast. The soul cultivator said, according to my calculations, their final spiritual veins will account for about 74%, and yours will be 26%. The terrain will be completely controlled by them. Once they mobilize their power to change the geological structure, your current efforts will be in vain. Shi Huaiyu frowned slightly and sent the calculated data directly to the group. Everyone immediately understood that if they continued to compete in construction ability, they would not be able to compete with the other party. In the spiritual space, a teacher looked at the competition between Zhang Yu and Su Yanniang and nodded slightly, saying, this is called a civil engineering competition. Su Yanniang is steady, forming a big formation, fighting a tough battle, playing a game of overwhelming others with force. Wei Wai, a teacher of the peace faction, said, this is the gap in funds and assets. What's the use of Zhang Yu's desperate efforts? Can he compete with so much money? Whether it was Tu Lishan or Lang Yaogong, the teachers of the war faction did not refute. After all, the ability shown by Su Yanniang's team completely crushed the opponent. Tu Lishan did not respond to Wei Wai's words at all, but led the topic to Mo Engine, who was gaining the upper hand on the other side. But at this moment, Wei Wai continued, wrong again. He shook his head repeatedly. Isn't it a cowardly act to rush out at this time? Breaking into other people's formations? Only the security department would do such a reckless thing. Tu Lishan turned his head and saw Zhang Yu, Xiao Qingxun, and Bian Yang rushing out of the construction site together and rushing towards the fortifications built by Su Yanniang's team. The tall, winding, metallic barriers were getting bigger and bigger in the eyes of Zhang Yu and the other two. At the same time, Shihuaiu's voice was constantly reaching their ears through the competition group. Shihuaiu, with the help of the earthly evil god and the formation, he can completely suppress my Zio-san. I will stay at the construction site and complete the construction with Che Yufei, Shi Yongxiang and others, but no matter how fast we are, we can't be faster than Su Yanniang and others. The only way to gain an advantage in this game is to find a way to slow down the construction efficiency of Su Yanniang and others, steal building materials, cause damage. In short, you must find a way to cause trouble for them. Zhang Yu thought to himself, obviously we are the defensive side in this game, but we have to counterattack. Is this the difference in construction capabilities? After Zhang Yu and others stepped into the barrier, they found that these layers of barriers, like layers of city walls, covered each other and blocked the sky. The structure was complex and winding, like a twisted and deformed insect nest. And Shihuaiu's voice disappeared directly after they entered. Zhao Qingsong frowned and said, "The network is disconnected." Tian Yang on the side shook his head and said, "It's the great array that separates the two realms. It can block the connection between the material world and the spiritual world." Zhang Yu said, "Shihuaiu has a lot of information about Su Yanniang and the others, and can tell us the progress of both sides at any time. We can't lose contact with her." Thinking of this, Zhang Yu looked at the Kingxi flying sword wrapped around his finger, and asked, "If we use the Xianjian University's patrol flying sword to connect to the spiritual world network, can we break through the great array that separates the two realms?" Panther flying sword. Tian Yang's eyes lit up and said, "The great array that separates the two realms here was just hastily set up by Su Yanniang in the arena. With the advantage of the patrol flying sword, it can naturally be easily broken through, but there are three of us. If all three of us use this method to break through the great array that separates the two realms, I'm afraid it will cost a lot." Zhang Yu nodded. The traffic fee of the patrol flying sword is much higher than the ordinary internet fee. Zhao Qingsong said helplessly, "Breaking into other people's formations will naturally consume some energy. People who don't have enough spirit coins naturally don't even have the qualifications to break into the formation. For example, I'm in debt now and can't use the sky-scanning flying sword." Tian Yang looked at the Kingxi flying sword in Zhang Yu's hand and said, "I have a way to communicate with the sky-scanning flying sword, and then transfer the sword intent of the spiritual world into your body, which should be able to break the formation that separates the two worlds." The Kingxi flying sword was inserted into Tian Yang's head like an antenna. As the other party's face flashed with a wave of pain, he put out a palm with both hands and slapped Zhang Yu and Zhao Qingsong respectively. "Okay, this is my last traffic this year, I'll give it to you, so use it sparingly." Chapter 387 Cutting Hair and Refining Swords. After entering the two-world separation formation, as the spiritual world network was disconnected, Zhang Yu not only could not see the news in the competition group, and could no longer communicate with his teammates, but the world in front of him also changed drastically. He could not see the various marks marked by his teammates on his eye. He could not see the various information that was constantly jumping. Even the lighting of the entire stadium dimmed, and the various warnings, competition rules, and advertisements that were originally floating in the air disappeared. Turning his head and looking outside the barrier, he found that the neon lights outside the stadium were flashing, and all the colorful lights had disappeared. After being blocked from communicating with the spiritual world, there were only pieces of gray buildings in front of him, like an ignorant primitive world, and no longer seeing the vitality from the spiritual world, making the real world seem so pale and boring. Zhang Yu found that he had unconsciously become accustomed to communicating with the spiritual world all the time. Without the blessing of the spiritual world, he always felt that nothing he did was smooth. The next moment, as Tian Yang slapped Zhang Yu felt a sharp sword intent descending from the sky, being poured into his body, breaking through many barriers, helping him to communicate with the spirit world again, making the world in front of him clear and colorful again. At the same time, the news of Shihuaiu also appeared in everyone's eyes again. "Shihuaiu, where are you?" "Tian Yang, I just used the sky flying sword to break the two-world separation formation." "Tian Yang, don't send things that consume too much data." "Tian Yang, otherwise, I will owe fees, and it will be troublesome to turn me into a body of absolute spirit." While everyone was communicating, Zhang Yu, Zhao Qingsong, and Tian Yang had already quickly entered the fortifications built by Su Yanniang. As they went deeper, they could feel that the interior of this insect nest-like building became more and more tortuous and complicated. At the same time, the spiritual power gradually became thinner, causing their mana recovery speed to decline again and again. Shihuaiu reminded, As Su Yanniang's formation is completed, the spiritual vein occupancy rate is getting higher and higher, and the spiritual component in the air will gradually decrease. Shihuaiyu, the deeper you go, the more serious the situation will be, so in the next action, you have to save your mana. At this moment, Zhang Yu stopped and frowned and said, "Are we going in circles?" He dispatched the pictures that the remnant demon pupil had just recorded all the way. When the two were compared, he found that the road in front of him must have been walked. But Xiao Kingsun on the side shook his head. "I compared the route we just walked, and I shouldn't have been here." Shihuaiyu, Zhang Yu, did you see it wrong? Zhang Yu was slightly stunned. Did I see it wrong? He sent the comparison picture to the group, and Bian Yang said in surprise, "Don't send such a high-definition picture." Xiao Kingsun looked at the picture and said, "Is there a problem with the eye skeleton? We haven't been to the place you took?" Zhang Yu frowned, and a strong doubt rose in his heart. In the spiritual world space. Before that, there was a full 3 hours of rest time. And the teachers naturally couldn't let the idea of dividing weight here stupidly. Now, with the official start of a new round of competition, many teachers from the Department of Civil Engineering have arrived one after another. Although Magnetic Pole Master was late and became the last one to arrive, no one dared to say anything at the scene. Seeing Magnetic Pole Master finally arrived, Director Gao was slightly relieved. He was really afraid that the other party would be too lazy to continue watching the competition and would not come. Director Gao privately chatted, "Why is it taking so long? What have you been doing?" "Magnetic Pole Master, my new student has made some achievements, and I was curious and checked more." Director Gao, "Oh? It's the one you said who came in through the back door." Magnetic Pole Master, "Yes, now it seems that those who come in through the back door are indeed unique." Director Gao, "That's natural. It's different now than before. In the past, only those who had no ability had to go through the back door. Now, being able to go through the back door means you have ability." Director Gao, "What's the name of that student?" The Magnetic Pole Master did not answer Director Gao, but looked at the 5 competitions in front of him and suddenly said, "Oh? In our Wanfa University, there are still people using the sky surveying flying sword." At this moment, not many teachers watched the competition between Zhang Yu and Su Yanniang. After all, in the eyes of most teachers, the gap in strength between the two sides was too large, and there was really nothing to watch. The process must be that Su Yanniang defeated his opponent with overwhelming force. But with the words of the Magnetic Pole Master, many teachers immediately focused their attention. When seeing Zhang Yu take out the Kingxi flying sword and use the sky surveying flying sword of Xianjian University to break the formation that separates the two worlds, Lang Yaogong was slightly surprised and said, "Zhang Yu can use the sky surveying flying sword. When did he apply to Xianjian University?" A teacher commented, "It's not a common commercial method. The flying sword refined by Kingxi has the authority to directly connect to the sky surveying flying sword. It seems that it was given by someone of high status in Xianjian University." Director Lin's face did not change, and his eyes seemed to be as calm as an ancient well, but his mind was full of thoughts. In particular, he remembered the meeting between Wen Wuyi and Zhang Yu, the disciples of Xianjian University who had reached the state of transformation. Director Lin, the old man Gou Changguang, really had contact with the one who had reached the state of transformation in Xianjian. Could it be that they had reached some kind of agreement on the use of the sky flying sword? The true Lord of Magnetic Pole couldn't help but look at Director Gao twice more, and asked in private, "Have you cooperated with Xianjian University on the sky flying sword?" The spirit world is extremely important to every cultivator. After leaving the spirit world, not only is life and cultivation inconvenient, but even the efficiency of work and study will be greatly reduced. And how to ensure that you can communicate with the spirit world stably, especially to maintain spiritual communication outside the university town, is very important. The sun and moon in the sky appeared in the mind of Master Siji, and he thought to himself, "The sun and moon of our Wanfa University is good, but the tuition is too expensive. If we can introduce the sky flying sword to compete, I don't know how much money we can save in a year." Master Siji knew very well that the scale of use of the spirit world by both the refining department and the civil engineering department was not comparable to that of individual students. The monthly expenses spent on the spirit world are a considerable expense for any department. Old Gao, this guy really found a handle for him. From the perspective of sky flying sword, reducing costs and increasing efficiency, it is more convenient to introduce Xianjian University to intervene than a dispute between those who advocate war and those who advocate peace. Director Gao looked at the message sent by Master Siji and did not answer the other party, but his face still maintained an unfathomable expression. Director Gao thought of the friendship between Wen Wuyi and Zhang Yu. The flying sword made of that black hair. Could it be that Wen Wuyi cut off his hair to make a sword and gave it to Zhang Yu? Have they reached this level of friendship? Director Gao was extremely surprised. Would such a thing happen between the young people of Kungsu nowadays? A disciple of the spiritualization realm headed off with a student from the first level, and then cut off his hair as a gift, and also gave the other party a channel to the sky-punching flying sword. Director Gao couldn't help but wonder if Zhang Yu was a traitor in Wanfa and sold some information to the other party. But he immediately threw this outrageous idea out of his mind and said to himself, I'll ask him next time. My disciple is really more and more beyond my expectations. At the same time, the game continued. Looking at the changes after Zhang Yu went deep into the fortifications, Wei Wai, a teacher from the Peace faction, said, he's been hit by the 10,000 Ghosts Bewitching Array. A teacher next to him said, it's indeed the 10,000 Ghosts Bewitching Array. They should have been hit when they were sharing the spiritual world connection of the sky-panning flying sword. Now what they see with their eyes are true and false, real and unreal, and the messages they receive are also generated by the array spirits. Their every move is under Su Yanniang's eyes. Another teacher from the neutral faction praised, Su Yanniang and his team have done a good job in setting up the 10,000 Ghosts Bewitching Array, which shows that they have learned the relevant courses on smart buildings well. Talisha knew that the smart building course for senior students was to combine architecture and arrays, add array spirits and room spirits to buildings, and realize the intelligence, digitization, and informatization of buildings. Wei Wai said, Su Yanniang's cost control is also in place. He successfully operated a 10,000 Ghosts Bewitching Array with only 3 soul cultivators, and achieved good results. In the arena, Fuji suddenly said, Zhang Yu, you must have been tricked. Your vision has been blinded, and the information sent and received by your eye skeleton has even been distorted. Zhang Yu's heart moved. My eye skeleton has been tampered with. In order to allow his naked eyes to continuously adapt to his enhanced body, Zhang Yu has been wearing eye skeletons in turn for a long time. Although this prevented the time remnant demon pupil from achieving its best performance, it also allowed him to observe with his naked eyes at this moment. However, Zhang Yu closed his left eye for a while, then his right eye, but he did not see anything abnormal in front of him. Fuji said calmly, don't try. If they can target your eye skeleton, they can naturally target your naked eye vision. This kind of formation that can deceive perception is improved from the ancient formation, Fuji said. The ancient formation was originally created to deceive the physical senses. After the eye skeleton appeared, it was found that it had no effect on the eye skeleton, so it was improved to interfere with both the physical body and the law skeleton at the same time. Do you know why what you just saw conflicted with Xiao Qingxun, Tian Yang and others? Because you used the time remnant demon pupil, which is much better than their eye skeleton, so it lasted a little longer. If you want to test it, you can try sending a message. I'm afraid that the messages you sent and received are now distorted. Zhang Yu thought about it and sent a message to the competition group. Zhang Yu, at Yuzinghan, do you still remember what Senior Hong Xiao's latest work is? Yuzinghan, the blooming secret bud released last month. Zhang Yu thought to himself, Tisk, what happened in the competition group? How could Yuzinghan say it so frankly? After all, people like us who appreciate these works with a purely artistic perspective without dual cultivation have always been a minority group that has been persecuted and discriminated against in Kungsu. The real Yu Xinghan should pretend not to see the message I sent him, or pretend not to know what I'm talking about. It seems that Fuji is right. The messages sent and received now are all fake. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu grabbed Xiao Qingxun beside him and said straight to the point, we have been blinded by someone. And the messages we sent and received have been distorted. Chapter 388 Intelligent Building. In the spirit world. During the competition, each team's competition communication group will share information with the referees and teachers to show the communication process within the team. Zhang Yu's team is no exception. Looking at Zhang Yu's speech in the competition group, a teacher said, Zhang Yu seems to have discovered something. Another teacher said, the conversation with this substitute player should be a test. The formation was arranged hastily. Without enough big data collection, the 10,000 Ghosts Bewitching Array cannot simulate various situations more perfectly. This time he must have found a flaw. Lang Yaogong smiled and said, I didn't expect that Zhang Yu looks brave and daring, but he can be as meticulous as dust when doing things. Wei Wai said, But just now Su Yanniang's team should still be working hard on the construction and didn't take it seriously. Now Zhang Yu and his team have discovered the flaw. Su Yanniang and his team should be about to truly demonstrate the power of smart buildings. In the arena, Su Yanniang's eyes seemed to be able to see through the many obstacles and see Zhang Yu and the other two who had already stepped into his formation. But the three people whose every move should have been under his observation suddenly disappeared the next moment. The soul cultivator who is now working on the formation spirit sent a message. They dug a hole and drilled into the ground by themselves. Su Yanniang, trash, how did he find it? The soul cultivator of the formation spirit, we are too short of manpower. Su Yanniang, do you want a bad review? Seeing that the other party shut up, Su Yanniang shook his head slightly. This is the bad thing about soul cultivators, they always like to make excuses. In comparison, weapon spirits are more obedient. Su Yanniang had the honor of trying out high-intelligence weapon spirits. Whether it was obedience, work efficiency, work consciousness, or learning ability, in his opinion, they were better than most soul cultivators. But it's a pity that it's too expensive. Thinking about the price difference between high-intelligence weapon spirits and soul cultivators, Su Yanniang decided to use soul cultivators. Under the sweeping of dragon-shaped energy, the soil in front of him flew up and down, and a half-person high passage was quickly broken open. Zhang Yu and Yang followed behind Zhao Qingxuan, watching the other party digging faster and faster, and they were all surprised. Zhang Yu was surprised and said, "Isn't this the Xingxiao Chong made Afa? What kind of martial arts is this? It can dig the ground so fast." Zhao Qingxuan did not answer, but thought to himself, "I can't tell them. This is the tunnel digging technology accumulated by the ancient Jiangdan after years of tomb robbing." So Zhao Qingxuan did not answer, but said, "The other party should have set up the 1GUI Mihan formation, but they have set it up in a hurry in such a short time. As long as you escape from the building range, you will not be affected, but the direction is difficult to distinguish underground. Zhang Yu, do you think you can feel where the spiritual energy is gathering?" Zhang Yu was able to feel the direction where the spiritual energy is gathering through the observation of the three-eye magical power. Upon hearing this, he marked it in his eye skeleton to guide Zhao Qingxuan. Zhao Qingxuan thought, the direction where the spiritual energy converges, even if it is not the center of the formation, is also an important node of the formation. If it can cause damage, it should be able to greatly delay the other party's construction progress. At the same time, Zhang Yu was also checking the 10,000 ghosts bewitching array mentioned by the other party, and curiously asked, "So just now, it was the formation spirit of this formation that pretended to be Shihua Iyu, using an and others to give us a message, temporarily out of the influence of the formation." Zhang Yu also restored contact with Shihua Iyu and others on the other side. Shihua Iyu in the competition group said, "It is said to be a formation spirit, but Su Yanniang usually uses soul cultivators." "Soul cultivators?" Zhang Yu asked in confusion. "Soul cultivators also come to help them participate in the competition? Then their number is no more than 6 people." Shihua Iyu asked in confusion. What kind of number does soul cultivator count as? She felt that Zhang Yu was just saying that whether the spirit of the weapon counts as a contestant. Isn't this pure nonsense? Zhang Yu was silent after hearing this. He found that after entering Wanfa University, this seemed to be the first time he really felt the status of soul cultivators in the eyes of others. But this should only be limited to soul cultivators without money, Zhang Yu thought to himself. For rich soul cultivators, it's probably another story. Su Yanniang smiled slightly. 3 little mice. Although the formation spirit had lost the trace of the 3 people after they started digging the hole, a map of the entire stadium appeared in front of Su Yanniang's eyes. On the map are various data on temperature changes, spiritual machine directions, construction progress, spiritual vein parameters, underground earthquake sources, etc. The map is integrated by various detection methods of the 6 people in their team, which can more perfectly show the situation of the entire stadium. At this moment, Su Yanniang looked at a fast-moving earthquake source on the map and knew that it should be Zhang Yu and the other 3. Bang! In the flying mud and sand, Zhang Yu and the other 2 crashed into an underground space. As soon as they appeared, a series of traffic fee notifications appeared in front of them. Your account is owed 35 spirit coins and the service will be suspended in 1 minute. Please recharge immediately to resume use. Tianyang was slightly stunned when he saw this message, and he felt that his heart slowed down. Zhao Qingxuan on the side shouted, "We have entered the formation again, all kinds of formation illusions. Don't indulge." Su Yanniang felt a vibration from the earth, looked at the video message sent by the formation spirit, and snorted coldly, "Are we there yet?" At this moment, the formation under his feet seemed to have become an extension of his thinking. Su Yanniang blasted a palm towards the position where Zhang Yu and the other two were, and then suddenly clenched it. Zhang Yu and the other two only felt that the earth around them seemed to come alive, as if it had turned into high-strength alloy in an instant, closing towards them. Feeling the terrifying pressure coming from all directions, Zhang Yu punched out, and a series of dragon roars suddenly sounded. Just when he and Xiao Qingxun dug a hole all the way here, the opponent had successively injected 29 dragon Xiangang palms into his body. At this moment, 20 blows burst out, and the air seemed to boil, turning into waves of air waves that attacked the entire underground space, and also tore and blasted the closing earth. After striking and running, Zhang Yu and the other two retreated into the cave again, and followed Xiao Qingxun to dig a hole and leave quickly. Zhang Yu, he seems to have been prepared. Tian Yang, it should be that the noise we made while digging the hole was too loud, and he detected it. Xiao Qingxun, disperse the actions. Su Yanniang looked at the sudden increase in the number of earthquake sources on the map, and said secretly, "Did they disperse the actions?" "No, not only did the three of them disperse, I'm afraid they also used human and dragon-shaped Genki to cover up their tracks." As a cautious person, Su Yanniang never fights an unprepared battle. He carefully asked Ma Zhuan about the process of the battle between the two sides, and he was very familiar with the methods of Zhang Yu and others. He knew that Zhang Yu was good at using a human-shaped Genki technique, and the farthest distance was about 60 meters. He also knew that Xiao Qingxun was good at the 9 dragon Xiangang palm, and the Genki could be transmitted for nearly 100 meters. They are probably using the long-distance transmission of Genki to create a source of earthquakes and interfere with my detection. Whatever, Su Yanniang looked at the progress of the construction. Is it 50%? He sent a message to his competition group, "Let's put down the living piles." At the same time, in each of the 5 corners of the construction site, a dried corpse was injected into the ground, and then plugged into the spiritual world connection, and injected with souls from the spiritual world. In the spiritual world space, Jiao Lei's eyes lit up and said, "Is it a smart living pile?" Building butler, Wei Wai on the side nodded repeatedly and said, "Not only that, this is a fusion of living pile technology, intelligent building technology, and blood sacrifice technology. If I'm not mistaken, those 5 living piles are probably the original body transformed into the original soul. This time the formation progress has greatly increased, the formation operation has become more perfect, and the strength of the building has also been greatly improved." Under the observation of everyone, a large number of spiritual energy began to converge along the spiritual veins towards the buildings built by Su Yanniang and others, and the proportion of spiritual veins has reached 40% in a blink of an eye. Lang Yaogong looked at this scene and thought to himself, "It's going to be difficult to deal with next. What will Zhang Yu and the other 3 do? Continue to separate. With the formation and the strength of the building increasing, it will be difficult for them to cause damage if they continue to disperse, right?" But the next moment Lang Yaogong was slightly surprised. "Eat." Zhang Yu opened his mouth and swallowed a large piece of food into his stomach, then quickly exercised his skills and kept patting his body to digest it. Looking at this scene, Lang Yaogong nodded slightly and said thoughtfully, "Eating is indeed a good idea. Eating is the best way to hide building materials, tools, and even co-workers on the construction site. It is almost a necessary skill for every worker. If Su Yanniang is fighting with big projects in big engineering, focusing on the overall situation, then Zhang Yu is using small means and small tricks to fight with the workers' way." But Lang Yaogong will not underestimate Zhang Yu's strategy, because he knows that a 1,000-mile dam collapses because of an ant hole, and many large and important projects are destroyed in this kind of bit-by-bit corrosion. Especially now on the field, building materials cannot be replenished, so eating is a very effective way to prevent the opponent from working. But Zhang Yu will leave after eating a few bites at most, which is too slow. What will you do next? However, the action mode of Zhang Yu and the other 2 soon changed again. Tu Lishan's eyes moved, and he thought, Zhang Yu hid in the deepest part, focusing on digesting the building materials. Not only digesting, he also started to process the building materials. Is he going to build something on the spot? Xiao Qingxun dug tunnels and built an underground network that extended in all directions. At the same time, he also found and marked the storage locations of materials. Tianyang moved everywhere and moved the building materials to Zhang Yu for him to eat and process. In Tu Lishan's eyes, The three of them seemed to have turned into a production line, constantly picking up and transforming the building materials on the construction site to reduce the construction progress of Su Yanniang's team. A teacher nodded and exclaimed, Zhang Yu and the other two were able to figure out the layout of the construction site so quickly, build a transportation network, carry materials at high speed, and distinguish materials, eat and process them. These three have learned civil engineering skills very well. After hearing the analysis of some teachers in the civil engineering department, Master CG asked, So good, it looks like your disciples are going to win again. Director Gao privately said, You are going to lose, don't ask. Master CG, oh? Why? Director Gao, Su Yanniang has already won, and now he wants to make the completion degree of Zhang Yu and the others' buildings low enough. Director Gao, if the completion degree of the buildings is low enough, Zhang Yu and the others' ranking in the top 10 will also be low. Director Gao, Su Yanniang has a higher chance of getting the top 7. Director Gao, the overall ranking of the war faction will also be lower. Winners of the monthly ticket draw in the top 20 guaranteed winners should check the pinned public post in the book review area as soon as possible. Chapter 389 Final Offensive. Along with the fierce battle on the field. In the competition group, Zhang Yu, Shi Huaiyu and others did not stop communicating about the current situation. Shi Huaiyu, Zhang Yu, you have indeed slowed down their progress. Shi Huaiyu, but Su Yanniang and his team's construction capabilities are too strong, and the spiritual veins account for more than 50%. Che Yufei, then why hasn't he launched an offensive yet? Shi Huaiyu, with Su Yanniang's personality, he is likely to accumulate the power of the formation until the last moment before the end of the game, and then launch an earth-shaking offensive. Shi Huaiyu, in this way, while causing the greatest damage to us, we will not be left with any time to repair. Xiao Qingxun, I'm afraid he wants to reduce our final completion rate to 20%, or even below 10%. Xiao Qingxun, after all, the result of our battle can be regarded as indirectly determining the ownership of the top 7. Hearing what Xiao Qingxun said in the group, Yu Xinghun still didn't quite understand, so he turned around and asked Yingxin, who was also sitting on the bench. Yingxin explained, among the top 10, the strongest is of course the team of Mo Enjin and Zhuan Liangshan. After all, they have mastered the divine power of Yuan Kunlun to move mountains, and their teammates are more powerful than each other, but the opponents of these two teams are miserable. They are expected to be at the bottom of this round of competition, and among the remaining teams, the biggest gap in overall strength should be between our team and Su Yanniang's team. If our completion rate is suppressed below 20, we will most likely fall to the bottom 3 along with Mo Enjin and Zhuan Liangshan's opponents. Using unreacted instantly, I see, after the bottom 3 positions are determined, the rest will naturally be the top 7. Su Yanniang and others can guarantee that they will get the reward of the 7 wonders of Tumu. Yingxin nodded, so, Su Yanniang will definitely do his best to suppress us. As for what Yingxin said, the official members of the team either had figured it out a long time ago, or were reminded during the competition. Everyone knew that Su Yanniang was running the formation, absorbing the spirit, and constantly accumulating strength, just like a spring that was getting tighter and tighter, accumulating a wave of the last and strongest attack. Zhang Yu and the others would naturally not sit and wait for death, and they were also preparing to resist. When the game came to the last 3 minutes, the whole stadium suddenly trembled. Shi Huaiyu felt the vibration of the simulated spirit vein underground, and his eyes suddenly focused. Here it comes. At the same time, the earth was seen surging like waves, and Su Yanniang floated on the tide. With the help of the Dharma body, he stood in the front and highest position of the rolling mud waves. At this moment, the power of the entire formation was completely controlled by him. The surging spirit accumulated in the formation burst out under his thoughts. The spirit veins underground were slowly drawn under his orders, and the terrain gradually changed with his thoughts. He wanted to completely crush the bunker built by the opponent, reduce the completion rate to less than 10%, and completely establish the top 7 rankings. Shi Huaiyu, Zhang Yu, Xiao Qingxun, Su Yanniang looked in the direction of the other party's construction site and said coldly, Your defeat today is not to me, but to the new technologies of intelligent buildings and financial innovation. Your defeat is a technical defeat, and even more a defeat of backward ideas. Zhang Yu flashed, and while rushing to the construction site to help, he said in his heart, this guy must have said this deliberately because he knew that many teachers were watching this game. In the spiritual space. Immediately, A teacher nodded in agreement and said, Su Yanniang is right. Only by cross-referencing multiple disciplines and empowering traditional industries with intelligent technology, information technology, and financial technology can new vitality be brought out. Wei Wai also nodded repeatedly. If there is no financial innovation as financial support and no intelligent technology as a reserve, how can we do a good job in intelligent buildings? How to do a good job in the new generation of civil engineering reforms, listening to the teachers of the peace and neutral factions praising each other, Lushan sneered in his heart. He knew that Bai Zhenzhen, as a neutral faction, had been promoting cooperation between the civil engineering department and the talisman department when he was still in charge of things in the past, promoting smart buildings, smart factories, and smart cities, with a goal of transforming the entire 2 to 6 floors, or even 7 to 10 floors. However, after Bai Zhenzhen was busy with the issue of lifespan, he didn't care much about this matter. Although there are related courses in the school, there are very few applied projects. The finance department and the talisman department have always had extensive cooperation, and they come up with many financial innovations and spiritual finance every year. Could it be that after the peace faction and the neutral faction hooked up, they also invited the talisman department to mess up? Do you want to continue to promote smart buildings with a neutral faction? Thinking of this, Lushan couldn't help but frown, looking at the duel between Zhang Yu and Su Yanniang, as if he saw the war faction fighting against the neutral faction and the peace faction alone. At this moment, Su Yanniang, who was originally ready to go, suddenly stopped. One teacher asked in surprise, "Why did it stop? Did it break down?" Another teacher asked in surprise, "Is the formation overloaded?" Bai Zhenzhen said calmly, "It's okay. Smart buildings have self-checking capabilities and will soon find out the problem." In the competition screen, Su Yanniang did find the problem based on the building's self-checking. It turned out that many spiritual circuits had broken down. Lang Yaogong used the review function and said with a glance, "Oh, it turns out that Zhang Yu vomited out high-intensity digested products after digesting the building materials, and then asked Yan Yang to block some key positions of the spiritual circuit. No problem with normal operation, but it will break down if it runs at full power." Seeing that Su Yanniang's construction site was full of digested products that Zhang Yu had eaten and vomited after stealing building materials, many teachers had an idea in their minds: this kid can really eat. If he goes to my construction site in the future, I must keep an eye on him. Wei Wai shook his head. "It's just a delay. It doesn't make much sense." In a blink of an eye, as the building self-checked, Su Yanniang directed a round of repairs. And there were only 2 minutes left before the end of the competition. Although he was interrupted, Su Yanniang's face showed no emotion, and he continued his previous actions. He raised his hands, and with a violent traction on the spirit vein, the ground of the entire stadium shook violently. The terrifying shock wave used this oil as a medium, and was transmitted from the spirit vein all the way to Zhang Yu's bunker. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked, and the mud and sand flew. Everything in the entire stadium seemed to be razed to the ground, and the bunker built by Zhang Yu and others also shook violently. Inside and outside the bunker, Zhang Yu and others were flying, and the strong energy was rolling, trying their best to stabilize the building. In the spirit world space, Lang Yaogong nodded slightly. Some of the high-strength materials made by Zhang Yu were transported by Yan Yang to reinforce the bunker. The bunker also used the blood sacrifice method and added ashes to increase its strength, and they are repairing it on the side. "This wave of shock should not destroy the bunker," Wei Wai said lightly. "Now it is just Su Yanniang's prelude." 20 seconds later, with a slowdown of the violent shock, there are 100 seconds left before the end of the game. And Su Yanniang's real offensive also came. With the traction of the spirit vein and the change of the terrain just now, large tracts of mud and sand turned into rolling muddy currents, roaring and sweeping towards the bunker, with the momentum of the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth, to completely engulf Zhang Yu and others, including the bunker. From a distance, it was like a black dragon baring its fangs and claws, crashing into the bunker. Amidst the roars, Zhang Yu and the other 6 people saw their muscles swell, their tendons and bones stretched, and in a blink of an eye they turned into giants ranging from 6 or 7 meters to more than 10 meters high. They turned into giants, rolled up a stream of energy, and bombarded the muddy current. Under their cover, the mudslide was weakened, but the aftermath still caused the bunker to shake. Wei Wai said, "They have already consumed a lot of mana, and they can't hold on for long if they are hit like this." Seeing that everyone's power was constantly consumed, some mudslides could no longer be stopped, and the bunker was shaking more and more violently. Che Yufei shrank his body, and his breath dropped rapidly, and he had already drilled into the bunker. Lang Yaogong's eyes moved and said, "Fake death in living piles? Put yourself in a state of suspended death, temporarily replace the role of living piles, and use it to reinforce the building." Although the teachers on the side raised their eyebrows slightly, they didn't comment too much on this. Tu Lishan knew that the fake death in living piles were to ask some workers with weaker vitality on the construction site to temporarily replace the living piles, and to temporarily deal with quality inspection. It is considered knowledge that is not taught in the textbooks of the civil engineering department, and it is also something that the teachers tacitly know not to mention. Although everyone worked together to resist, under the bombardment of the overwhelming mudslide, the 3-story bunker was soon submerged by 1.5 floors. Su Yanniang, who was watching this scene, said coldly, "Look at what methods you used, stealing materials, eating materials, defecating and vomiting on my construction site, and now using things like fake piles, just relying on these despicable methods. You also want to fight me, with no funds and no technology, relying on some outdated tricks. You think you can fight against the latest intelligent building technology." Listening to Su Yanniang's words, many non-war department teachers in the spirit world nodded repeatedly. When there were only 60 seconds left, Su Yanniang had already started the next wave of offensive. With a change of terrain, the underground structure where the bunker stood also underwent drastic changes. With a loud bang, huge pits began to emerge around the bunker, and the ground began to collapse. Shi Huaiyu roared, "Get up!" As the Zio-Sen was activated, the mud and sand surged and loosened, breaking away from the foundation of the bunker. At the same time, Shi Huaiyu and Zhang Yu activated the Zhuangherong's Henaiyu seal at the same time, infusing the Zhuangherong key into the bunker, continuously reducing the weight of the various materials inside. Then, with the joint efforts of everyone, the entire bunker was pulled up by them. Chapter 390 Director Gao's help. Lifting up the bunker was one of the methods discussed by Zhang Yu and others. When faced with an irresistible offensive, everyone moved the bunker together and tried to avoid the offensive that could not be resisted. Fortunately, with the previous multiple reinforcements, although there were several cracks on the outer wall of the bunker at this moment, the main structure was still intact. "Go!" Zio Kingsun shouted, and 9 dragon-shaped Genki danced wildly, bombarding the mudslide while leading everyone to move to a place that had not collapsed. But soon, as his mana was severely consumed, Tianyang could not hold on, and he had to carry the bunker and resist the mudslide. He shrank his body and jumped back into the bunker. After a few seconds, Shi Yangxian could not hold on anymore, and he also shrank his body and jumped into the bunker. As the two withdrew their hands one after another, the entire bunker sank suddenly and was supported by the remaining 3 people's bursts of Genki. Shi Huaiyu looked at the rolling muddy water around her, looked at the collapsing earth, and said with an unpleasant face, "I can't hold on any longer." She knew that once the bunker fell from their hands, it would probably be completely destroyed immediately with the mudslide and the collapse of the earth. "Hold on," Zhang Yu shouted, "Shi Huaiyu. Don't worry about the bottom, go up and reduce the weight." Zio Kingsun. Zhang Yu turned his head and looked at Zio Kingsun, and said seriously, "You also go up to help me." Shi Huaiyu's body shrank and jumped into the bunker. He condensed a stream of Zhuangherong Qi with all his strength and poured it into the bunker, constantly reducing the weight of the bunker. On the other side, Zio Kingsun shrank his body and jumped onto Zhang Yu's shoulder. He slapped Zhang Yu's shoulder with one palm, and a stream of 5 elements of true Qi had been poured into it, and he tried his best to heal Zhang Yu's injuries. As soon as he checked the other party's body, he couldn't help but frown secretly. Under the blessing of explosive skills, Zhang Yu's internal organs at this moment were full of holes in Zio Kingsun's eyes, which made him wonder how the other party could hold on until now. Zhang Yu turned into a giant at this moment, holding the bunker with one hand and blasting out heavy air waves with the other hand, going up against the rolling muddy current, and actually protected the bunker in this landslide. Everyone watching this scene was excited. Seeing Zhang Yu covered in blood and desperately trying to protect the bunker in the rolling countercurrent, Shi Huaiyu glanced at Su Yanniang in the distance and said, "Damn it. Let's fight." Shi Huaiyu patted his ghost kidney hard and said, "Use the overload mode. Refine the kidney essence into mana." The soul cultivator in the kidney said, "You are doing this. My kidney ages very quickly, and the depreciation rate is not low." Shi Huaiyu said, "Just do it when I tell you to." The next moment, feeling his mana recovering rapidly, Shi Huaiyu frantically refined more Zhuang Heronqi, further reducing the weight of the entire bunker. Shi Yongxiang on the other side stretched out his arm and put it in front of Zhang Yu. Drink a few mouthfuls of my blood. Looking at the serious look on the other lion's face, Zhang Yu did not hesitate, opened his mouth and bit it, and instantly large mouthfuls of demon blood were poured into his mouth. Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. It felt like he had eaten liquid Shinjing rice. A large amount of essence poured into his body, replenishing his physical strength and enhancing the effect of physical activation. At the same time, Zhang Yu saw the competition group information appearing in front of him. Yingzhen, 1 spirit coin. Come on, big brother, this is to support your medical expenses. Gong Shujin, 1 spirit coin. Come on. Using Hen, 1 spirit coin. Use it to fight. Zhang Yu smiled slightly at this scene, and with a loud shout, he pushed the rolling muddy water around him away by several meters. But just a moment later, a wave of muddy waves more than 10 meters high came with overwhelming force. Boom. Seeing the bunker and Zhang Yu and the other 6 being completely engulfed by the mudslide, Su Yanniang said lightly, barring struggle. He looked at the remaining waves of muddy water hitting them, and the shocks continued until the end of the game. Su Yanniang secretly calculated in his heart, if the defense in the early and middle stages is better, and the progress of the formation construction is not delayed too much, or if we can accumulate strength for another 5 minutes, we should be able to solve them earlier. Su Yanniang shook his head. Forget it, there is not so much time in this game. As the earth calmed down, Su Yanniang fell to the ground below. Watching the referees dig up the earth and reveal the bunker that had become a ruin, Su Yanniang secretly estimated in his heart, there is probably about 10% completion left, which can be regarded as reaching the goal. Suddenly he frowned slightly and found that after walking closer, the size of the bunker seemed to be much larger. The next moment, as the outer shell of the bunker was opened, Su Yanniang suddenly discovered that there was a small bunker building inside the layers of outer walls. No, this is the bunker of the size required for the exam. Su Yanniang frowned. Over construction, hiding the real bunker and the fake bunker, but even so, it is still severely damaged. In the spiritual world space, Wei Wai commented, Zhang Yu's team performed well, but they lost in the end due to lack of funds. If they had more funds, could be equipped with more advanced magic shells, and use more advanced technology, their results should be better. Zhang Yu can't go on like this. If he keeps working so hard every day, 9 lives will not be enough. He still needs to find a way to borrow more money first. Tulishan said tit for tat. How much did Su Yanniang spend for this game? Can he afford to pay it back if he keeps spending like this? What will happen if he can't pay it back when the time comes? As the dispute between the peace and war factions of the teachers started again, they quickly talked about the match between Zhang Yu and Su Yanniang and several other matches. As the two sides argued, Director Gao was calm and still quietly looked at the settlement screen in front of him. Magnet Master chatted privately, is the final completion rate 36%? Magnet Master, in the second half, as long as Su Yanniang can get the building completion rate above 36%, he will win, right? Lord Magnetic Pole, judging from the strength comparison between the two sides, it should not be difficult. Lord Magnetic Pole, it seems that it is just as you said, this Su Yanniang will be better than you as a student. Director Gao, maybe. But the result of the first game is different from what I expected. Director Gao, I thought Su Yanniang would be more powerful. Recalling the hard fight of Zhang Yu and the other 6 in the last minute, Director Gao's eyes were thoughtful. Lord Magnetic Pole, what? You want to help him in the second half? Director Gao, isn't it too hasty? He is only a sophomore. Give him another 2 years to grow, and he will definitely surpass this Su Yanniang. Lord Magnetic Pole, you are right. But now the situation is changing more and more fiercely every year. If you get the 7 wonders a year earlier, your future potential will be very different. Director Gao, do you think I should help too? Magnet Master, what does your disciple have to do with me? Magnet Master, I am just being fair. If you help him at this time and he seizes this opportunity, it will be a qualitative change, which is equivalent to you helping him 10 times at other times. The cost performance is obviously higher. Director Gao, you make sense. Magnet Master, why are you looking at me? You don't want me to take action, do you? Director Gao, people here know my methods too well. It would be easy to be exposed if I offer a helping hand. Director Gao, after all, this is an intra-departmental competition for civil engineering. As the director, it is not appropriate for me to secretly help students during the competition. Lord Magnet, he is your student, not mine. What does it have to do with me? Director Gao, for the sake of our old friendship, please do me a favor and give him some guidance during the break. Lord Magnet, no, I don't know him at all. How can I give him any guidance? Director Gao, I am confident in your level. As long as you are willing, you will succeed. Lord Magnet, okay. Then you transfer the money first. Lord Magnet, if it were not for our hundreds of years of friendship, the transfer would be useless. Lord Magnet, do you know how many people are lining up with money to ask me for guidance? Director Gao, 30 spirit coins, I know. Thank you very much. Lord Magnet, by the way, I don't have him as a friend yet. Ask him tried me. Lord Magnet, also, I don't guarantee winning. Director Gao, I understand. After you give him some guidance, the rest depends on his own ability. Seeing the referee finally measure the completion rate of 36%, Su Yanniang turned his head to look at Zhang Yu and others who had crawled out. He looked up, looked down at the crowd, looked at Zhang Yu and others covered in mud, and said leisurely, well done, for your level, this is the best result, have a good rest, and keep working hard in the second half. Looking at Su Yanniang's back as he turned and left, Shi Huaiyu touched her waist, only to feel sore and soft, and a sense of weakness came. She looked unwilling, and thought to herself, what a loss, this is really a big loss. Obviously, in Shi Huaiyu's view, it is impossible for them to force the opponent's completion rate to below 36% in the second half, that is, when Su Yanniang and others were on the defensive side. We will definitely lose to Su Yanniang, and we probably won't be ranked in the top 7, Che Yufei woke up from his suspended animation. After learning that the first half was 36% complete, he sighed and comforted himself. It's not bad to be able to fight with Su Yanniang and his team like this. If it weren't for Zhang Yu, Shi Huaiyu and Xiao Qingxuan, I wouldn't dare to think that I could compete with Su Yanniang and his team. Xiao Qingxuan watched the scene calmly. In his opinion, the limit of this team is the top 10, and it is a bit thankless to want to compete for the top 7. Zhang Yu still wants to fight again in the second half. If it is a one-on-one, he will definitely choose to do so. After all, with his body activation and civil engineering sacred body, he is least afraid of fighting hard. But there are still 5 teammates in front of him. Looking at the weakness and pain on everyone's faces, Zhang Yu didn't know how to let them fight. He found that he couldn't open his mouth at all. But if he said nothing, Zhang Yu knew that with the current state of his teammates, they would definitely be no match for Su Yanniang and others in the second half. Just as Zhang Yu was thinking about a lot of things, Director Gao sent him a message. Director Gao, you played very well in the first half. Director Gao, we can't win, but it's just because Su Yanniang practiced a few years earlier than you. Director Gao, during the next break, I invited a teacher to guide you. Director Gao, I finally asked him to do it. You should learn from him and try to get a good result in the second half. Director Gao, Magnetic Master. Chapter 391, Lord Magnets and Game Guidance. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned when he saw the message sent by Director Gao. His first reaction was that his relationship with Master Magnetic Pole was exposed. But he read the content sent by Director Gao twice again and again, and thought about it in his heart. Zhang Yu thought to himself, Director Gao doesn't seem angry, or weird. Did he really introduce Master Magnetic Pole to me? After thinking about it, Zhang Yu decided to send a message to Master Magnetic Pole. Zhang Yu, Master, Teacher Gao asked me to come to you. Master Magnetic Pole, old Gao wants to help you and asks me to guide you. Master Magnetic Pole, he would never have thought that this disciple who is praised by everyone had secretly worshipped me as his master before worshipping him as his master, right? Zhang Yu, Master, what are you going to do? Master Magnetic Pole, of course I will teach you. Master Magnetic Pole, don't worry, as long as you are obedient, I promise that no one will be hurt. Master Magnetic Pole, come to the address below. Master Magnetic Pole, this is the practice room that old Gao prepared for us. In a blink of an eye, Zhang Yu has arrived at the practice room. Then the 4 characters of Magnetic Pole Master were projected with a text box. The break between the first and second half is only 15 minutes. Time is limited, so I will talk to you at 10 times the speed. The next moment, Magnetic Pole Master's speech speed suddenly increased, like a series of spells rippling in the air at high speed. Zhang Yu calmed his mind and concentrated his mind. When the residual demon pupil was in operation, it accelerated the operation of his thinking. At the same time, The Dharma body and the boundless heart push the fourfold thinking to check and fill in the gaps, and he was able to keep up with the speed of magnetic pole master's speech. In the next game, if you want to fight against Su Yanniang's team, the key will be to break the opponent's advantage in smart buildings, and smart buildings are so grand, but in fact they are just a gimmick. The technology underneath is still the same old stuff, nothing more than civil engineering, formations and soul cultivation. You already have the civil engineering capabilities, so I won't say much. As for formations, all the functions of formations can be achieved by magic weapons. The biggest difference is that to achieve the same function, magic weapons tend to respond faster and are more portable, while formations take up a large space but cost relatively less. It can be said that formations are the magic weapons of the poor, but they use space and inconvenience in exchange for the same immortal power as magic weapons. However, in reality, even the richest people have to make choices between the two sides, and often end up using formations and magic weapons together, just like using Dharma bodies and magic weapons together. In short, the weakness of formations lies in this space and inconvenience. While Lord CG was speaking, he sent a document to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu clicked on it and found that it was the formation diagram of the two-world division formation, the 10,000 ghosts bewitching formation and the 1,000 mountains and heavy peaks formation. The magnetic pole true lord said, Su Yanniang has set up 3 formations in total. The two-world division cuts off the communication between the spirit world. The 10,000 ghosts bewitching disrupts vision and communication, and the 1,000 mountains and heavy peaks strengthens the building and pulls the spirit veins, and these 3 formations have been modified by a formation professor in the civil engineering department. They are interlinked and nested, and they are faintly integrated into a whole. I also have the authorization to pass on this formation diagram. Today I will pass it on to you for free. Although Zhang Yu has also learned engineering formation drawing, he only knows some of the most basic formation diagrams, such as the formations that are often used on construction sites to strengthen the strength of buildings and strengthen the foundation. Although he has actually fought a round of these 3 formations arranged by Su Yanniang, he still knows very little about them. At this moment, when he clicked on the formation diagram, he found that it was densely packed with hundreds of pages, involving various civil engineering, spirit veins, geology, engineering and other related knowledge. Just when Zhang Yu's scalp was tingling, Master CG said at the same time, you must memorize these 3 formation diagrams before the battle, and I just marked the key points on them. They are the key to cracking the formation. You must remember these key points over and over again. Zhang Yu was secretly shocked when he heard this. I haven't even finished reading the table of contents, and Master CG has already marked the key points? How fast is his thinking speed? At the same time, Master CG continued, only after you have learned the formation diagrams can you find a way to crack the formation. Zhang Yu was shocked and asked, is there any way to break Su Yanniang's formation? Master CG said disdainfully, how can just breaking a person's formation be considered cracking? That's called forced demolition at most. Being able to steal and hijack the opponent's formation is called cracking. Speaking of this, you must remember to find 2 reliable soul cultivators to assist you in breaking the formation before the battle. Soul cultivators are the poor man's weapon spirits. If your opponent uses a weapon spirit and you don't, isn't that equivalent to missing an equipment slot? You're a head shorter than your opponent before the fight starts. Zhang Yu asked curiously, you also know about the equipment column? The master of magnetic pole said indifferently, nonsense, I am the first generation to make games. Unfortunately, rich people play games less and less, and in the end it's the poor who play them. Games are becoming less and less profitable, so I withdrew a long time ago. After saying this casually, the master of magnetic pole explained the tricks of how to break the formation. After Zhang Yu finished learning the formation diagram, he understood it by himself. When the other party was halfway through explaining, Zhang Yu asked in doubt, are you going to insert my soul cultivation into the opponent's formation? But I don't have such a strong spell-based ability, Lord CG said, it's not that I want you to operate remotely. You can break into the formation. Wouldn't it be better to transmit through direct physical contact? You can study the formation diagram yourself later and see where you can transmit. After explaining the method of breaking the formation, Lord CG continued, finally, I will teach you a technique I created. The Yuanzi cutting pulse technique. To deal with Su Yanniang's Dharma skeleton, the so-called Dharma skeleton is a part of the body, but its essence is still a magic weapon and needs to be driven by magic power. The human body transports magic power to the Dharma skeleton through the meridians. If you can cut the meridians by acupuncture, you can temporarily reduce the efficiency of the Dharma skeleton. If your skills are deep enough, it will be enough to make the Dharma skeleton temporarily ineffective. This Yuanzi cutting pulse technique was originally the skill I used to adjust and maintain the Dharma skeleton. However, there are two major prerequisites for using it in battle. First, the Yuan magnetic meridian cutting hand is a meridian cutting technique. It does not have any destructive power in itself. You need to break the opponent's protective ki and inject the Yuan magnetic magic power into the opponent's body for it to be effective. Second, in order to successfully cut the meridians, you need to accurately identify the acupoints and meridians, and understand the acupoints and meridians connected to the different types and models of Dharma shells. I'm sending you the meridian acupoints that Su Yanyan used to connect the Dharma shell this time. When you meet other opponents in the future, you will have to find a way to understand and learn them yourself. After receiving another document on the Dharma shell meridian connection from the opponent, Zhang Yu was then granted the right to use the Yuan magnetic meridian cutting hand technique. Okay, now I'll teach you the magnetic pulse severing hand. First, you need to condense a magnetic power. This magnetic power is like the magnetism of the magnetic channel. It is best at penetrating the skin and flesh. Once it swirls in the meridians, it can block the power and therefore cannot penetrate the protective ki. After that, the magnetic master instructed Zhang Yu to practice it once, and then said, "These 36 magnetic pulse severing hands correspond to the 36 meridians of the human body. You need to inject the magnetic power in different ways to treat the symptoms. You are in a hurry this time, so you need to practice it before the game starts." Zhang Yu continued to practice and said, "Master, I feel like I have almost mastered it." At this moment, Zhang Yu's mind appeared with every move of the 36 magnetic pulse severing hands, as if he had practiced it for a long time. In fact, as the magnetic master assigned Zhang Yu one heavy task after another, asking Zhang Yu to complete them one by one in just over 10 minutes, Zhang Yu's heart gradually became anxious. However, Zhang Yu thought that since Master Siji had made such a request, he must have believed that he could do it. So after practicing the Yuanzi cutting pulse technique, Zhang Yu felt that this technique was not too complicated, so he stopped pretending and said that he had almost mastered it. Master Siji was skeptical when he heard this. "Have you almost mastered it?" Just now, Master Siji saw Zhang Yu's mistakes and omissions in his first practice, and he didn't believe that Zhang Yu had mastered the Yuanzi cutting pulse technique. Zhang Yu, however, was fighting while controlling his movements to become more and more proficient. He said, "True Lord, I have practiced it many times in my mind, and I feel like I have really mastered it." Seeing Zhang Yu becoming more and more proficient and organized, True Lord Cg was also surprised. Did he really learn it? I originally thought to let him practice the few strokes of the Yuan magnetic pulse severing hand that will be used in this competition. He actually practiced all 36 Yuan magnetic pulse severing hands in one go. No wonder this kid is valued by Lao Gao. He actually has such a strong aptitude for martial arts. If he is put in the security department to study for a few years, he may become a flag-bearing student, not to mention whether he can go the path of refining in the future. At least he has a very strong innate talent in refining. Even if he is not a talent, he is a talent. After thinking for a while, True Lord CG said, "Since you have practiced a pulse-severing hand, then hurry up and learn the formation diagram, as well as the soul cultivation and other preparations for breaking the formation. Don't forget it yourself." Zhang Yu bowed respectfully to True Lord CG. "Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. Lord Magnetic Pole, hurry up, don't be polite, just go." In the spiritual world, Lord Magnetic Pole glanced at Director Gao beside him. Director Gao smiled slightly and chatted privately. "How is it?" "Lord Magnetic Pole, what do you mean?" "Director Gao, how is Zhang Yu's performance? Can he win?" "Lord Magnetic Pole, it's okay. The method has been taught to him. The rest depends on his own performance." Feeling the dullness between Lord Magnetic Pole's words, Director Gao thought to himself, "It seems that Zhang Yu's performance is very average." Director Gao asked again, "Just okay?" "Lord Magnetic Pole, otherwise? What kind of genius have I not seen?" Feeling the flash of disappointment in Director Gao's words, Lord Magnetic Pole thought to himself, "Old Gao, don't blame me in the future. It was your apprentice who came to me first, not me. If you want to blame someone, blame your civil engineering department for not having charm and being unable to keep people. In the future, I will take good care of him for you." Chapter 392, Fighting Su Yanniang Again. Wanting to master the hundreds of pages of array diagrams in a short time, Zhang Yu's first thought was naturally taking realm. After all, there he could get a full 20 times of thinking acceleration. Magnetic pole true lord must also think that I will use the spiritual world's thinking acceleration service to learn. After all, which student in the refining department does not have acceleration? In a blink of an eye, Zhang Yu's thoughts had crossed the spiritual world and came to the cave called Taking Realm. As soon as he arrived here, Zhang Yu saw Zhang Pianpian, who was studying the talisman. Zhang Pianpian glanced at Zhang Yu and asked, "Why are you in a hurry to contact me?" Zhang Yu briefly talked about the fact that he got the guidance of Magnetic Pole True Lord during the competition to crack Su Yanniang's array. Zhang Yu didn't have too many scruples when speaking in Taking Realm, and said directly, "Sister, I want you to help me prepare the tools for cracking the array in the intelligent building. You should be more familiar with this." Zhang Pianpian nodded, "Okay, I'll help you prepare it. You should hurry up and learn the array diagram." During this period, Zhang Yu sent a message to the competition group, asking them to help prepare something. Then, before learning, he asked for the service of a Taoist who could remember everything he saw. So, with 20 times the speed of thinking, Zhang Yu first quickly memorized the meridian connection file of Su Yanniang's body. Then he divided his thinking into 4 parts, and 3 of them learned the formation diagrams of the 2-world division formation, the 10,000 ghosts and souls formation, and the 1,000 mountains and peaks formation. The last thought was to learn how these 3 formations were nested and controlled each other. It's a pity that the speed of thinking in the spirit world can't be superimposed with a time residing magic pupil in the real world, otherwise I would be more efficient. Having said that, Zhang Yu's learning efficiency at this moment is still far beyond that of ordinary people. Finally, before the end of the break, he memorized all the contents on the formation diagram and barely learned it. Fortunately, the magnetic pole master marked the key points to be used in this actual combat, otherwise I would probably find it difficult to use it directly in actual combat after learning it all. Outside the stadium, Shi Huaiyu and others looked at Zhang Yu, who finally arrived, and asked hurriedly, "What happened? Why do you suddenly ask us to prepare those things?" In order to encourage the students, Zhang Yu directly brought up Director Gao. "Director Gao specially sent a master to teach me, hoping that we can perform well in the next game. That master has a high level of cultivation and a deep foundation in the art of formation. He has already taught me how to break the formation." Hearing Zhang Yu's words, everyone present was shocked, especially after hearing Zhang Yu bring up Director Gao. They unconsciously felt more confident. Especially since Zhang Yu was Director Gao's registered disciple, his words were more credible. As Zhang Yu continued to talk about the specific tactics and methods of breaking the formation, everyone present nodded repeatedly, and their confidence grew little by little. And the thought that they might defeat Su Yanniang and get the top 7 places in the department competition, even if it was just a possibility, made Shi Huaiyu, Che Yufei and others secretly excited. As the second half of the competition officially began, the teachers in the spirit world observed the situation in each stadium again. Zhang Yu's head teacher, Master Jiao Lei, was naturally more curious about Zhang Yu's situation. When he saw that the 6 people on Zhang Yu's side sprinted towards Su Yanniang's construction site at the start of the game, Master Jiao Lei was a little surprised. After the defeat in the first half, are you still so motivated in the second half? The next actions of the 6 people surprised Master Jiao Lei even more. Master Jiao Lei thought to himself, what they are holding in their hands are evil energy pollutants? They smashed directly into the place where Su Yanniang and the others were going to set up the formation. A teacher at the side immediately laughed and said, they actually used the trick of environmental pollution. If they don't clean it up, they won't be able to set up the spiritual circuit to complete the formation. Lang Yaogong praised, it's not just simple environmental pollution. They polluted the area in advance where Su Yanniang was going to set up the formation, but didn't have time to do so. This shows that they have already learned Su Yanniang's formation diagram, which is how they were able to seize the initiative. It seems that they didn't waste this rest time. Then Lang Yaogong saw on the screen again that Shi Huaiyu and Yan Yang joined forces, using the small sand and the gale sky dust palm, and swept towards Su Yanniang's construction site with the dust polluted by evil energy in the sky. Tu Lishan nodded and said, the pollution from the evil spirit plus the dust, it will take a lot of effort for Su Yanniang and his team to clean it up. Su Yanniang spread his hands, and the little 3-in-1 was activated suddenly under the blessing of his body. He had erected layers of earth barriers to block the smoke and dust, But even so, there were still many places contaminated by the smoke and dust containing the evil spirit, and people needed to be sent to clean it up. Wei Wai said lightly, it just slowed down the progress. Su Yanniang is best at forming a big formation and fighting hard battles. The formation in the center has already laid the foundation. Next, we just need to clean it up and expand it step by step. Zhang Yu and his team can't stop it. Before he finished speaking, Su Yanniang really saw that he controlled the earth, and with the cooperation of his teammates, he built a bunker while expanding the formation outward. On the competition field, Su Yanniang looked at the evil smoke and dust in the distance and thought to himself, HMPH, I have thought of a solution. As a group of old, weak, young and poor, you are indeed working hard, but this year, no one can stop me from getting the 7 wonders. Su Yanniang put his hands together, controlling the barrier to turn into mud and sand, rolling the polluted part away, and then controlling the unpolluted part to fill in, constantly cleaning the pollutants back and forth. At this time, Su Yanniang received a report from the formation spirit that more than 10 people had broken into the formation, and had used the sky surveying flying sword to break the 2-world separation formation, and were being attacked by the 10,000 ghosts bewitching soul formation. In the spirit world space, Tu Lishan's eyes lit up slightly. Taking advantage of the formation's hasty arrangement and the fact that its functions have not yet been perfected, you actually brought a bunch of eye skeletons to rush in. Looking at Zhang Yu and others using the gang key to control a bunch of eye skeletons from a distance, rushing into the formation in all directions, Tu Lishan understood that this was to make the formation misidentify. Each pair of these eye skeletons, because of the visual and information distortion of the 10,000 ghosts bewitching array, will be mistaken by the array spirit as an enemy. And these eye skeletons are exactly what Zhang Yu asked Shi Huaiyu and others to prepare. They are all cheap and miscellaneous eye skeletons that have been eliminated. Wei Wai, who was standing aside, flashed a trace of indifference in his eyes, thinking, by intercepting the information, it should be easy to find out which is the real eye skeleton and which is the fake one. Inside the arena, Su Yanniang glanced and saw the messages sent between the eye skeletons. He coldly ordered the array spirit, don't give me this messy record directly, give it to me after it is sorted out in the order and format of the calls. Under the effect of the 10,000 ghosts bewitching array, the messages sent and received by the intruder will be distorted, and naturally they will be intercepted by the array spirit. Su Yanniang thought to himself, it's impossible that they don't know that their messages will be intercepted. What evil ideas are they thinking? Just as the formation spirit sorted out and sent the intercepted call records again, another formation spirit sent another message, I intercepted the battle plan they sent. Seeing this, Su Yanniang sneered, stupid, this must be the file they deliberately intercepted by you, just delete it directly. But the next moment, Su Yanniang's face changed. Who clicked it? In the spirit world space, Tu Lishan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Zhang Yu, this kid, can actually find the spirit world interface of the formation directly and connect the old eye skeleton to it. It seems that there is a soul cultivator in it. Did the soul cultivator sneak into the formation and help Su Yanniang and others click on the so-called file? The next moment, layers of advertisements appeared in the eyes of Su Yanniang and others. Various financial loan information emerged in an endless stream. As long as Su Yanniang and others shook their eyes, new loan advertisements would appear at any time. Director Gao smiled as he watched this scene. Haha, is it the advertisement of the finance department? Someone who is good at spells sealed it in and disguised it as a file. Right, it was also because Su Yanniang arranged the formation too quickly and too hastily that Zhang Yu found the flaw. But, does this kid Zhang Yu know students from the spell department? He remembered that among the students who lived in the dormitory with Zhang Yu, there seemed to be an outstanding student from the spell department, who seemed to have a good relationship with Zhang Yu. It's good to know some people from the spell department. There will always be places where they can be useful. Looking at the scene that appeared on the screen, Director Gao knew that as long as this kind of advertisement was opened, various loan recommendations would appear based on the big data of the spirit world. The more loans there were, the more related advertisements there would be. At this moment, Su Yanniang and others were obviously swallowed up by advertisements because of the large number of loans. They had to keep their eyes still and close them one by one. Even looking at the chat records of Su Yanniang and his competition group, advertisements began to appear, even crossing the spirit world, and were about to appear in front of many teachers. Director Gao thought to himself, the advertisement of the Department of Finance, advertised widely, and it is popular in the spirit world. You will get attached to it after just one look. It is really overbearing, old Lin. The Department of Finance is so overbearing. Do you really think you can take advantage of them? Director Gao did not stop the advertisement from appearing. On the one hand, he wanted everyone present to watch it for a few more seconds to feel the overbearing nature of the Department of Finance. On the other hand, Master Siji said that he would do it himself. Why does this guy Siji suddenly want to show off? This guy hasn't shown off magic weapons for a long time, right? Just as Director Gao was thinking, a pagoda shadow appeared on the text box of Master Siji, bringing with it a lot of divine light. Wherever it passed, it eliminated all the advertisements in front of it. It was not just the advertisements. Many teachers present felt that their Jinden realm and Yuanying realm were temporarily erased, and even the projection of the spirit world began to be unstable. But the next moment, as the pagoda shadow dissipated, everything returned to normal. Director Lin on the other side looked at this scene and his heart skipped a beat. The 9 heavens Yuan Yang Tower of the magnetic pole? Ghosts and gods avoid it, and all evil cannot invade it. It can eliminate all kinds of external information in the spiritual world, including all kinds of advertisements, and it directly borrows the spiritual world to isolate and use it. This magic weapon is about to break through to level 41 and become a pure Yang treasure, right? Director Lin knew that once it became a pure Yang treasure, it would be comparable to the magic weapon of the god of transformation in some aspects. As the 9 heavens Yuan Yang Tower appeared, the atmosphere in the spiritual world space was different, and many teachers looked at the magnetic pole True Lord with a little more respect. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, Director Gao thought to himself, this guy CG, is this considered to be supporting our war faction? He did this kind of thing without adding money. It seems that our friendship of hundreds of years has not been in vain, CG Zhenzhen said secretly. Old Gao, I hope you can see the gap between us now. Don't make meaningless struggles in the future and hurt yourself in the end. CG Zhenzhen looked at the competition screen and thought to himself, Zhang Yu, this kid, not only remembered every detail of the formation diagram clearly in a short period of time, but also prepared means to break the formation. His performance is better than I originally expected. At the same time in the competition field, Zhang Yu thought to himself, what CG Zhenzhen said is indeed right. The best time to break the formation is when the formation has not been completely laid out. At the same time, he sent a message, Old Zhao, have you found it? Zhao Xiangxing said, I am looking for it in the direction you pointed. The sole cultivator hired by Zhang Yu was Zhao Xiangxing. Zhang Yu connected the other party into the formation of Su Yanniang's intelligence building through the waist eye skeleton, completing the launch of the advertisement. Next, Zhang Yu guided the other party to a certain direction of the formation to find the target location according to his memory of the formation map. At this time, Zhao Xiangxing said, found it, I'll help you point the direction. An arrow appeared in Zhang Yu's vision. The next moment, as Zhang Yu's figure flashed repeatedly, he rushed into a temporary warehouse a moment later. But the warehouse was empty, leaving only Su Yanniang floating quietly in the air. Su Yanniang looked at Zhang Yu and said coldly, such an important place to store building materials, do you think I would neglect to give it to you? After that, he slapped out with his palm, and under the blessing of his whole body, the 20th level Zhuan Herong's Zhen seal suddenly pushed the 20th level Zhuan Herong big handprint, and the violent Zhuan Herong key instantly engulfed Zhang Yu's figure. Amid the bangs, Zhang Yu's figure gained weight crazily, and the ground under his feet was constantly stepped on with bursts of explosions. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 395 Zhang Yu's Victory. In the spirit world. As the game time ran out, the final results of the 5 duels were settled one by one. The most unexpected result for many teachers present was naturally the result of Zhang Yu's team and Su Yanniang's team. It can even be said that Zhang Yu and others have been surprising many teachers since they defeated Ma Zhuan's team. Master Jiao Lei looked at his class Zhang Yu, Gong Shujin, Yingzhen, and Yu Xinghan who won the top 7 in the civil engineering competition in their sophomore year, thinking that his bonus this year would not be low. But as soon as a smile appeared on his lips, he looked at Director Lin who was indifferent and silent, and immediately suppressed his smile. Tu Lishan on the other side did not have such scruples. He laughed and said, It seems that no matter how much money Su Yanniang spends and how fancy the intelligent building is, it is not as good as Zhang Yu and Shi Huaiyu working honestly. Lushan was obviously happy that his disciple Shi Huaiyu won the 7th place. Originally, after this disciple went bankrupt in stock trading, he thought that the other party had insufficient immortal fate and limited future potential, and that he would not be able to earn much back from the resources he invested in the other party, but now it seems that good things have come. But in the future, I really can't lend money to Huaiyu to trade stocks and coins. Recalling Shi Huaiyu's 2 kidney explosions in the competition, Lushan thought to himself, I originally thought that after suffering so many losses, she could change her impulsive personality, but now it seems that this problem cannot be changed in a short time. Lang Gaogong said with emotion, I feel that Zhang Yu has made another subtle breakthrough in spirit and body in the last stage, which means that the greater the pressure, the better he can perform. Lushan nodded repeatedly when he heard this. He also found that Zhang Yu, whether in terms of construction style, construction system, cultivation route, or his own personality, seems to be the type of person who gets stronger when facing strong opponents and performs better when under greater pressure. We civil engineers need this kind of stress resistance, Lushan thought. If we want to further push out his potential, we should give this kid some really tough work. For example, unfinished buildings, forced demolition, underground monuments, environmental protection projects, or projects that have not been completed for hundreds of years. Maybe it can further accelerate his growth, but at present, this kid can push Zhuang Hurong's Heniyu seal to more than level 10 in a short period of time, and push Zhanmo Yun Xiaogong and Zhuxia Yunquangjin to level 20. This qualification is really rare. Director Gao may not be at ease to let him go to 2 dangerous places in a short period of time. While thinking, Lushan's mind surged with some plans on how to maximize Zhang Yu's potential and profits. At the same time, Director Gao was looking through the chat records in Zhang Yu's competition group, and he sighed. This kid, he actually paid for his teammates himself? He only has a few spirit coins, and he's learning to spend money like rich people. What surprised Director Gao even more was that 3 classmates also followed suit and spent money. Director Gao suddenly felt a strange and nostalgic feeling towards Zhang Yu, a feeling he had not felt for a long time. On the other side, Master Siji was also looking through the communication information of the 2 teams. Su Yanniang knows how to achieve the best results with the lowest cost. Give him a budget of 5 spirit coins for a project, and he may be able to achieve the effect of 10 spirit coins. If he were under my command, I might let him manage a group of soul cultivators. And Zhang Yu, Master Siji thought slowly in his heart, this kid, although he is not a rich man, is very trustworthy to his teammates. He may have a talent for attracting investment and funds. Master Siji knew that compared to talents in martial arts, refining equipment, alchemy, etc., the charm that can make people believe, and the ability to make people invest more under high pressure and higher risk, is more rare. If this kind of person is given 5 spirit coins, he may lose it, but he may create the effect of 100 spirit coins. Nowadays, all the powerful people in Kungsu who have become rich by creating currency have unique talents in this area and can leverage huge resources by themselves. Interesting, Master Siji thought to himself, but there is no rush in this regard. Let's continue to train him and see how far he can go. Anyway, it's Lao Gao's money. When he thought of this, Master Siji was even more satisfied. Free was what Master Siji was most satisfied with Zhang Yu. At the same time, Director Lin on the other side repeatedly reviewed Zhang Yu's several special performances in the arena at 100 times the speed, thinking in his heart, it's not Gao Changguang's style. The person behind Zhang Yu is either from the Department of Architecture, or the Department of Refining, or the Department of Amulets. Will he spend money to buy people's hearts? It seems that Gao Changguang really gave him a lot of spiritual coins. Thinking of this, Director Lin had an idea in his mind. I wonder what the price is to buy him into my school. Since having the Department of Finance as a backer, Director Lin has become more and more wealthy over the years. He thought in his heart, let Jiao Lei talk to him. At least 2.5 times Ji Yuanqu is definitely a good deal. If it's higher, we have to look at other conditions. At the same time, as the results of the battle came out, the ranking after this round also emerged according to the completion of the buildings of each team. The first place was won by the Zhuan Liangshan team of the Peace faction, the second place was won by the Mo Engine team of the War faction, and the third place was won by the Neutral faction. The remaining 4th and 5th place were taken by the Peace faction, 6th place belonged to the War faction, and Zhang Yu's team ranked 7th. Among the top 7, 3 teams belonged to the war faction, 3 teams belonged to the peace faction, and 1 team belonged to the neutral faction. At present, the overall results of the peace faction have the upper hand, while the neutral faction seems to be lagging behind. So the teachers of the neutral faction all thought of Su Yanniang. If Su Yanniang squeezed into the 7th place, the results of the neutral faction would not be so bad. Director Lin looked at this scene and thought to himself, at present, the overall advantage, but in the next round, Mo Engine will definitely challenge Zhuan Liangshan and others. Director Gao also thought in his heart, next, the opponent will definitely find a way to consume Mo Engine and prevent his success rate in the challenge. The magnetic pole master privately chatted with Director Gao and said, call it a day, leave. The next moment, the figure of the magnetic pole master had disappeared. Looking at this scene, Director Gao quickly replied, don't forget the time for the next game. At the same time, outside the stadium, 7th, seeing that the team ranked 7th, Yuzheng unclenched his fists excitedly, and then laughed with a Yingzhen beside him. Guangxu Jin on the other side also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that his spirit coins were not wasted. Then Guangxu Jin began to borrow money. He thought to himself, the team can get 2 copies of the 7 wonders, one of which is definitely Zhang Yu. As for the other one, Shi Huaiyu should have the best chance, but she probably has no money. As long as I bid enough, there will be a chance to get it, and it shouldn't be too expensive. Guangxu Jin immediately understood that this was the time to compete for immortal potential, blood ties, and family background. At the same time, although Che Yufei, Shi Yangxiang, Tian Yang and others around him were covered in wounds, they were also full of a happy atmosphere. Some took screenshots, some posted to moments, and some updated their resumes. Shi Huaiyu looked at Zhang Yu and said, the steel bars you installed at the end were so rotten. I mean so rotten. They are difficult to dismantle and recycle. Stop talking, stop talking. Zhang Yu quickly stopped him from speaking. Although I won this competition, it violated too much of my conscience and ethics as a civil engineer. I will never do such a thing again unless it is necessary. Shi Huaiyu looked at Zhang Yu with some admiration. This guy is as shameless as teacher too. He must have picked up a lot of food at the construction site. At this moment, a quarrel broke out in the distance. It turned out that Su Yanniang and his teammates were quarreling. Shi Huaiyu turned her head with some satisfaction and looked at Su Yanniang, who was surrounded by everyone. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Su Yanniang may have to reorganize the team next year. A loud shout was heard. Su Yanniang, why are you find me? I think the biggest problem is your command. I said just attack them. The other side can't beat us at all. If we rush forward, we might win directly. It's all your fault. You insisted on building smart buildings and big formations. Looking at the angry teammates in front of him, Su Yanniang said coldly, there is no problem with my command. It's your competitive attitude that has problems, especially you. No matter the combat time or the construction scale, it is the lowest in the team. According to the team rules, you should be fined. The other party said angrily, didn't you ask me to clean up the evil pollution at the beginning? Then let me ask you, does the data record how I cleaned up the evil pollution? Then let me ask you again, does the data record your mistakes in soul cultivation operations? Answer me. At the same time, Hun Xiu sent a message to Su Yanniang, boss, I haven't paid you yet. Su Yanniang replied, you have the nerve to ask for money for such work results? I have applied for a refund after blocking the other party. Su Yanniang continued to argue with his teammates, and soon received a reminder from the intermediary company behind Hun Xiu. Intermediary company, Mr. Su Yanniang, if you insist on not paying, we can only sue you. At the same time, the reply from the Fathe company also appeared in Su Yanniang's eyes. Wandao Jiangzuan customer service, hello, Mr. Su Yanniang, according to the information traced at the scene, Fathe did not malfunction, but your meridians were invaded, and your claim cannot be approved. At this time, the substitute players also came over and asked Su Yanniang to return the money. For a while, Su Yanniang felt that his anger was getting stronger and stronger. A bunch of trash, one by one, they are dragging me down. Thinking of this, he was too lazy to pay attention to everyone, and he pushed his teammates away with a bang and left. Chapter 396, The 7 Wonders. Spirit World Space. In a dark room. Suddenly, a subtitle appeared, Old Zhao, are you going to want the university this time? In the darkness, In order to save spirit coins, Zhao Xiangxing, who projected the spirit world as the three characters Zhao Xiangxing, smiled slightly. He also typed a line of subtitles. Well, I participated in the top 10 competition of the Civil Engineering Department of Wanfa University and helped the team get the 7th place. In the darkness, one after another. Oh. Zhao Xiangxing, you have never been to Wanfa University. You don't know how wide the spiritual energy circuit there is, how good the law body is, and how complicated the work is. Classmates, Feeling the envy and shock of his classmates, Zhao Xiangxing felt indescribable pride in his heart. Another line of subtitles appeared. Old Zhao, did you get a good review? A college student, if you get another good review, you will have to work overtime every day. Salary soaring? Zhao Xiangxing looked at his data and thought to himself, should I ask Zhang Yu for a good review? If I push him like this, will he stop asking me to work in the future? Should I wait a few days and see? At this moment, Zhao Xiangxing saw that he had one more good review, and he was immediately delighted. A moment later, with a suction force coming, Zhao Xiangxing knew that he was matched with work again. Mo Xianai, thank you Mo Xianai, come to me again if you have work in the future, I will give you a discount Zhang Yu. Yes, I will come to you if I have work in the future. After Zhang Yu casually gave Zhao Xiangxing and Mo Xianai good reviews, he looked at his current bank deposits. Originally, with the 5 spirit coins that his sister paid back this month, plus Wen Wui's new monthly fee of 10 spirit coins, and Director Gao's 10 spirit coins for treatment, his spirit coin deposits had exceeded more than 40. But in the last game, Zhang Yu used his photographic memory to provide services, and shared the preparation costs of the old eye skeleton, hiring soul repairers, purchasing the ground evil gas pollutants, etc. with his teammates. Finally, he gave money to Zhao Xiangxing, Mo Xianai, and his teammates in the group. In a blink of an eye, there was only more than 17 in the bank account. This competition is really expensive, Zhang Yu thought to himself. I hope I can get more money after the ranking is confirmed. Just then, Xiao Qingxun came over, looked at Zhang Yu and said, we are the winners. How do you plan to use the challenge right in the next round? Zhang Yu asked, if we fight any higher, we will lose no matter who we fight, right? Can this challenge right be sold? Xiao Qingxun smiled faintly and said, that depends on how we sell it. The teams that currently have the challenge right are the first, second, third, fifth and us. The order of challenge will start with us, the 7th, followed by the 5th, 3rd, and 2nd. Each will take turns to use the challenge right, and the first will not be able to use the challenge right. According to the information I got, the 3rd is the neutral faction, and they have decided to give up the challenge right. The 2nd is Mo Entropy Jin, and they will definitely challenge the 1st Zhuan Liangshan. The 5th is also a peace faction. In order to assist Zhuan Liangshan, they should choose to challenge Mo Entropy Jin and consume him. Director Gao's intention is that he hopes we can challenge the 5th place and consume them casually. If there is any danger, we will just give up. Zhang Yu's mind moved. How much compensation? Xiao Qingxun said lightly. Formal team members, 5 spirit coins each. Zhang Yu smiled embarrassedly. Can you give more? Xiao Qingxun asked Director Gao and sighed. 5.5 spirit coins is the most. Director Gao can only give us so much here, so in the next round, Zhang Yu led the team members to challenge the 5th ranked team. Not long after entering the court, looking at Xiao Yunji, who was more than 10 meters tall, had 3 heads and 6 arms, held 6 magic weapons, and rushed around while reciting the advertising slogan, Zhang Yu couldn't help but curse. Is this a civil engineering competition? Xiao Qingxun explained. Xiao Yunji is the descendant of a leader of a construction company. Although he came to the civil engineering department, he will basically not go to the construction side in the future. After struggling for more than 10 minutes, Zhang Yu and others couldn't stand Xiao Yunji's bombardment and chose to withdraw from the competition one after another, fearing that they would be injured in this unnecessary competition and have to spend a sum of medical expenses at that time. Then Xiao Yunji's team challenged Mo Zhenzhen. After being suppressed by Mo Zhenzhen, they chose to surrender after holding out for 5 or 6 minutes. Zhang Yu, who was watching this scene, thought to himself, this Xiao Yunji is also a loser. He beat us so hard, but he surrendered after meeting Mo Zhenzhen's trick. The final battle was between the 2 teams of Mo Zhenzhen and Zhuan Liangshan. Both sides had military-grade skills with the power of Yuan Kunlun to move mountains. When the battle started, the entire stadium was like upside down, and the gravity was reversed. In the stadium, everyone needed to resist the gravity of the Earth from Mo Zhenzhen and Zhuan Liangshan while flying at high speed in the air to carry out construction and battle. Zhang Yu thought to himself, is this a three-dimensional formation in the sky? This is turning the ground bunker into a space station. A moment later, the simulated spirit vein underground was grabbed out by the two of them, and was torn like a giant dragon, and finally turned into fragments all over the sky, and was fought over, repaired, and destroyed by various forces. In the end, Mo Zhenzhen's team won with an 8% advantage. In the spirit world, with Mo Zhenzhen finally taking the first place, this departmental competition ended with the war faction having a slight advantage. The teachers of the war faction at the scene were all smiling. Director Gao also smiled slightly, and discussed the awarding of awards with Director Lin and Bai Zhenzhen. Tu Lishan said, "Old director, isn't there a lone award for outstanding players in this departmental competition? I think Zhang Yu should get one." Bai Zhenzhen remembered very clearly that when Zhang Yu's team defeated Ma Zhuan before, Tu Lishan mentioned it once, but he found a reason to reject it. Seeing Tu Lishan bringing up the old matter again, Zhenzhen Bai Yu smiled slightly, knowing that there was no reason to reject this proposal, so he looked at Director Lin on the side and asked, "Director Lin, what do you think?" Director Lin said lightly, "Teacher 2, the department has always only looked at grades, rankings and data. Students who are eligible for bonus loans will naturally get bonus loans. Everything follows the process, and there is no need for you to single one out." Director Gao laughed and said, "Teacher 2 is also concerned about the talents in the department, but what you are right, Old Lin, is that we should follow the process. Then let's talk about the first place this time. Mo Entropy Jin took the first place this time. Although he is my disciple, I don't avoid suspicion. After all, he will represent the department in the cross-school league. The situation is changing rapidly now, and all schools are developing military-grade forces. Although Mo Entropy Jin has mastered the power of Yuan Kunlun to move mountains, it may not be enough in this league. I think it's time to move the military grade far high." Director Lin's eyes condensed, and he thought to himself, the lion's mouth is too big. At the same time, Lang Yaogong, who was standing at the edge, felt the increasingly tense atmosphere in the spirit world, and thought to himself, Alice, after this competition, the conflict between the two sides has become more public. Not long after, Zhang Yu, who was in class, received news about the competition rewards. First, there was the bonus for being the 7th official member of the competition team, a total of 8 spirit coins. Then there was the low-interest loan as an outstanding player, 12 spirit coins were received. Zhang Yu's deposit suddenly soared to 42.5 spirit coins. Then there was the comprehensive score improvement, 1,800 basic points, and 194 performance bonus points, a total of 1994 points of bonus, which suddenly increased Zhang Yu's comprehensive score to nearly 5,000. With such a score increase, Zhang Yu also had his own department ranking. Civil Engineering Department Foundation Establishment Realm 95th in the classroom. The students who were originally in class quietly gradually noticed the changes above Zhang Yu's head. Looking at the 95th place in the Civil Engineering Department, some were surprised, some were envious, and some were incredible. The ranking of the whole department will only appear when you enter the top 100. Although the 95th place may not seem impressive, it is only 3 months after the start of the second year. The ranking above Zhang Yu's head is extremely eye-catching in the classroom. Even the magic teacher Li Mingbo who is teaching can't help but take a few more glances. I heard that this kid on the first floor took the 7th place in this civil engineering competition. Li Mingbo sighed in his heart. Amazing, far beyond my expectation. Zhang Yu knew that with this ranking of 95th in the whole department, there would be an additional reward loan at the end of each school year. But the reward for 95th place is too little. Before the end of the second year, when I finish the exams of various courses, I should be able to get more. At this time, Zhang Yu received a message from his sister. Zhang Pianpian, congratulations, you are in the top 100. Zhang Yu couldn't help but glance at the other party's ranking of 44th in the foundation building realm of the talisman department. At this moment, Zhang Yu felt more and more the power of his sister's ranking. But every time, Zhang Pianpian's explanation for this is that the difference between the spell department who learns fast and the spell department who learns slowly is huge. And the students with high rankings in the lower grades far exceed those in other departments, so Zhang Yu doesn't need to compete with himself. In addition to the changes in department rankings, the last reward is the teaching of the 7 wonders. At the same time, The competition group also discussed the 2 places for the 7 Wonders inheritance. Shihuaiyu, 1 for Zhang Yu, and the remaining 1 for everyone to bid on. Zhang Yu, how much should I give? Shihuaiyu, you have made the greatest contribution, just take it directly. Che Yufei, if you hadn't spent money during the competition, I wouldn't have enough money for my treatment, so you don't have to pay anymore. Yu Xinghan, I think you can still give a little as a token of your appreciation. Shihuaiyu, I'll mute you as a substitute player first. Yu Xinghan, I also spent money. Yu Xinghan, transfer record, Gong Shujin, can substitute players also participate in the auction? Shihuaiyu, of course you can. Che Yufei, please. Facing Gong Shujin, who spent 20 spirit coins at the end of the competition, everyone in the group was extremely respectful. After a while, the auction came to a conclusion. Gong Shujin bought another spot of the 7 Wonders at the price of 26 spirit coins. Soon, Zhang Yu received a transfer from Gong Shujin, and his deposit suddenly increased to more than 46.8. Seeing so many spirit coins, Zhang Yu, like most people in Kangsu, began to feel the urge to spend the spirit coins quickly and convert them into his own immortal strength. At the same time, Director Gao sent a message. Director Gao, tomorrow at the same place, I will teach you the 2nd wonder. Director Gao, by the way, let's talk about your future plan for the military certificate exam. Zhang Yu was shocked when he saw the other party's message, and he looked forward to tomorrow more and more. Chapter 397 The Joy of the Winner. In the Yuan Magnetic Channel, Gong Shujin was moving forward at high speed while flipping through the information received in his eyes. As soon as he made progress, Gong Shujin posted on his moments about his 7th place in the civil engineering competition and the right to use the Zhuang Hongzhen seal. This was natural to Gong Shujin. If he made progress, he had to show it off. Otherwise, how could his loan amount increase? How could his family ties be sublimated? How could his blood relationship be maintained? How could his classmates maintain their friendship? As soon as his moments were posted, many messages immediately poured out. Some congratulated him, some asked for details, some asked him if he wanted a reserve fund, and all kinds of people who sold medicine, Taoist services, and various immortal products repeatedly promoted preferential activities to him. Even some of his fellow countrymen on the 2nd floor sent to him inquiries. Although Gong Shujin also added some 4th-level people to the 2nd-level fellow countrymen group, and added some 4th-level fellow countrymen as friends. But as he was in the civil engineering department, he was not ranked in the department, and he was not the first in the class, so he was not noticeable among most of his fellow countrymen on the 4th floor. It was rare for a fellow from the 4th floor to ask him questions, and Gong Shujin couldn't help but feel happy. At this moment, another person sent him a message. Ji Yuanshu, Gong Shujin, hello. Gong Shujin thought to himself, huh? Isn't this Ji Yuanshu, who used to be the 1st in the class and is now the 5th in the class? With the settlement of the comprehensive scores of the competition, the class rankings, which were originally not very different, immediately changed dramatically. Gong Shujin, Yingzhen, and Yu Xinghan, who were originally ranked 3rd, 4th, and 5th, each moved up 1 place, squeezing Ji Yuanshu to 5th place. Whenever Gong Shujin thought of the 6th floor master who he once had to look up to, but was now being stepped on by himself, he would sigh that the money was well spent. Gong Shujin, what's the matter? Ji Yuanshu, did you give the other copy of the 7 Wonders in your team to Zhang Yu? Gong Shujin, yes. Ji Yuanshu, the war faction gave you a lot of support, right? Gong Shujin, without Director Gao's support, we definitely wouldn't have made it this far. Ji Yuanshu, thumbs up. After finishing the conversation with Ji Yuanshu, Gong Shujin had an idea in his mind. Speaking of which, if I can master the 3 civil engineering 7 unique skills and master the small 3-in-1 before Ji Yuanshu, then I may always be 1 step ahead of him in my future civil engineering career. How can I be 1 step faster than Ji Yuanshu? Gong Shujin tried to spend money on himself, but failed in the end. Later, he spent money on the competition team and successfully got the Zhuang Hongzhen seal. To be precise, it was not spending money on the competition team, but on my confidence in Zhang Yu. I have to continue to maintain a good relationship with Zhang Yu. If there is such an opportunity next time, I must seize it. What does Zhang Yu like? Gong Shujin's mind was filled with information about Zhang Yu. Work overtime? Take medicine? Eat? Massage? Ying's ancestral hall group Yingzhen, I got 7th place in the civil engineering competition. Yingzhen, ranking screenshot. Image file 3rd generation family head. Okay, have you used the ashes? Yingzhen, great-grandfather, thanks to your ashes smeared on the field, we were able to hold on in the first half of the last game. The 5th generation head of the family, now you can be considered a die-hard student of the war faction. The next step is to find a good teacher. The 5th generation wife, just send the ashes. If the money is not enough, we will send it to you. The 4th generation head of the family, especially that Zhang Yu, you should get along well with him, and it would be best if he can join our family. Yingzhen, I have tried it, but I feel that this person should be the kind of ascetic who is not interested in this aspect. He only has practice and overtime in his eyes. Feeling the love of the family elders, Yingzhen smiled slightly. Suddenly, her eyes fixed and asked, where's Xianzu? The 5th generation of the family head, the 1st generation has temporarily frozen his mind. The 5th generation of the family head, the cost of maintaining his mind is getting higher and higher. He can only choose to freeze most of the time in life at the lowest cost. The 5th generation of the family head, but it doesn't matter. As long as we pay him on time, he can hold on for a while. Yingzhen sighed in her heart. Even if he can hold on, as more descendants freeze, as the descendants who are not frozen become more and more unfamiliar with the 1st generation of the family head, the suspension of payment is ultimately a matter of time. Unless the descendants can stand out, rise rapidly, and make a fortune, it is possible for the ancestors to live another life until they can no longer afford the fees. Zhang Yu used the 3-eye supernatural power to constantly observe the muscle texture of Bai in front of him. Then he used his fingertips to exert strength and sent waves of power deep into the other person's body. At the same time, a stream of magic power followed and drilled into the other person's meridians. This is the massage technique that Zhang learned from Professor Gong of the construction site health management. It can regulate the muscles and relieve the wear and tear of the meridians while improving the efficiency of practicing magic power. However, while learning these skills, Zhang also realized that this was also a killing skill that was good at destroying the body and meridians. When he asked Professor Xiaogong about this, the other party chuckled and said, it is indeed integrated with some ancient assassination skills, but you just need to know that modern killing mainly depends on money. If you have money, you can kill as you want. If you don't have money, you can't even kill ordinary people. Assassination skills are useless. You are very talented in physical therapy and rehabilitation. Now the university world is changing and the war is looming. I believe that not only in construction sites, but in many fields in the future, rehabilitation and physical therapy will have a huge market. You have to work hard. Seeing Bai moaning comfortably, Zhang suggested, Senior sister, I will help you with kidney maintenance later. Do you want to apply for a card? I guarantee it will be more cost-effective than going to the store. During this period, Zhang almost developed all the players in the competition team into customers, and began to develop more senior customers through them. Thinking of his rising comprehensive score and income level, Zhang was more and more fortunate that this competition team was not on vain. At this moment, Zhang received a message from Lian Xianji. Lian Xianji, Brother Zhang, I saw your circle of friends. Congratulations on winning the 7th place in the competition. Zhang, I also saw the photos you posted on your circle of friends. Is that girl your classmate at Helhong University? Lian Xianji, that's me. Zhang, huh? Lian Xianji, after I successfully built my foundation, I transferred to the foundation building positive pole class in the department. Here, only the first in the class can be a man. Zhang, huh? Lian Xianji, on the contrary, in the negative pole class, only the first in the class can be a woman. Lian Xianji, I also thought carefully before choosing the class, and finally decided to suffer first and then enjoy the sweetness. At this moment, Bai, a subordinate of Zhang, groaned in pain and said, Zhang, what are you doing? Zhang apologized repeatedly and refocused his attention on Bai. At the same time, a voice echoed back and forth in his mind. Zhang Yu. Helhong University is not our paradise, but if you are not a local student, but a tourist, Zhang had to admit that he was interested. At this time, Li Zulian also sent a message. Li Zulian, good results, it was not in vain to train you and Zhang Yu. Li Zulian, I helped you contact a group of wounded people in the security department. Li Zulian, try to do their business. Yu Zhenghen returned to the dormitory and was about to talk to Zhang Yu about the information of Hello University, but after taking a look at the other party's current state, he knew that he was talking to Bai Zhenzhen. Bai Zhenzhen looked at Zhang Yu and said happily, "Did your team win the 7th place in the department competition this time?" Zhang Yu nodded and talked about the process of the competition, which made Bai Zhenzhen on the other end smile. Bai Zhenzhen, great, now we are both getting closer to the top 10 leagues. Zhang Yu nodded, well, Zhen, let's improve together, and we can enter the sect together in the future. Fuji thought to herself, one is participating in the group school league, and the other is participating in the department competition. The gap is huge. Bai Zhenzhen is really flattering Zhang Yu. Bai Zhenzhen, haha, in this competition, the green silk flying sword that mom gave you is useful, right, Zhang Yu, it is useful, but it's a little less. Can you give me more? Bai Zhenzhen, do you really think you can do it by pulling out a hair? It is forged by the 7 emotion sword intentions. How can it appear overnight, Bai Zhenzhen, and as your strength increases, this green silk flying sword will become less and less capable. You can then change to a new magic weapon. Zhang Yu shook his head and said, no need to change. Even if this green silk flying sword is not used in battle, it can be connected to the internet at critical moments. I want to carry it with me all the time. Bai Zhenzhen suddenly asked curiously, do you carry it with you all the time? Zhang Yu smiled and raised his right hand, showing that the Kingxi flying sword was on his finger like a ring, and said, well, I always carry it with me. I can connect to the internet in the field and cut materials on the construction site. It's very convenient. Bai Zhenzhen looked at the hair on the other's fingers and asked, then, you don't carry it with you when you play, do you? Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment, and the next moment he said angrily, that's not called playing. I was working and making money. Don't forget that I supported you like this until you graduated from high school. Bai Zhenzhen, yeah, work, Bai Zhenzhen said again, by the way, can you stop talking about so much nonsense with Wenwu Aya? Zhang Yu nodded, just give out some things every day and you can get money. You can't stop? Bai Zhenzhen rolled her eyes, every time he sees me, he talks to me about civil engineering and construction sites. I'm almost annoyed to death by him, Zhang Yu said, then I'll think of a way. After Bai Zhenzhen on the other side ended the call, the voice of the 7 emotions god emerged in her ears, you two guys, what do you think of Wenwu Aya? Bai Zhenzhen was startled by the sudden voice, then patted her chest and said, I thought of him as Zhang Yu's wallet. The 7 emotions god asked curiously, at this moment, don't you still think that the gap between Zhang Yu and you is too big, let alone Zhang Yu himself? Even the best students in their department are far inferior to Wenwu Aya. Wenwu Aya is a friend at the same level as you. In the long run, he is also a more suitable network for you, Bai Zhenzhen said. Mom, if everything depends on money and interests, is it still emotion? Can you still practice the extreme emotion sword Dao? The 7 emotions god said lightly, if wealth and interests are turned into part of the measurement of emotions, why can't it be the extreme emotion sword Dao? Bai Zhenzhen said, but if we can transcend all this and use pure and extreme emotions to promote the sword intent, isn't that what you want to see more? Mom, are you trying to figure out my thoughts? The 7 emotions god smiled and said, the time in life of a god is much broader than you think. Instead of guessing my intentions, you might as well spend more time recognizing the truest thoughts in your heart. Chapter 398 The Loser, the Second Ultimate. In the luxurious dormitory. Ever since he lost the competition and had a big fight with Ma Zhuan and others, Ji Yuanshu has been in a very low mood. Especially the indifference of his master director Lin made him feel that he was being abandoned. When Ji Yuanshu learned that Zhang Yu's team had defeated Su Yanniang again, he thought to himself, as expected, the subsequent communication with Gong Shujin confirmed this in his heart. It was the war faction that set up the game and invested a lot of resources to push Zhang Yu to defeat me and Su Yanniang successively, but fortunately, Su Yanniang also lost. Ji Yuanshu felt that Su Yanniang's failure made his failure seem insignificant. Master should also understand that this defeat is not my fault, but my luck is backlashing now, and I'm afraid Master is no longer willing to invest too much in me. Thinking of this, Ji Yuanshu sensed the 2 credit cards in his mind that were transferring luck back and forth. Dual credit cards and dual loans have temporarily allowed me to survive this backlash. In the future, I can only rely on myself to fight against the big hands of the war faction. On the construction site on the 667th floor, Su Yanniang, who was working, turned around and found Ma Zhuan standing beside him. Ma Zhuan smiled and said, Watch carefully and learn how you play the civil engineering competition." Su Yanniang's face darkened. He turned his head and said coldly, "If it weren't for my teammates' incompetence, the soul cultivator's laziness, and the other party's guidance from a master, I would never lose." Ma Zhuan nodded and said, "I know, I understand, brother. It's a pity for you this time. If you get 7th this time, you can get 7 unique skills next semester, and then pass the military exam next year. You can practice the Tian Kunlun mountain moving power." Su Yanniang turned his head to look at Ma Zhuan, thinking that the other party also lost to Zhang Yu. He sighed and said, "It's just a difference of 1 move. I'm afraid the war faction also saw the threat in me, so they spent a lot of effort to snipe me. Their real target is me, and I'm afraid you have been affected." Ma Zhuan asked again, "Then brother, are you planning to take the military exam next year?" Su Yanniang said lightly, "Of course, there are so many opportunities. How can I give up easily?" After chatting with the other party for a few more words, Ma Zhuan said, "I kicked Ji Yuanshu. Brother, you just happen to have no team. How about next year's competition? Join our team." Su Yanniang shook his head. "Let's talk about it next year. I don't want to think about the competition now." Nether University. Wang Yin's Emperor's Heart of Heart was fully running in his mind, and his Heart of Tao was as solid as a rock. At this moment, he recalled what happened to Zhang Yu, and felt that it was just a little bit of wind and frost. No, it was a good thing that Zhang Yu lied to me last time. It was just a few spirit coins, but he pointed out the flaws in my mind method and allowed me to see through the flaws in my Dao heart, which led to the current tempering. Otherwise, with such a big flaw in my operation of the Emperor's Heart, if I lose to a master of the same level in the future, I'm afraid I will never be able to turn things around. Wang Yin sighed secretly in his heart. On the contrary, after this tempering, I have completely made up for the flaws in my mind method, and my future path will be smooth. Zhang Yu, I shouldn't hate you, but should thank you. You will never know how much you have helped me, and you don't know what a terrifying opponent you have created for yourself with your actions. The mother on the side sensed Wang Yin's mental state and nodded slightly. You are in good shape. It seems that you have indeed changed your mind and seen through the obstacles in your heart. Wang Yin smiled slightly and said, "The key to the Emperor's Heart is not to fail, but to be fearless of failure. From now on, any failure will only become nutrients to nourish my Dao heart, and will never make my mind method run smoothly again. From now on, I will control my mind method, instead of being bound by it." The woman nodded. "What if I meet Zhang Yu again?" Wang Yin said indifferently. "This ant-like thing is just a knife for others from beginning to end. Unless it is necessary, I have no interest in taking action against him." The woman smiled slightly. "Okay, then I will try your Dao heart again." After that, Wang Yin's mother thought about it, and a light screen was projected in front of the two of them. Looking at the things played in it, Wang Yin asked in confusion, "What is this?" The woman said indifferently, "The competition video of the Civil Engineering Department of Wanfa University. Zhang Yu participated in this competition. Just see the other side of Zhang Yu that you have never seen before." Hearing Zhang Yu's name, Wang Yin's expression did not move, and it seemed that there was no emotional fluctuation. But as the video was played faster, watching the battle between Zhang Yu and Su Yanniang in the first half, Wang Yin's brows were slightly frowned. He turned his head and forced a smile. "Mom, what's so interesting about this competition?" his mother said coldly. "Keep watching, open your eyes wide, and take a good look at how Zhang Yu looks in it." At his mother's insistence, Wang Yin could only continue watching the second half of the battle. After watching it, he couldn't help asking, what was Zhang Yu's final result? His mother said calmly, "He ranked 7th in the Civil Engineering Department and was awarded the 7 Wonders of Civil Engineering of Wanfa University." She explained the concept of the 7 Wonders of Civil Engineering, and then said, "Now Zhang Yu has been accepted as a registered disciple by King Bai Zhenzhen of the Civil Engineering Department. Now it seems that he will be trained as a key figure in the future." Seeing Wang Yin's expression change, his mother continued, "Maybe in a few years he will pass the military exam and practice the Tian Kunlun mountain moving divine power." Seeing Wang Yin's rapid breathing, his mother sighed and said, "It seems that you haven't really made up for the flaw in your heart." Wang Yin smiled, "Mom, I just need time to adjust. The stronger Zhang Yu is, the greater the effect on my Dao heart tempering, and the better it is. The more he wins, the more I win." His mother shook her head and sent him the video. "You disappoint me so much. Watch it more when you have time. When you can watch it calmly and without any emotional changes, it means that you have truly made up for the flaw in your heart." The day after the award for the civil engineering competition was issued, Zhang Yu came to the simulated construction site agreed by Director Gao with a hint of expectation. Looking at Zhang Yu, who was present, Director Gao said lightly, "Today I will teach you the second of the 7 unique civil engineering skills, the Great Wilderness Moving Mountains. This skill is the foundation of the 7 unique skills. It uses the body to cooperate with the Genki to imitate the power of various geological disasters. Every move and every style is extremely powerful. It can be used for construction and to strengthen the body." While Director Gao was speaking, a colorless Genki had already been blasted out with his punch, turning into a wave visible to the naked eye, violently shaking the earth, and erupting with a might like an earthquake. Then he pressed down with another palm, and the rolling Genki seemed to collapse mountains and break peaks, turning the entire land into layers of sand and dust, as if he had come to a desert area. Landslides, earthquakes, mud churn, rock bursts, desertification. Every move and every form of the Great Wilderness Moving Mountain power can change the terrain, and if it is combined with the Zhuangheong's seal, the power will be doubled. As Director Gao explained, Zhang Yu understood more and more about the power of the Great Wilderness Moving Mountain power. Zhang Yu thought to himself, the moving mountain energy produced by the skill is like a kind of vibration wave. It is not only extremely powerful and destructive, but also can cause the earth to shake, and as long as the driving force is strong enough, it can cause effects like earthquakes, landslides, mudslides, desertification, etc. Zhang Yu thought of the small 3 combination practiced by Shi Huaiyu, Ma Zhuan, Su Yanniang and others in the competition. When they perform the small 3 combination, the reason why they can change the terrain, manipulate mud and sand, and cause various damages like geological disasters is because of the Zhuangheong's seal and the Great Wilderness Moving Mountain power. After Director Gao finished explaining it, he looked at Zhang Yu's practice of the Great Wilderness Moving Mountain power with some anticipation. This guy practiced Zhuangheong's seal in 1 hour and 15 minutes last time. Director Gao remained calm, but he was guessing in his heart, how long will it take to practice the Great Wilderness Moving Mountains this time? I have practiced it. After Zhang Yu practiced the Great Wilderness Moving Mountains in a hurry, all kinds of practice memories of this technique emerged in his mind. He felt that every move was in his mind, as if he had practiced it over and over again. However, he naturally did not say that he had mastered this martial art, but practiced it a second time in front of Director Gao. Before coming to accept Director Gao's guidance this time, he had consulted Shi Huaiyu. It took Shi Huaiyu almost 3 days to practice the Great Wilderness Moving Mountains. According to Shi Huaiyu, the fastest student in the history of the civil engineering department to practice this technique took about half an hour. So after 48 minutes, as Zhang Yu practiced it over and over again, his moves continued to improve, gradually from a beginner to an expert. After all, at this moment, the memory of how he practiced the Great Wilderness Moving Mountain step by step was still fresh in his mind, so imitating it again at this moment was a natural outcome. Director Gao, who was standing by, watched this scene and nodded repeatedly in his heart. In his eyes. Every time Zhang Yu practiced, he made visible progress, showing his amazing talent. And when 48 minutes passed, as Zhang Yu punched out, cracking a large area of the ground in front of him, Director Gao was amazed again in his heart. He actually practiced it in 48 minutes. I remember records that were faster than this. Almost all of them were fake for hype. This kid's aptitude is really. Zhang Yu looked at Director Gao and said, "Teacher, I practiced it." Director Gao nodded and said, "The situation in the department is complicated now. Maybe someone will deal with you one day. Don't tell others about your progress in practicing in the future." After seeing Zhang Yu nod, Director Gao continued, "Next, I will tell you about the arrangements for the future military certificate exam." Chapter 399 Zhang Yu's military certificate plan. Hearing Director Gao's words about the military certificate exam, Zhang Yu's expression tightened and his eyes suddenly became serious. Ever since he first saw Mo Engine display the power of moving mountains in Kunlun on a field construction site, he has been yearning for this military-grade skill of the civil engineering department. During this civil engineering competition, Mo Engine's cultivation level has improved again, and the power of moving mountains in Kunlun that he promoted has become more and more powerful and overwhelming. It also made Zhang Yu more determined to master this martial art. Feeling the ambition and desire revealed in Zhang Yu's eyes, Director Gao smiled slightly. He was never afraid of students having desires and ambitions. In his opinion, this is a necessity for moving forward on the road to immortality. On the contrary, if you lose your fighting spirit, are easily satisfied, and have few desires, that is a big obstacle to the immortal path. The military certificate that our civil engineering department can take is called the Military Civil Engineering Certificate. This certificate has two types, A and B, which are used for military-grade body and military-grade skills respectively. What I am talking about now is the certificate for military-grade skills. According to Director Gao, the Military Civil Engineering Certificate is tested every 2 years, and each time it is held in October. The requirements for the military certificate are very high. Not everyone can get the military certificate in every test. If no one meets the standards on the spot, then everyone will be eliminated. The next military certificate test is next year, which is still too close for you, so the military certificate I planned for you is the next one, which is October of the year after next, 1 month after the start of your 5th year. By then, you should have mastered the 7 unique skills of civil engineering. After passing the military certificate test, you can combine the 7 unique skills into one and practice the Kunlun power to move mountains. Passing the military certificate in the 5th year and practicing the Kunlun power to move mountains is already very fast in Director Gao's opinion. In his expectation, at this speed, Zhang Yu would be able to represent the department in the inter-school league and compete for a good ranking in his 6th year. But when Zhang Yu heard that he had to take the military certificate exam in his 5th year to practice the Tian Kunlun mountain moving power, he had only one feeling. This was too slow. Zhang Yu couldn't help but say, can't it be earlier? For example, I will directly take the military certificate exam next year, and then collect the civil engineering 7 unique skills earlier. Director Gao raised his eyebrows when he heard this, thinking that Zhang Yu in front of him was a little too ambitious and overconfident after experiencing the competition. He reminded, it's December now. If you want to take the military certificate exam in October next year, you only have 10 months. Do you know who will take the exam next year? Su Yanniang and Xiao Yunji, who you met in this competition, will take the exam. Let's not talk about Xiao Yunji. Her potential in the immortal way is so strong that she can be ranked among the best in the entire civil engineering department. It will be too difficult for you to catch up with her in just 10 months. As for Su Yanniang, although you have defeated their competition team, you should also know that there is still a big gap between you and him in terms of strength. Director Gao reminded, Zhang Yu, your talent and qualifications are indeed very strong, but you can't be proud and complacent because of this. Instead of thinking about forcing Xiao Yunji, Su Yanniang and others to compete in 10 months, it is better to settle down for another 3 years, master the 7 civil engineering skills in depth, and improve your basic data and dimensions in all aspects. There will be a time for you to soar into the sky. The immortal way is a very long road. You think that 1 or 3 years are a big difference now, but when you look back after 40 or 50 years, you will find that it doesn't matter. Zhang Yu knew that he could not convince the other party in this regard. So he decided to change his words and said, Teacher, you are right. I should not be too ambitious and should settle down more. Director Gao nodded. Zhang Yu continued, but it's okay to participate, right? I don't want to pass the military certificate. I just want to see it in advance and see what the military certificate exam is like. Director Gao thought about it, looked at Zhang Yu's sincerity, and felt that it was not impossible, so he replied, it's good to see it, but you have to be more careful at that time. If the situation is not right, quit immediately and don't spend too much money on the exam. Zhang Yu agreed to it again and again, but he made up his mind in his heart, next October, I must pass the military certificate. At the same time, Zhang Yu also felt a pressure. Su Yanniang still has a certain confidence to surpass the other party, but if he surpasses Xiao Yunji in 10 months, he will be a little unsure. After all, the other party's strength and immortal potential are bottomless. At least he doesn't know where the other party's limit is yet. After talking about the military certificate exam time, Director Gao talked about the specific study and practice arrangements. In Director Gao's opinion, Zhang Yu is extremely talented in martial arts practice, has a strong physique, and loves civil engineering, and is short of money. Then the most suitable place for Zhang Yu to practice is still the construction site. At the construction site, Zhang Yu can practice martial arts, hone his physique, get drug subsidies, make money from projects, and contribute to the department. It's really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Whenever Director Gao thinks of Zhang Yu in the competition field, he still worked wholeheartedly in the chaos, and finally worked hard to achieve the amount of work required to win before the deadline. He can't help but sigh that the other party is really a natural civil engineer. Director Gao said, starting next month, I will arrange for you to go to some high-value projects so that you can earn more money while practicing. In addition, what you need most now is to improve your basic data. These are the foundations of the immortal way. The sooner you improve them to the limit of foundation building, the better. This is the platinum membership card of Zhang. You can enjoy a 50% discount on consumption. You can use it to cultivate your Dao heart. Zhang Yu looked at the electronic membership cards sent by the other party and was delighted. With this, he can use the spiritual world services of Zhang to improve his Dao heart level faster. Director Gao continued, I have adjusted the spiritual machine supply in the dormitory to the highest level for you. You should hurry up to improve your mana. As for the quality of mana, I still have several cemeteries in Huanggang and have mastered a batch of high-quality corpses. In the future, I will provide you with some mana with 200% mana quality every month. Huanggang Mana Production Company, Limited. Zhang Yu naturally remembered that he had participated in the repair project at the other party's cemetery before. Hearing that there was 200% mana provided, Zhang Yu was even more excited. Previously, he bought 175% quality mana through the dark mana world. At the beginning, the quality of mana was improved very quickly, but as his mana quality got closer and closer to 175%, the improvement effect became slower and slower. Especially later, as his mana quality exceeded 175%, he needed to buy higher quality mana to improve it. And the higher the quality of mana, the more expensive it was for each 1% increase, which made Zhang Yu, who was financially constrained, improve his mana quality more and more slowly. Zhang Yu thought to himself, as expected of Director Gao, he actually has an industry in Hulang Garden. Director Gao continued, as for physical strength, although you can hone it when you work on the construction site, you can still speed up the progress. At this point, Director Gao looked at Zhang Yu and suddenly asked, speaking of which, why haven't you used any other law bones besides the eye bones? In Director Gao's opinion, although Zhang Yu was not rich, he was not so rich that he could not afford any law bones. But he only used one eye bones in his sophomore year. Zhang Yu explained, I heard that the highest level Dharmakaya is made by customizing one's own body, so I want to keep tempering my body, and when I have money in the future, I will make a customized Dharmakaya. Oh, Director Gao nodded slightly, I didn't expect you to have this plan. Indeed, tempering the body and customizing the Dharmakaya is a more long-term and more promising choice, but this path is expensive and difficult. And even many rich people are unwilling to slowly temper their bodies, but choose to directly replace them with powerful Dharmakaya. Since you want to choose this path, I won't support you with a Dharmakaya, but I will find a way to help you get a cultivation-type magic weapon, and give it to you in a few days. After saying goodbye to Director Gao, Zhang Yu felt that this time was a great harvest. With this wave of support from Director Gao, his cultivation path will surely speed up again. With the 95th place in the foundation building realm of the civil engineering department, and feeling the respectful gazes of the people around him, Zhang Yu recalled what Director Gao did today, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. The learning atmosphere of Wanfa University is still good, and the teachers are actually very humane. Director Gao contacted the magnetic pole master. Director Gao, magnetic pole, I want to get a magic weapon for Zhang Yu to assist in physical practice. Magnetic pole master, you are so good to your apprentice. Director Gao, where do you think I can buy it? Magnetic pole master, link CO Intelligent Manufacturing Shopping official website. Director Gao, what's the point of letting the platform make all the money? Director Gao, I want to buy it directly from you, without the middleman making a profit. Magnetic pole master, oh, okay, who said we have been friends for hundreds of years? Director Gao immediately laughed and replied, the ultimate body refining efficiency in the foundation building period, can be carried with you, no side effects, no extra expenses, no damage to potential, budget 5 spirit coins, can you do it? Magnet Master, how about I become your disciple? Director Gao, don't worry, we can negotiate the price. Wanfa University City, 88th floor. Zhang Yu began to practice the 7th martial arts of the martial arts Saint Body. In this civil engineering competition, in the final showdown with Su Yanniang's team, the martial arts Saint Body with only one layer of effect played a miraculous role. This made Zhang Yu look forward to this set of chain magic diagrams even more. Especially since he was going to practice at the construction site next, he planned to seize the time to promote the martial arts Saint Body, so that he could earn more rewards with higher efficiency at the construction site. In addition to the practice of the martial arts saint body, there are also Dao heart, mana quality, and physical strength that need to be improved one by one. There are also equipment refining courses and civil engineering courses that cannot be put down. In the following time, Zhang Yu felt that he was so busy every day that he wished he could have 48 hours a day to work, practice, and study. Chapter 400, First Refining. December. Since the end of the competition, Zhang Yu has been busy in every corner of the university town, not missing any opportunity to improve himself. On this day in Taking Realm, Zhang Yu now opens the quadruple thinking, activates 20 times thinking acceleration, and is constantly studying the refining course. While studying, he couldn't help but sigh again in his heart that the content of the refining course is so much and so complicated. Alice, no wonder students in the refining department need to rely on the spiritual world network or Taoism to double their learning efficiency. With my quadruple thinking, 20 times acceleration is equivalent to 80 times acceleration. Compared with a student who studies 10 times with a spiritual world acceleration, it is only 7 times faster. If I take into account my limited study time every day, and they use some Taoism and Dharma bones to improve efficiency, then the comparison between me and the students in the refining department in terms of learning efficiency. Zhang Yu shook his head and thought, to meet the new requirements of the magnetic pole master and complete the refining course before the end of the sophomore year, it is still very difficult. However, learning knowledge is still simple for Zhang Yu. The most troublesome thing is the various experiments related to the equipment refining course. Fortunately, he has the magnetic pole master as a teacher. Magnetic pole master, are you going to practice? Zhang Yu, well, the basics have been learned, and I plan to try the first equipment refining. Zhang Yu, but there are some preparations that I don't know how to do. Magnetic pole master, what do you plan to refine for the first time? Zhang Yu, I want to refine a bag of sky blue sand. Magnetic pole master, sky blue sand? Well, you want to match your human form of energy, right? Good idea. Magnetic pole master, the difficulty is not high. It is indeed suitable for the first equipment refining. Magnetic pole master, in terms of preparation, materials, copyright, laboratory, experimental equipment, these 4 are the most basic. Magnetic pole master, forget it, I'll let Yi Zingli guide you. Zhang Yu, will senior sister Yi guess a relationship? Magnetic pole master, don't worry, Xiaoi is a sensible person. Not only will she not say things that shouldn't be spread, she will even help cover them up. In the classroom, Zhang Yu listened to the class while sensing the changes in his body. In the danshan, the green lotus sort embryo quietly bloomed. The power of this divine root was penetrating Zhang Yu's whole body, stimulating his body to constantly adjust. Since getting the green lotus sort embryo from Bai Zhenzhen, although Zhang Yu did not dare to expose the power of this divine root, so that he had no chance to use it actively, he had been quietly enjoying the passive effect of the green lotus sort embryo. Although the three-eyed divine power and the green lotus sort embryo both belong to the type of spiritual root in the Dao seed spectrum, they cannot be used at the same time. However, the three-eyed divine power is mainly used in battle, while the green lotus sort embryo can be used as a passive one, and it is always on during normal practice and study. Through previous experiments, Zhang Yu knew that the green lotus sort embryo had an ability to adapt and strengthen. And because the chain diagram suit switched, it brought Zhang Yu a revolutionary strengthening effect. Therefore, when the green lotus sort embryo was used on Zhang Yu, as the chain diagram was switched again and again, his body would gradually have some of the suit effects under normalization. During this period, Zhang Yu used the Tumu Saint body and key vessel flow the most. After constantly switching back and forth, through the strengthening of the green lotus sort embryo, he felt that he seemed to have a little bit of the Tumu Saint body and key vessel flow set effects without using the relevant sets. But this feeling is very weak, and it still takes more time to see the effect. Zhang Yu was not in a hurry about this. Anyway, as long as he kept using the green lotus sort embryo, it would not affect his practice and study. After class, Zhang Yu was about to leave, but he heard a voice calling him. It was Feng Jiayu, the teacher of the Dao Heart class. Feng Jiayu, are you interested in participating in the Spirit World competition at the end of this year? Zhang Yu shook his head. Teacher, I don't have any advantages in Dao Heart, so I'd better not go and embarrass myself. Zhang Yu knew his own business. With his Dao Heart level of only level 16, participating in the Spirit World competition was a pure waste of time. He now had a lot of things to learn and practice, But he didn't have much time to participate in the spirit world competition. After finishing the conversation with Feng Jiu, Zhang Yu left the classroom surrounded by Yu Zhenghun, Yingzhen, Gong Shujin, and Li Xiao. Seeing the 95 on Zhang Yu's head, and the second, third, and fourth on Yu Zhenghun and the other two, the Qigong practitioners along the way made way for them, looking at them with respect. Li Xiao tried hard to squeeze to Zhang Yu's side, but found that Zhang Yu was already blocked by Yu Zhenghun, Yingzhen, and Gong Shujin. He couldn't help but think in his heart, damn it, I was the first to follow the senior brother. As a result, Yingzhen and Gong Shujin are now sticking to me tighter than underwear. Gong Shujin said, Zhang Yu, there will be a party in a few days, are you interested? Zhang Yu's eyes moved, is there a buffet? Gong Shujin said as a matter of course, how can I have the nerve to tell you about a party that is not at the level of a buffet? Zhang Yu, go. In the dormitory, Zhang Yu was holding a mysterious relic, silently absorbing the 200% quality mana from it. It was Director Gao who produced it in the cemetery of Hulong Garden. Feeling the 200% quality mana gradually being diluted by the mana in his body, Zhang Yu felt that the quality of his mana seemed to have improved significantly. Not bad, my mana quality can be improved quickly again. At this time, the class teacher Jiao Bai Zhenzhen sent a message to Zhang Yu. Jiao Bai Zhenzhen, Zhang Yu, are you interested in bringing your talent to the peace faction? Zhang Yu's heart moved, the peace faction wants to poach me, is there any conspiracy? Zhang Yu, teacher, don't say such things, I'm afraid Director Gao will misunderstand Master Jiao Bai. We are very sincere Master Jiao Bai. If you are willing to terminate the master-disciple relationship with Director Gao and then worship Director Lin as your master, you can directly get a low-interest loan of 200 spirit coins Master Jiao Bai. This does not include the subsequent disciple benefits. Looking at the message sent by Master Jiao Bai, Zhang Yu couldn't help swallowing his saliva and thought to himself. The peace faction is indeed backed by the finance department. The amount of this loan is really fucking huge. How about I maintain a master-disciple relationship with Director Gao in secret and share these 200 spirit coins together? Anyway, there is already an underground master like Master Ji, and it doesn't matter to Zhang Yu if there is another underground master like Director Lin. Master Jiao Bai, if you are interested, you can take a look at this contract. Looking at the contract sent by the other party, Zhang Yu immediately calmed down again. Alice, it's not that simple, every aspect of this contract has been taken into consideration. I was not given any chance at all. Zhang Yu, give up. Director Gao has been very kind to me. I will not betray him. In the refining laboratory, Yi Zingli stood beside the laboratory table, her skin gleaming with the colors of the universe and stars. She looked at Zhang Yu beside her curiously, thinking to herself, Master actually asked me to guide Zhang Yu, but isn't Zhang Yu from the Department of Civil Engineering? Even if students in the Department of Civil Engineering need to learn some knowledge about magic skeletons and magic weapons, it is only for maintenance and shopping, right? Is it necessary to really try the refining process? Countless questions surged in Yi Zingli's mind, and she was extremely curious about the relationship between Zhang Yu and Magnetism Master in front of her. Zhang Yu placed the prepared materials neatly one by one. Lazurite ore, spiritual conduction fluid, fiber composite membrane, condensate. After Zhang Yu counted the materials to be used in this refining, he looked at Yi Zingli and said, Senior sister, I'll start then. Yi Zingli nodded, watching Zhang Yu cut the celestite, use the spiritual conduction fluid to complete the infusion with the Genki, use the mana to drive the literal furnace to shape it, and then spray the fiber composite membrane to stabilize the mana circuit. She thought to herself, it's indeed the first time for a novice to refine. However, Yi Zingli could feel that Zhang Yu must have read the experimental steps and operation manuals countless times. Although he was not proficient, he did not miss any steps or details. Yi Zingli knew that refining can be divided into 3 steps: refining materials, basic structure, and mana circuit. The celestial sand in front of him, as the simplest magic weapon, has 3 very simple steps. The highest level of the magic weapon can only reach level 10, and it can even be used as the material of some other magic weapons. When using it, you only need to sprinkle it out, and it can be used to carry the Genki, increase the transmission efficiency of the Genki, and reduce the consumption rate. Looking at the last azure sand that the other party had made, Yi Zingli thought to himself, the purity is average, and the efficiency is not high. The magic weapon level is only level 1. The so-called magic weapon level is a magic weapon evaluation system that corresponds to the realm of the immortal way. After all, there are differences in the physical body and life form of cultivators in different realms of the immortal way. Therefore, magic weapons of levels 1 to 10 are only most effective for cultivators in the key refining realm. As the physical body and magic power of cultivators in the foundation establishment realm merge, magic weapons below level 11 often have little effect on them. Magic weapons above level 11, whether it is destruction or enhancement, will have better effects. Zhang Yu's refining aptitude is obviously very ordinary. If he wants to pass the refining department exam for refining azure sand, he will need a long time of practice. Why does Master want me to guide him? It's impossible that you want to accept him as a disciple. How is that possible? Not to mention that Zhang Yu's refining aptitude is ordinary. Master and Director Gao have been friends for hundreds of years. How could he snatch Director Gao's disciple? Yi Zingli shook his head, thinking that he was overthinking. Zhang Yu picked up the azure sand he had refined. As the Wuxiang Lishi emerged, he pinched a fingernail-sized amount of azure sand and injected it into it. He saw a glimmer of blue light flash across the Wuxiang Lishi, and the key in it became a little more condensed. The azure sand I refined today is enough for me to use the Wuxiang Lishi dozens of times, Zhang Yu thought to himself, but the material cost is about 0.03 spirit coins, copyright fees, laboratory and equipment rental fees, add up to almost 1 spirit coin. This refining tool is really a big spender. It's too expensive to practice like this, because he can only refine some small things at present. Zhang Yu originally wanted to take the opportunity of practicing and experimenting to simply give Wuxiang Lishi and Shenhong Lishi some simple magic weapons to improve their work efficiency. But Zhang Yu looked at his achievements and expenses at this moment, and he couldn't help but feel pain. This is still the simplest refining tool. Zhang Yu glanced at the azure sand level 1, 0/10, on the feather book, and thought to himself, Alice, take your time. Chapter 401, Lowering the Cost of Refining Equipment. Zhang Yu looked at the level 1 azure sand, 0/10, on the feather book, and couldn't help but sigh at the long road ahead for refining. But the next moment, the chill of the ritual power surged in his heart, reminding him to keep working hard and interrupting his sigh. Zhang Yu immediately suppressed his distracting thoughts and began to refine azure sands for the second time. It cost me nearly 1 spirit coin to buy the copyright, rent the laboratory and equipment, and it's not enough to refine it once. Zhang Yu looked at the time. The first time to refine azure sand took about 20 minutes, and he rented the laboratory and equipment for 6 hours in total. Continue to refine. Zhang Yu immediately raised his key and rolled towards the materials on the side. This time, Zhang Yu's movements were much more skilled, and the key swept out, while operating the materials and tools. Zhang Yu felt that the process of refining azure sand was quite similar to his usual practice. It was just that he treated the raw materials in front of him as his flesh and blood, and used various immortal techniques to transform them, and finally obtain the desired immortal effect. The process of improvement is like the more proficient you are in the technique, the stronger the effect of your attack. The higher the level of refining the azure sand, the better the effect of the finished product. Yi Zingli, who was standing by, watched Zhang Yu start refining the azure sands for the second time. At first, she didn't care. Suddenly, she frowned and said, "Is the amount of ore a little less?" Zhang Yu smiled and explained, "I want to save some material costs so that I can refine it a few more times." Yi Zingli dissuaded him, "The amount of ore is different, and the subsequent operation steps, including the use of Genki and mana, and the temperature of the literal furnace, are all different. Newbies should just follow the standard proportions. When your level is up, consider adjusting the proportions yourself." Zhang Yu naturally did not accept Yi Zingli's proposal. Yi Zingli looked at Zhang Yu's unwillingness to listen to advice, so she shook her head and didn't persuade him anymore. She just thought to herself, "This kid has an ordinary talent for refining, but a stubborn temper." But Yi Zingli was not surprised by this. Newbies are often like this. Especially for novices who have already achieved good results in other fields, they are always full of confidence. They often have to make a few mistakes in the field of refining before they can learn to be down to earth. Yi Zingli watched Zhang Yu continue to refine this small amount of azure sand. In the end, only about half of the materials were successfully refined, and the remaining half of the materials were wasted. Yi Zingli shook his head and thought that Zhang Yu should understand now. However, Zhang Yu looked at the azure sands level 1, 1/10, on the feather book and nodded secretly. Sure enough, after the amount changes, it can also be counted as one time. Zhang Yu decided to continue to reduce the amount next. and see how much material can be reduced to the lowest, so that the feather book can continue to work. In this way, I can further reduce the cost of my refining practice. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu looked at Yu Zingli on the side and asked, "Senior sister, anyway, I will refine azure sand, and the other things in this laboratory are not used much? Do you need to use it?" Yu Zingli was also moved when she heard it. It's not that she wants to save money, but to save the rental fee of the laboratory. After all, this amount of spirit coins is nothing to her. Instead, she stood aside and watched Zhang Yu. She was idle anyway, so she might as well seize the time to do something of her own. A few spirit coins were not important to her, but a few more hours of study and practice time were very important to her. Yu Zingli nodded. "It just so happens that I am adjusting my body of lore recently, and I can really use the equipment here. I won't take advantage of you for the rent of the laboratory, we can just split it. If you have any questions about refining, you can always ask me." Zhang Yu watched Yu Zingli disassemble his right arm, fiddle with the arm of law with his key, and then send it to the instrument beside him, observing the data while injecting special magic power. Zhang Yu thought to himself, "The things I am refining now are too simple, and it is still too wasteful for one person to use the laboratory. If I can rent a laboratory with others in the future and split the rent, I can save a sum of spirit coins again." Since the successful completion of the first refining of Qianqing sand, Zhang Yu has been thinking about how to consume less spirit coins to promote his road of refining. If I can still sell the azure sand, maybe I can make some money, but Zhang Yu quickly rejected this idea. "No, I'm afraid I can't make any money. At most, I can only make back some losses." Zhang Yu knew that many companies and factories had already reached the stage of mass production and assembly line production for the most basic things like azure sand. Not only were their costs lower than his, but their average quality was also higher than his. If he wanted to sell azure sand, he would probably have to sell it at a loss to make back some losses. And if I want to mass produce, it's simply impossible with my current conditions. Zhang Yu knew that whether it was magic weapons or magic skeletons, for the production of such things, refining them one by yourself and mass production on a production line were completely different things. If you want to set up a mass production line, you either have to buy a production line or set up one yourself. The former requires a lot of money, while the latter requires much less money, but requires very high refining technology. Obviously, Zhang Yu was not satisfied with these two aspects for the time being. For now, I'd better lay a solid foundation and focus on improving my refining level. Next, Zhang Yu continued to adjust the amount of materials again and again, constantly trying to refine the azure sand. Finally, he found that as long as the amount of materials used was more than 1/10, each time the refining was completed, the number of times the feather book was completed would be +1. He was happy in his heart. Very good. In this way, the material cost for practice can be reduced to 10%. After trying to adjust the amount, Zhang Yu decided to adjust the movements in time to see if he could shorten the time spent on refining the azure sand each time. After all, Zhang Yu knew that using the specialization ability of the feather book for practice was logically different from other daily practices. Just like his previous practice of the technique, as long as it was fully operated once, the number of times would be +1. And finally the level of the technique would be improved step by step. As for the process of the technique running, his movements and quality can be deformed and reduced to a certain extent, as long as it is kept within a certain range. Zhang Yu has always used this method to speed up the practice of the technique. Of course, this function of the feather book is not without flaws. For example, after any technique switches to the specialization of the feather book, it needs to start from level 1 and continue to improve through the number of practice times. So, even if Zhang Yu has practiced a lot of similar martial arts, such as various body refining techniques and body protecting methods, if he practices a similar technique again, it will not have any one-size-fits-all effect. He still needs to start from level 0 and stack the number of times again and again to upgrade. The same is true for the current weapon refining skills in his opinion. It also requires repeated practice to advance the level, but the quality and time of the practice process should be compressed. My practice logic is completely different from that of ordinary people practicing martial arts and weapon refining skills. Just as Zhang Yu adjusted the refining process of Qianqing sand again and again, Yu Zingli beside him would observe from time to time, and the more he watched, the more speechless he became. Zhang Yu. How did he mess it up? Not only did he save materials, but he also adjusted the movements in time randomly. Yi Zingli knew that since the immortal practice was summarized and integrated by the 10 major sects, everything has been standardized and digitized as much as possible. Now all aspects of immortal technology have already had a systematic design. The same is true for weapon refining. Unlike the past, when all the sects and schools were just workshops, even the magic weapons they refined were only roughly divided into major realms, without detailed level differences. Today's magic weapon evaluation system and refining process have long been extremely perfect. If cultivators want to improve their refining skills and create higher-level magic weapons, they need to continue to learn and then practice with high quality. Zhang Yu, you can't practice randomly like this, Yi Zingli couldn't help but remind him. If you want to save the cost of practice, there are more formal and complete methods, not like this. For example, you can sell the azure sand you refined to get some money back. After all, azure sand is the basic material needed in the refining process of many magic weapons, and many teachers and students in the refining department will collect it. You can also use the simulation laboratory in the spirit world to practice simulation, which is much cheaper than practicing with real objects. Zhang Yu certainly knew these money-saving methods that Yi Zingli mentioned. But judging from the effect of his current cost reduction, he felt that he could reduce the cost to less than the simulation laboratory and get a part of the finished product of azure sand. Yi Zingli naturally didn't know what Zhang Yu was thinking, but he just introduced other ways to reduce costs. It's not just simple products like Xian Qingshan that can reduce costs for practice, the same is true for more advanced magic weapons. In addition to the simulation laboratory, they can also be replaced with low-priced materials and practiced by producing inferior versions, and for more advanced magic weapons, after the first refining, they can also be maintained, adjusted, and strengthened again and again to improve the level of refining skills, which will cost much less. For example, my master's 9 Heavens Yuanyang Tower has been refined from level 31 to level 40 after repeated tempering, repair, and strengthening. In this process, my master's refining skills have also improved greatly, and the manufacturing technology of the 9 Heavens Yuanyang Tower has reached level 40. Zhang Yu knew that the so-called manufacturing technology of the 9 Heavens Yuanyang Tower reached level 40. Which means that when the materials and production environment are complete, the magnetic pole True Lord can directly manufacture a 9 Heavens Yuanyang Tower with a magic weapon level of 40. But the name of this thing sounds very expensive, and it must have taken a lot of effort. Zhang Yu thought to himself, unless someone pays a high price, I'm afraid that Master Siji will not easily produce a second one. Yi Zingli actually didn't mention another important way to save money, which is to participate in the school's refining project, and use the project funds to buy materials, rent venues, and purchase equipment to promote her own refining skills. After all, the refining business is too expensive. Even though Yi Zingli is already very rich, she always feels that she doesn't have enough money to spend, and the refining budget is always exceeded. So almost every refining student like her has participated in various refining projects. In her opinion, asking for funds is a necessary skill for a refining master, and it is a must-learn. However, as a student of the civil engineering department, Zhang Yu is still at the entry level, and it is too far away from these, so she simply didn't say it. And just when Yi Zingli was admonishing Zhang Yu finally completed the refining of Xianqing sand again. Xianqing Sand's level 2, 0/20. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 402 Busy Zhang Yu. As the refining level of the azure sand was raised to level 2, Zhang Yu felt countless images of refining azure sand flashing through his mind, including the operation of various mana and ki, the manipulation of materials, the control of the temperature, the details of the spray-coated fiber composite membrane, and the experience of stabilizing the mana circuit. One refining memory after another emerged in Zhang Yu's mind, which made him suddenly have a deeper understanding and perception of the refining of azure sand. So when he tried to refine azure sand with 1/10 of the material, the success rate suddenly increased a lot. And the quality of azure sand has been improved visibly. Yi Zingli, who was standing by, looked at the finished azure sand refined by Zhang Yu and was slightly surprised. The color is bright, and the impurities and purity seem to be much better than before. Is it a level 2 azure sand? Good luck? Or is he really improving fast? Yi Zingli continued to observe, but soon found that Zhang Yu began to randomly compress the refining time again, and the azure sand produced returned to the level of level 1 again. After 6 hours of practice, Zhang Yu tried again and again, and managed to compress the refining time of Qiang sand to 15 minutes. The material is compressed to 1/10, which is 0.003 spirit coins. The rental fee for the side and equipment is 0.7 spirit coins for 6 hours, and after sharing it with Yu Zingli, it is 0.35 spirit coins. If I continue to refine it every 15 minutes, I can complete 24 refinings in 6 hours, Zhang Yu calculated silently in his mind. If you calculate it this way, the cost of refining it once is reduced to about 0.01758 spirit coins, and this is not the limit. Zhang Yu thought of his Wuxiang Lishi and Shenhong Lishi. Just like when he was on the construction site, he could use Wuxiang Lishi and Shenhong Lishi to work, and he thought that refining equipment could be done in the same way. Zhang Yu thought to himself, the compression of materials and time can be fixed. Next time, I will activate the 4th level of thinking and see if I can refine 4 portions of azure sand simultaneously. If successful, not only can the cost continue to be reduced, but the efficiency of cultivation will also soar again. In addition, after I continue to refine azure sand, if I sell some of it to recover, the spiritual coins spent can be further reduced. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu looked at Yu Zingli on the side and asked, "Senior sister, if I want to sell some of the products I made for practice in the future, where is it more convenient to ship them?" Yu Zingli thought about the instructions of Lord CG, and said directly, "If you trust me, you can just leave them with me in the future. I have some connections in the refining department and can help you sell it. However, the basic refining products can't be sold at a high price. At most, you can make some money back." Zhang Yu nodded quickly and said, "I know, it's okay, as long as I can make some money back." After both parties left the laboratory, they said goodbye to each other. Yu Zingli looked at Zhang Yu's departing back and sent a message to Master Siji. "Master, Zhang Yu and I came out of the laboratory." "Master Siji, how did Zhang Yu perform?" "Yu Zingli, his talent in refining equipment is okay. He refined a level 2 azure sand in 6 hours. Yu Zingli, but his attitude is very problematic. He likes to change the amount and time when he just got started." Yu Zingli briefly described what he saw. Master Siji replied, "I understand. Master Siji, if he wants to sell the output in the future, then I will help him consign it temporarily. Master Siji, for the laboratory, we can also share the cost with him." Hearing Master Siji asking her to help Zhang Yu like this, Yu Zingli finally couldn't bear the doubts in her heart. She asked, "Master, Zhang Yu is a student of the civil engineering department, right? His talent in refining equipment is not that outstanding. Why do you want to help him so much?" Master Magnetic Pole, Director Gao of the Civil Engineering Department, wants to transfer his disciple to the Equipment Refining Department. Master Magnetic Pole, although I don't recommend him to do this, Master Magnetic Pole, but we have been friends for hundreds of years. If he insists, then even if it's a little disadvantageous, we still have to help him. Looking at the message sent by Master Magnetic Pole, Yu Zingli couldn't help but sigh at the friendship between Master Magnetic Pole and Director Gao. She thought to herself, sure enough, it's not Zhang Yu, a student of the Civil Engineering Department, who attracted Master, but Director Gao. Yu Zingli also thought this was reasonable. After all, a student of the Civil Engineering Department, like the Security Department, is a college student in Wanfa University? With Master's high standards, how could he be interested? I'm afraid he has to receive a red envelope before he can say anything. But Master and Director Gao, is it the friendship between ancient cultivators? Although Master has kept up with the times and has been learning cutting-edge immortal techniques and keeping up with the trend of Kung Fu, he is an ancient man after all. His thoughts are inevitably influenced by the ancient dregs of culture. Just as Yu Zingli was thinking, Master Ji sent another message. Master Ji, this matter is still confidential. Even if you ask me and Director Gao in person, we will not admit it. Master Ji, remember not to reveal it. Yu Zingli, Master, you can trust my words. Even if someone throws 1,000 spirit coins, I will not tell anyone. At the same time, Zhang Yu on the other side was walking on the way to the 667th floor construction site. He first looked at the level 2 Qiang Qingsha, 10 for 20, on the feather book, and then looked at another refining skill on the feather book. Qiang King Ki Dao level 0, 0/1, Qiang King Sands level 2/5, This Qian Dao is also a magic weapon blueprint that Zhang Yu learned in the course of the refining department. It is a magic weapon that can be used to store Qian sand. With the injection of mana, it can spray and recycle Qian sands on a large scale. Just like Zhang Yu's practice method, many refining skills also have threshold requirements if they want to be practiced. For example, the refining of Qian sand requires mana and Genki. And Qian Dao, you need to master certain Qian sand refining skills first. Whether it is a magic weapon or a Dharmakaya, in addition to the requirements of realm, Dao heart, and mana, there are often various prerequisites for refining skills. Zhang Yu thought to himself, if you want to practice step by step to the level of being able to refine your own body into Dharmakaya, in addition to cultivation, you need to master a lot of prerequisite refining skills. There is still a long way to go, but there are so many refining skills. In the future, it should not be necessary to improve each one to the extreme. As long as it is enough, it will be fine. As for the more distant goals, such as having your own refining laboratory and establishing your own production line, Zhang Yu can only think about it now. He came to the construction site with familiarity, and saw a group of Wuxiang Lishi appearing around Zhang Yu. Then he stretched out his hand and sprinkled a handful of Qian sand on these Wuxiang Lishi. I saw that the rolling qi in the body of the Wuxiang Lishi was surging, and a trace of the luster of Qian sand appeared, making the Wuxiang Lishi in front of him feel more solid. Zhang Yu thought to himself, the azure sand can increase the efficiency of the conduction of the Genki and reduce the speed of consumption, which should improve my work efficiency. So Zhang Yu controlled the Wuxiang Lishi to work on the construction site to make money, while he was shrouded in a cloud of Wuxiang Yungyang and began to practice the seventh technique of the martial arts holy body. After several hours, when the day was dawning, Zhang Yu calculated today's salary and thought to himself, the construction efficiency has increased by about 5%, not bad. If the grade of the azure sand is higher in the future, the efficiency should be higher. In this way, even if there is not much azure sand sent out by senior sister Yi Zingli, I can use it to increase my income at the construction site. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu became more and more motivated. In the following days, Zhang Yu would rent a refining laboratory once or twice a week to practice refining skills. The rest of the time, he would go to class during the day and work on the construction site at night, while practicing the martial arts holy body. In addition, he also needs to take time to study the equipment refining course and taking realm, absorb 200% quality mana to improve the quality of his mana, and go to Hammer Heart residence to temper his Dao heart. In the laboratory, Yi Zingli glanced at the three Wuxiang Lishi beside him, and thought to himself, what a strong thinking ability, but multitasking like this, producing multiple portions of Qian sand at the same time, is it really good for improving equipment refining skills? To improve equipment refining skills, you don't rely on piling up times. In Yi Zingli's opinion, unless you want to catch up with the production, you should concentrate on refining a portion of Qian sand, feel the materials, steps, time, heat, mana, Genki and other details, and constantly learn and adjust, which will have a better effect on improving skills. And at the next moment, Yi Zingli's eyes suddenly moved, looking at the Qian sand that was successfully refined in front of a Wuxiang Lishi. Level 3 azure sand? Interesting, Yi Zingli thought to herself. Although he likes to mess around, Zhang Yu's talent in refining equipment seems to be stronger than I expected, but she didn't care too much about it. After all, when Yi Zingli first refined azure sand, she directly refined level 5 azure sand. Turning around, Yi Zingli continued to interview her new spirit. Did you graduate from Hong University? Can I ask what your first gender is? You are a colonel? Sorry, I only want to recruit soul cultivators who graduated from the top 10 this time. Demon University? Welcome to join us. In the future, just treat my right hand as your own home. As soon as he came out of the laboratory that day, Zhang Yu received a message from Guangshujin. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up when he saw the message. Is the buffet about to start? At the same time, Yi Zingli looked at Zhang Yu and said, you will also go to the party later? After all, it is also a celebration party for the Department of Civil Engineering. Zhang Yu nodded. He already knew that this party was arranged by Mo Engine, mainly to celebrate the second place in this inter-school league. Yi Zingli said casually, then let's go together. I also want to participate. Zhang Yu followed Yi Zingli to the 650th floor of Wanfa University. As soon as he walked out of the anti-gravity channel, he saw Gong Shujin waiting outside. Seeing Zhang Yu walking with Yi Zingli, Gong Shujin was surprised. Compared with Yu Zingli who he first met last year, Yu Zingli is now very different in Gong Shujin's eyes. That is, the 15th place in the refining department on the other party's head has become the 8th place in the refining department. Being able to have this ranking in the refining department among the 3 ace departments, Yu Zingli is already a first-class student in Wanfa University in Gong Shujin's eyes. Seeing the two of them talking and laughing, Gong Shujin thought to himself, when did Zhang Yu and Yu Zingli become so close? Chapter 403, Students of the Equipment Refining Department. Gong Shujin followed Zhang Yu and Yu Zingli, and the three of them walked into the restaurant for the gathering. As soon as they entered the door, the smell of rice had already drifted into Gong Shujin's nose. Looking at the buckets of rice on the table not far away, he couldn't help but sigh at Mo Engin's wealth. Zhang Yu, who was standing aside, glanced at the table and felt hungry. After all, he hadn't eaten for a long time except for studying, working overtime and practicing every day. Just then, a girl came over. The girl was only wearing a small vest and shorts, and a lot of skin was exposed. However, there were obvious splicing marks between her hands, feet, and joints. Even in Zhang Yu's eyes, he could see the large number of deliberately projected structural lines on the other person's body, as well as the brands and models of various Dharma bodies. All of this seemed to be to highlight her Dharma body, constantly telling others that her hands, her feet, and many parts of her body were not flesh and blood, but Dharma bodies. Zhang Yu glanced at the ranking on the other person's head and thought, 15th in the refining department, and Zhang Yu also found that all the Dharmakaya on the other person were from the same brand. Zhang Yu secretly guessed in his heart, a loyal user of Wandao craftsman sect. As soon as the girl came in front of Yu Zingli, she smiled sweetly and said, "Senior sister." Yu Zingli on the side introduced, "This is Feng Tingting, my junior sister. Tingting, this is Zhang Yu from the civil engineering department." Feng Tingting turned her head to look at Zhang Yu, and saw the number of 95th in the civil engineering department above Zhang Yu's head, and was slightly stunned. Not 95th in the civil engineering department? What a strange and distant number. In Feng Tingting's memory, the last time she talked to a student of this level seemed to have been several years ago. If the other party had not been introduced by Yu Zingli, she would have wanted to kick him out directly. Then Feng Tingting's eyes swept again, and she had accurately collected the information of the Dharmakaya on Zhang Yu. Time Remnant Demon Eye, a model from 3 years ago, including depreciation. The current estimated price is 25.5 spirit coins, but he only has one. She silently marked a 12.75 on Zhang Yu's head, which represents the other party's Dharmakaya value. Feng Tingting is an extreme Dharmakayist. By quickly scanning the Dharmakaya on the other party and checking the price, the other party's Dharmakaya value can be obtained. This is one of the methods Feng Tingting uses to judge a person's importance, and it is also a common method used by many people in the refining department. This seems normal and effective to Feng Tingting. Otherwise, how can you quickly distinguish between superior people, inferior people, and non-humans? Feng Tingting firmly believed, the future is the era of the Dharmakaya. The Dharmakaya is the real body of a cultivator. The so-called process of cultivating immortals is to make money, learn, and improve your magic power, and gradually replace the backward flesh and blood with advanced Dharmakaya. The number of Dharmakaya on a cultivator represents his evolution in the immortal way. Those who don't even have a Dharmakaya on their body are disabled in this era. After marking Zhang Yu with an evolution level of 12.75, Feng Tingting looked at Gong Shujin behind Zhang Yu. Not even ranked in the department, Feng Tingting looked at Yu Zingli beside him and asked, "Senior sister, is this your newly recruited soul cultivator? How come he is still alive?" Yu Zingli shook her head and said, "Who would buy a living soul cultivator? This is Gong Shujin from the civil engineering department. Don't look at him not being ranked in the department, that's because he is only a sophomore and his comprehensive score is relatively low." Gong Shujin beside him lowered his head in shame when he heard this. Since entering this gathering place, it seems that all the students who come and go are ranked in the department. He feels like a cockroach in the sewer, and he is so out of place here. Especially standing next to Yu Zingli and Feng Tingting, in contrast to the high-value Dharmakaya on their bodies, Gong Shujin only feels that he is so ugly. Feng Tingting nodded and marked a 151 on Gong Shujin's head, thinking, although he is not ranked in the department, his evolution is still acceptable. It's just that there is not a Dharmakaya of Wandao craftsman sect on his body. Feng Tingting shook her head in her heart. In her opinion, if the Dharmakaya brand does not choose Wandao craftsman sect, It is basically evolving in the wrong direction on the road to immortality. After all, Wandao Craftsman Sect is a giant enterprise in the upper class and a long-term cooperative enterprise of the refining department of Wonfa University. It has always been the most excellent, cutting-edge, and immortal Dharmakaya enterprise in Feng Tingting's mind, representing the correct evolutionary direction of the road to immortality. The Wandao Craftsman Sect is the only one that truly has mastered the core technology. Other companies like Xiangung and Jingangslanzao are just marketing companies. After glancing at Zhang Yu and Gong Shujin, Feng Tingting turned his gaze to Yi Zingli and the one on his head. Looking at the 4-digit value of the Dharmakaya, Feng Tingting felt that Yi Zingli in front of him was so shining. After all, this is a body worth more than 1,000 spirit coins. How can it not be beautiful? The 3 question marks behind the number 1 on the other side are because Yi Zingli's Dharmakaya has been self-modulated, and its exact price is difficult to estimate with Feng Tingting's level. In Feng Tingting's eyes, this is supreme beauty, and at the same time, it also has a hint of mysterious temperament, which makes Yi Zingli's body in front of him exude a more thrilling charm. In addition to Feng Tingting, other students from the refining department immediately walked over to the hall. Students with their rankings in the refining department on their heads gathered around Yi Zingli like moths to a candle. The first thing these refining department students did when they saw Yi Zingli was to take pictures. Their eyes were like rulers, carefully measuring the changes in Yi Zingli's body, just like looking at a work of art, recording the differences between Yi Zingli's body and the last time they saw her. The changes in various parameters were recorded, which they considered to be important information. Yi Zingli was ranked 8th in the refining department, and almost all the students with higher comprehensive scores than her were in their 10th year. Yi Zingli could be said to represent the top-notch level of refining among the students in the refining department. Her body was the best example for observation and learning for the students in the refining department. Then, messages were exchanged back and forth between these refining department students and Yi Zingli. Refining department students A. Transfer of 0.1 spirit coins. Senior sister, is my project recommendation letter okay? Student B of the refining department, 0.1 spirit coin transfer. Senior Yi, I want to join Professor Wang's project team. Do you have any ideas? Student C of the refining department, 0.1 spirit coin transfer. Senior Zingli, have the seniors decided on the grouping for the refining competition next year? Someone also looked at Feng Tingting and asked, 0.05 spirit coin transfer. Senior Feng, is Senior Zingli's second-hand Dharma relic available? Feng Tingting, no, I'll tell you when it's available. As a role model for many students in the refining department, the second-hand Dharma relic used, tempered, and adjusted by Yi Zingli is naturally the object of many students in the refining department. As for Zhang Yu and Gong Shujin on the side, they were subconsciously ignored by these students in the refining department. Zhang Yu looked at the two sides looking at each other, but he didn't say a word, but it seemed that they had already had endless exchanges, and he knew that these people in the refining department were chatting privately. Zhang Yu felt that he couldn't get a word in here, so he touched his stomach and prepared to eat. Senior Yi, I'm going to eat something first, so Zhang Yu greeted Yi Zingli and turned to the dining table. When Gong Shujin saw Zhang Yu turning away, he quickly followed him. He always felt very uncomfortable in front of these students with ace rankings. At this time, a noise came. The dining table has its own rules. The first dish must be swallowed in one bite. This is a respect for everyone. Yes, the dining table culture passed down by our ancestors cannot be broken here. Zhang Yu and Gong Shujin looked up and saw a group of civil engineering students sharing food at the dining table. Looking at those senior students swallowing plates of rice dumplings, Gong Shujin took a breath of cold air in his heart, and felt that the appetite of these senior civil engineering students was more terrible than one another. The amount of food represents the strength of digestion, and the strength of digestion represents a person's financial and physical ability, which is a manifestation of the potential of immortality. Gong Shujin knew in his heart that sharing food is a way for individuals to show their potential of immortality. I wouldn't be dragged to share the meal with you, would I? Gong Shujin looked at the seniors who were getting massages and taking drugs on the other side, and felt that place was more suitable for him. Suddenly, his eyes moved, and he saw a familiar figure next to the seniors who were getting massages. Is that Yu Zinghan? Seeing Yu Zinghan introducing the technicians to the seniors, Gong Shujin thought to himself, did Yu Zinghan join his mentor's massage platform and become a manager? At the same time, Zhang Yu was already walking towards the dining table with a smile on his face. When a senior saw Zhang Yu, he grabbed him and said, "You are Zhang Yu, right? You made it into the top 7 in the department competition this time. You're amazing. Come on, bring a plate." Seeing Zhang Yu quickly finish 3 plates of rice dumplings without any abnormality on his body, all the seniors in the civil engineering department exclaimed in admiration. Su Yanniang, who was not far away, raised his head and glanced at Zhang Yu. Without saying a word, he silently clinked his rice bowl with Majuan and each drank a bowl. Compared to Zhang Yu, Su Yanniang was more concerned about Xiao Yunji and another senior civil engineering student named Ping Han. The military civil engineering certificate exam usually only admits one person at a time. Xiao Yunji and Ping Han should be my biggest opponents for the military certificate exam in October next year. As for Zhang Yu, although he beat himself in this competition, Su Yanniang judged that his individual strength was definitely not as good as his, and he would not be able to perform well in the military certificate exam next year. Zhang Yu is probably preparing to take the military certificate exam 3 years later. 3 years later, it's too late for me, Su Yanniang thought to himself. Next year is my best chance, but I can only get the military certificate if I defeat Xiao Yunji and Ping Han. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.